out on top? It's time to find out.
We see Salik immediately zooming into the plates on the poles because those do, and the transformers here by Finbar. These are regional in Japan. If you do learn them, there is a public document on it out there. And we do see an instant send almost by Salik here, and 12 seconds left on the clock for Finn.
Pushing the pressure. Good to see Zalek coming in with confidence, forcing Finbar to respond.
Wow.
And Finbar responds wonderfully, Trevor.
With a great guess there, and yeah, it's probably one of those things where he looked at the plate or the transformer, and he was able to narrow down the prefecture there. Let's keep going to next round, which looks like it's going to be Australia. Let's see if we can region guess here. Both players will move. This is where, round 2 is where the multis do start, so we will see maybe more damage here. Immediately, your immediate thought here will be Western Australia, and we do see, I think I might have just seen a yellow pole on that sign there, which would indicate, well, it says city of something, so maybe it's over there near Perth or something, we'll see.
Australia, huge place.
We have Salik zooming
Still
in
on the
here.
bin, of course, some information, but which player will use it better?
And Salik has found the city here, Bustleton.
Bustleton.
Yeah, it looks like that. Finn will presumably find it as well, because he will know it's Western Australia, and he will take his time. We also have the green paint on the bottom of the poles there, which does indicate WA. Oh no. Oh no. This is actually massive.
1 second left. It's going to be huge, and it's a massive difference, Trevor. You're absolutely right.
Is that... Did he just get 2 rounds?
That will be 2 rounds and done. Oh, wow. What a start for the newcomer, Zalek.
What?
And I think that might be a nerves game there. That might be...
Wow.
I mean...
But
right
we were barely able to catch our breath there.
Yeah, that was not something that you expect, and that's something that... It's hard to describe, when you're in that position, like kind of what you just miss clues, and I think that's what happened. Or maybe he saw red herring, maybe he thought the pole was Taz. I'm not entirely sure what he saw there, but that was if you're Salik, you're locked in, you're feeling good about that.
Fiery start to EMEA World Cup qualifiers. Zalek's definitely going to be feeling good after that one.
Yeah, sometimes you just have to be the best for 3 games, and we'll see if that's the case for Salik here. What he's not looking for is Russia, because Finn is kind of the Russian goat, so we will see. But
well, of course, we move on now to no move. We'll see if that can even the playing field. I mean, it's hard to draw anything from game 1. It happens so quickly. I'm sure Finbar is going to be, or attempting to be, more locked in than ever. Yeah. And it looks like it's ready to go whenever you are, Trevor.
Yeah, you have to get those nerves out somewhere.
Yeah.
What better way to do it? And Finn probably is hoping, or is glad to see a no-move game here. Let's see if that's the case in round 1. Let's see what we have. Let's keep going. Both players.
Round 1 of game 2. Yes, you heard that right, everybody, if you've just tuned in. We made it straight through game 1 in an instant with Zalek hitting 6k damage on the second round.
Yeah, so in game 2 here, this is no move. Both players only have this 1 360 panorama. It presumes to be maybe a Canada or like a weird northeast like Maine or something, but I would probably go Canada. And we do see Zalek zooming in to that region of the world there. We have 35 seconds left. Ontario guess here by Zalek. Finn still scouring, see if he can find any sort of signs or maybe copyright. I'm not sure what he's zooming into. Okay, I thought he was going to Australia for a second. He worried me. But, yep, Zalek looking at the trees. We have some birches here. Both players looking to make an educated guess with 15 seconds left.
Time really winding down now with just 10 seconds left. Which player will be the first to act? Each time it's been Zalek so far. This time, I mean, we're literally going down to the final second.
Wow. Mandy. And Flynn Flon. Flynn Flon Manitoba. And that's 600 points. So, I mean, even if one player had a good guess there, that would have been... It could have been big, but luckily it wasn't.
Very rare we see the entire time wind down with both players just sort of waiting it out.
Yeah, it's because both players weren't really too confident. So let's keep it going. Let's keep it going though and see how confident they are.
Keep it rolling, Trevor. On to round number 2.
And this is an exciting round, Paula. You want to know why?
I want to know why, Trevor. Tell me.
So for those interested, this is
Russia or no?
New
It's
coverage.
Kazakhstan. New
is
coverage.
This the latest gen? Is that what we're talking here?
Latest gen and the latest drop of the new DLC in the Google Maps world of Kazakhstan. You see the big truck here with everything looking like Russia, so that would be indicator there.
It's like the Dagestan area.
Just dropped.
Literally,
Caspian Sea.
So when did it drop? Like how recently are we talking?
Like at least 2 or 3 weeks ago, maybe.
Are there any players already at an expert level on Kazakhstan?
When new countries drop nowadays, it's kind of easy to fix, I would say, because you can. I mean, we have Zalek zooming in on the tape of the car there. If you know you're going to be competing at a high level, you have to learn it. And both, I don't know which player here has learned more. I'm assuming Finn probably has, but we do see Zalek zooming in there.
Yeah, Zalek already zooming in on Kazakhstan. Finn yet to open the map, if I'm not mistaken. Looking down at the Google car now, zooming in on Kazakhstan as well.
And kind of separate regions of the country too, it looks like. So we could see big points here, Paula. There's only 5 seconds remaining.
Round 2 with 3 seconds left, Trevor.
Wow.
Nice.
Finn is closer there, but marginally. But it is points, and that's
it's solid
confidence,
points.
if anything.
It's not 6K, but it is a solid 1.2.
Keep going. Round 3 of 10. Looks like we're going to be in Brazil here. We do see let's see what the players, we have the antenna on the car there that Finn is zooming in on. That's Brazil, Ecuador, Colombia. And yeah, you're making a region guess here based off the vegetation and soil and all these trees here. Looks pretty dry. We'll see if the Brazil call out is what these players do lean towards as well, or if they go somewhere else.
The dust kicking up behind the Google car. One of these players is going to be left in the dust after the matchup. Zalek up 1-0. This is game 2 of 3.
We have Finn.
So Finbar has to bounce back if we want to see NMPZ.
Finn does need to win this game, and he is zooming in to Acre here. I like the guess. You know, Brazil is, you know, some consider a big country, you know? So big countries mean big points.
They definitely do.
Both players are in Acre. Is Finn going to move last second, or is he going to stay there? He looks like he's going to stay, and both players are confident in Acre. We'll see what ends up coming to fruition here, though, with 3 seconds left.
Once again, the clock winds down.
Wow.
And both players in a similar region, but way off the mark.
Yeah.
Not a round to write home about, Trevor.
Nope. It's not, maybe not easy to Roraima either. Usually in Roraima, you maybe would see hills in the distance that we didn't see there. So that is maybe a little bit trickier. But we are back in Japan. And we did see...
Beautiful.
We did see Finn take a Japan round in the first round of the first game before he unfortunately got 2-rounded there. So we'll assume he has an advantage here. He's zooming on the Transformers. And just no move. You kind of have to learn the regional, you know, prefecture of plates on poles and Transformers on the electricity poles there. So
have you had a chance yet, Trevor, to travel to Japan? I'm not sure if we've touched upon this before.
I have not. You know, in the game of GeoGuessr, I've seen it quite a bit.
Okay,
so.
of course on GeoGuessr.
On this one, I think.
I figured since you've become a man of the world and you've been traveling.
Finn is...
Yeah, it started
already. When you get to
already.
that level of the map, you have to be pretty confident in the city you're in. And it looks like he sees we have, you know...
He's lining up the road.
North, so he's lining, which is pretty confident. It seems like something that you should be. And Salek's still looking here at the Transformer, trying to grasp any sort of information he can. It looks like they're going to be in somewhat similar regions.
10 seconds now. Finn using every last second to try to line up that road. Will he be close? Let's see. Oh, very close. Not the exact road, but he's close.
They'll, you know, it's still he's still in the green there, Salek. And Finn is looking to take this NMPZ.
Nice.
Keep going to round 5.
This is exactly what Finn needed to do after that disastrous game 1, round 2. Steadily building up the momentum, getting himself back into the matchup.
Looks like we're going to be in Spain here, just based off of the vibes, one would say. We have the blue Euro plate architecture. Maybe it feels maybe more coastal. We'll see what the players... We do have a Spanish sign there, you can see, and maybe looks like Spanish, which would maybe be helpful. Those players making a region guess here in Spain maybe isn't the easiest, but that flag in the distance, both players trying to see if that could be like a regional flag.
Zalek looking through the trees, trying to find any information he can. Anything standing out? Oh, look at that, Finbar. He's got a sign there. Perhaps not lingering on it too long. Trevor, anything standing out to you about what we've got on screen?
For me, it just looks dry. Or it looks more like southern Spain, but it's hard to make a region guess here with liminal information. We do see a Madrid guess here, or at least zoom in by Finn there.
Finn going to Madrid.
Salek looks like he was going more south there.
Yeah.
Or more north, I should say.
3 seconds again. The clock really being spent. Time, is it well spent? Yes, by Zalek. It is. And with our... Is it, triple damage? Yeah, that's a big hit towards Finbar.
3,000. And he's in the yellow, and Salak is taking that confidence into round 6.
Halfway through.
Yeah, Salak is really looking to win this. I don't know who has the advantage in NMPZ.
That's a big swing.
But,
big swing.
You know, you have to be happy with this position that you're sitting in right here. And this round 6 does not look easy at all by any means. So let's go ahead and start and see what the players end up doing here.
Let's not forget everybody at home as these multis build. So does the damage. And players absolutely try their best to capitalize on that. We see Salek swing game 2 back in his favor, but can he hold on?
Copyright there. We have 2023 copyright. That means anything to Finn.
There was a Kazakhstan, but not a Russia yet.
Probably. But I can't really tell where I would go here. We see Zalek zooming into the copyright there as well. Looking at the polls. No one is confident in the country here, you have to presume. Finn has he looks confused. So we'll see. 20 seconds, and there we go again, looking for the copyright.
Yeah.
Grasping for any straws.
Finn laughing now as he opens his map. He's going towards Turkey, Istanbul specifically. Zalek yet to open the map. I think Zalek is truly lost.
I don't know.
Now look, we've got a big difference here.
It's decent. It's decent. It could.
Could this be game?
It's Turkey. It's Western. It's European Turkey, and that's a great. It's not game. But
Well,
that is
3.5x.
That's 2100.
It's not game. 2100. Finbar now punching back. He opens his guard and fires towards Zalek.
And you have to be happy, you know, for Finn there. That was a great guess. Not an easy guess. That was a very well-deserved or well-earned guess in Western or European Turkey there. Keep going into round 7. And can Finn go 3 for 3 in Japan? You know, this
Japan
is,
again? Okay,
he's
now?
quite literally gotten every single Japan location right within like 20 kilometers today. So, and we will look around and see a plate on the pole that Salak will zoom in on. Finn zooming for something until he sees a pole right behind him. He'll be happy to see that if he finds it. He's not looking there yet.
Yeah, looking at the water right now.
Oh, no.
Yet to turn around and find that pole.
Oh,
there he goes. There he goes.
There it is.
He's looking at the plate there. These are somewhat regional. And both players are looking at that, seeing what information they can find.
Finbar's looking now into the memory bank.
This pole is split in half there, Paula. It's not very good.
Look, I'm not much of an architect, but I think you're right, Trevor.
It happens.
All right, Finbar zooming in now. Weighing up where he wants to go, just outside Hiroshima at the moment. Zalek, look, different region there, I think.
Can't quite tell. Yeah, this should be. This is going one way or the other.
Absolutely, this could be it with 3 seconds left on the clock. Who is going to take it?
Ooh, it was Okinawa, dude.
Zalek
Let's go.
close to both players off. Is it going to be enough? No, it's not. Finbar's still alive. Just under 700 points.
Wow, and that's maybe gettable, maybe not.
Yeah, let me do that.
Easy.
Thank you.
That's for sure. Both players, you know, Salak taking the hedge south.
I'll actually just turn down the casting volume.
You're just hoping for a gettable. You're not looking for Russia if you're Salak. You're looking for something region guessable. Let's see what that is in round 8.
Or do you need the stream volume up or my volume up?
So we have here.
We've got a cobbled road.
It's European for sure.
Through a forest.
See what the players do. This is the only 360 panorama they have.
Trevor, of course, for everybody at home, does get to move, get on our side. He's able to get a bit more information. Do you see anything, Trevor?
No, it's just
anything to place us.
No, you're not gonna find any information on the road.
This could be tough for both our players.
Yeah, I mean, this is not an easy.
What are the keys here, where all you've got is vegetation and a cobbled road? What are we looking for?
You're looking at well, obviously you can tell it's like the Gen 4 blue car, so both players are gonna know it's Europe. And you're looking at, honestly, just the trees, even just the cobblestone. Like, I'm not even sure where this cobblestone is present a lot of the times. We see Poland guess here. He's between Poland and Baltic. Finn is kind of indicating there on the screen. I lean more towards, I don't know if I've ever seen a road like this in the Baltics, is the thing. That'd be weird. But, you know, it's an atypical round for sure, 10 seconds. And we have, is Salak on the hedge Baltic Sea? He's hedging, and we have Finn not knowing where to guess. 1 second. It's Estonia.
Is that even going to be enough?
No. Is it?
4.5x.
Ooh.
Yes, it is.
Wow.
Finbar stays alive, and we are tied up 1-1, which means we get to see NMPZ. Look at him looking at the camera. Locked eyes, locked in. Finbar, congrats. You're alive, mate.
Wow, he's talk about locked in there. That's the definition. And we keep getting spoiled with these NMPZ games. It's like they know the GeoGuessr guys know how much content it is.
We were talking about it last time, right, Trevor? Is that the format creates these moments, creates this high skill ceiling, and everyone's operating close to it, and so a lot of the times it's going to go down to the wire.
Exactly. It's back and forth. It's back and forth consistently. It's one game Finn in the no move, and one game Zalek in the moving game where he took a 2-round win when Finn went Tasmania on Perth. Finn looking to take it back here. Let's see what we have in round 1, which is Nigeria here with this car, where the blur and everything. Let's keep it going. Both players will know it's Nigeria. Making a region guess here will be interesting. You presumably just go Lagos, but let's see. Slightly red soil. Maybe go slightly towards Benin. Let's see. Both players. This is the only image they get.
The only one.
It's just one still shot to make one good guess.
One shot, one opportunity.
Would you take it?
Would you capture it?
Capture it, that's sorry.
Or let it? No, I think he says both. Anyway,
okay.
Enough Eminem. Let's zoom in.
Abuja guess here.
As Zalek zooms in on Nigeria.
We have an Abuja zoom in. He's going slightly outside of Abuja. Both players in Abuja. Slightly more south here. This is where Finn is zooming. But will he click?
Already 15 seconds
yeah, I mean,
left on the clock.
When you have these NPZ, you take time. Instant sending doesn't really do much. Those players. Is this? Oh, it actually might be more.
What the difference is between both players here.
Zalek is locked in. And
oh
wow.
my! Zalek, great start.
That's a great shot there. That's 327 points.
Really solid shot. He's a couple roads over there.
Yeah, that's the skill level you get in these games. European finals, probably one of the most competitive, finals you'll see in this game, in the game of GeoGuessr. The talent we have today is extreme, and so is this location. Round 2 of 10, 1.5x damage.
Arguably the most competitive region, EMEA, for GeoGuessr, if I'm not mistaken, Trevor.
I would agree for sure. This is the players here can compete. Is this Mexico? I'm going off the screen here. I would probably go Mex, but let's see where the Finn looks confused. NMPZ, it's one of those games where it's a consistency game. So it's like the longer you stay, the more opportunity the other player has to blunder. And Zalek is zooming into Europe.
Finbar finding humor in something as he scans the image from left to right, close to the screen. What could he be looking for? I mean, there's such little information here. Anything.
And both players, we have a Croatia call and we have a Spain call, so someone could pick up points here. I'm not sure what I'm looking at, to be honest. 10 seconds.
NMPZ.
And he's hedging Italy, and he's moving to Spain. No, he's staying. Yeah, this is not easy. 4 seconds.
NMPZ can often get wild. We can see huge differences, luckily for both.
I saw someone screen there try to move to Mexico last second.
You're absolutely right, Trevor.
I think I saw Zalek trying to move to Mexico last second. It could have been Finn, but
I think it's interesting that both players hedged around roughly the same area, and then, yeah, of course, we're both massively off. But, yeah, it means that both are alive, and it's sort of an inconsequential round.
Yeah, if you miss it, you're happy that your opponent also missed it.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, let's keep going to round 3. And this is why NMPZ is so fun. Okay, this is a forest in Europe. Let's enhance image and see what we have. I mean, I can't tell if you go like a Sweden or like a Finland or. As
a bit of a Sweden expert myself, I will say I don't think this is a Swedish forest. I will say. I'm going to throw it out there.
Finn is guessing in the water here, so maybe he agrees with you.
There's any
in the sea here.
Yeah? No birch.
Wouldn't recommend it, but hey, if Finn does want to hedge or head over to Finland, perhaps
sometimes the water hedges do you well, and we have one in Finland here by Finn Barlind, one would say, and Zalek is just outside Stockholm here, and he's locking in
by Zalek. He does think it's Sweden.
He does.
Finn, on the other hand, still in Finland, and he locks in, and it is Finland.
Wow. But still, NMPZ, it's one of those games. And, you know, Paula, he's air pumping right now because he
no,
called.
Stop telling the people what I'm doing, Trevor. Yeah, but that was a mini win for me. But it's not about me.
You know, every win's adds up to a bigger win, you know.
Finn gets the win in Finn.
Let's keep going. NMPZ.
Didn't like that one, Trevor?
It was decent. It was decent. It's not your best work, but also not your worst.
Well, we're warming up. It's our first game. It's our first game. Start the day, brother.
Round 4, NMPZ. You get one image here. It looks like we're going to be in like a interesting like US location.
I look at this. It's just desolate, desert, lovely blue sky. You can't zoom in on that pole. I mean, is there potential information to be gotten there, like from that telephone pole and the way the wires go? I don't know.
Well, you can see I don't think that's a California pole, so you probably go outside, and it looks like, you know, dry. So you probably go near like Nevada, New Mexico, Arizona, this kind of region of the world. And we do see Finn zooming in to Nevada, and both players are going Nevada. I really like this, but we have one in north, one in south. Finn is even like hedging up to Oregon here. And Salik was, and Finn is still staying in southern Nevada here, letting the time tick down with 15 seconds left. Is Salik going to move back down, though, is a question.
Yeah, IRL zoom.
Okay, they're kind of close here, Paul. I don't think, if someone's right. Oh, Salik, where are you going to end up? Oh, Finn moving it up closer, and he's hedging middle Nevada here, so probably minimal points. Yep.
Minimal points indeed. That being said, Zalek is on the back foot. He's got 3.3k left.
Yep.
But at the same time, we saw him swing the game back into his favor before.
Yeah, in these NMPZ games, it's kind of not really about how many points you have almost. It's kind of who makes the bigger mistake first.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what we'll probably end up seeing here, but we'll see what round 5.
And it's one of the reasons we love NMPZ, because it can be so unpredictable.
Yeah.
You can see those moments where suddenly the coin flips.
Exactly. Paul, do you think this is Swedish Forest?
This... Because I know you like to bait me, you like to test me. I
love that
will say
orange
this
bark.
could be. I don't know if it is, but it definitely could be.
I think it is. I think it is. We'll see if the players tend to agree here. We do see the antenna on the car there, the short antenna. It does look Swedish. Finn, close to the monitor. Zalek, cool, calm, composed. We have a Finland guest
Finn
here.
going back to Finland.
So
Will we see the story of before, where Zalek goes with Sweden, this time it is Sweden?
If one person gets Sweden and the other person goes Finland, or vice versa, it could be big points. 30 seconds left. And we do see
Zalek.
Is he going to hedge Baltic Sea?
He could do a Baltic Sea hedge here. He was circling
that, alpha
talking to us, the audience.
Or he might just be, he's between them, but where he commit, you know, sometimes you have to commit something. He's going to do it, it looks like.
He's going to do it straight in the middle.
He's doing it. You have to respect it, Paula. Oh, is he going to? Oh. Okay, he's staying.
And Finn is, I think, staying on Finland.
I think it might be Sweden, Paula. So I think if that's right, Salik will pick up points here. And it is. Wow.
We were, I think, around Gothenburg. They will zoom in. Well, no, we're not around Gothenburg. But middle of the south of Sweden there. And Salik does come out on top thanks to that hedge.
And that's, you know, the hedge does win, but if he committed, that could have been bigger points. But close game here with only a 10-point difference, it looks like. And does not stop there because we're on round 6. And this is the only image that they get.
It's a good point that you raise, Trevor. Looking at both players' points, barely a 10-point difference, and we're halfway through now in NMPZ. This is truly anyone's game.
Yeah, both players just... And this is maybe not an easy location either. I don't know if this is Turkey. I don't know if I agree with the Turkey, but it could be. I do like kind of the region. I don't like a Turkey guess here, I don't think. But we'll see if Finn is right.
You might not like it, but it's locked in,
and
Trevor.
something like this, you don't even have to get the country right. You just have to be closer geographically. You're not country guessing this.
Oh, here we go.
We have Italy.
This
is
could be
points.
it with 3.5
3 seconds. This is points.
Someone wins here. Someone loses. Who's it going to be? Oh, wait. Or maybe not.
It's in the middle. Bulgaria.
Oh, wow.
284. And yeah, that's not really a... That is a crazy Bulgaria.
I thought that was going to be it, Trevor.
Yeah, it's
same situation with the Mexico earlier.
Yeah, it's the name of the game. If
you guess wrong, you want your opponent to guess wrong too, and that's what we just saw.
Yep, and that's the name of the game. If you both make a mistake, it's okay. We only have 3 rounds left here and then NPZ to decide who takes this first game.
Outside a pretty ominous building here. I feel like we're spies in the forest gaining government secrets or something.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, is this ever... Yeah, it does look a little like liminal spacing, or liminal spaces. I can't tell if this is like a France, or even... Is it ever even Ireland or something of the like?
I'd go like UK, Ireland.
I'm confused. This is NPZ. This is not easy. I lean
Very
towards...
narrow
I mean, if Finn doesn't go Ireland, then I take his advice and go France, if that's what he's doing here. And Zalek is zooming into Germany. Also not a bad guess in my opinion. Do we see copyright? It might be 2023. We have a Belgium-Germany hedge here. Okay.
15 seconds. Just like that, suddenly you realize the clock is almost gone.
Both players... Oh, it looks like they're all kind of hedging Germany here.
Yeah. Shouldn't be
Western Germany.
too many points when it's all said and done in round 7 of game 3.
Luxembourg. That makes sense. That does make sense. It looks like Germany, but isn't. That's the way you get Luxembourg. Not easy.
Finn chipping away there at Zalek. Slight lead, but with the huge multis at this point.
Those big countries, or those small countries, aren't really what you want because it kind of just gives you a chance to get to that round 10.
Yeah.
And for those viewers watching at home, this is a... Whoever has the most points after round 10 does win. So currently, if this is the pace we're at, Finn just needs to make it, 2 more rounds here.
I think, obviously, it's much easier said than done. I'm not on the serve, but I think at this point, it benefits our players to try to move first. If you can, if you've got that vibe, just send it and then put the pressure on.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, I think definitely if you're Zalek, where you're lingering behind, you don't want this to get to round 10, in my opinion.
Yeah,
and I could be wrong, Trevor, but that's my opinion.
Sometimes you just have to make sure you know what you're guessing to, and you don't want to get too fast.
Yeah, absolutely.
This will be a free Bangladesh here. We'll see who has the advantage in Bangla, as some like to call it, the Desh.
The Desh.
The Desh. Solid reference in the community.
It's a new one that I will add to the playbook, the Desh.
Desh.
Finn, the first to put his point down. Zalek going in a roughly similar area. 4.5x damage, though. I don't know. Once again, we're going to be moving on to the next round. It's chipped towards Zalek, so he truly is on death's door.
1,700 points left to his
Does
name.
not want it to get to a round 10 and just be chipped away.
I just took a quick peek at the next round here in round 9. And if I'm not trolling, looks like we might be in Russia.
So how are you picking that? How do you know here that we're in Russia? Because Russia is one of the toughest countries to GeoGuessr in. But what are the tells that this is Russia here?
It just looks like Russia. There's polls back there too.
So you're vibe guessing this one, yeah?
Pretty standard Russia guardrail. No, I'm just kidding. It looks like East or something. I'm not too sure. Because Finn obviously will have an advantage here. And if you see, he looks happy and he looks confused. And we have a short antenna.
Oh my God, Finn!
And is he zooming into the road?
Does Finn know off the rip?
And Zalek just sent him a GG emote in the game. And did Finn just zoom in on the road, Paula?
Yeah, he zoomed in.
Whoa.
Alpha zoom straight off the rip.
And he's
going to lock it in.
No
he must
chance,
know
no
that that's the
chance.
road.
If that's the road,
Don't let
Paula.
this be a blunder, Finn.
Bro.
Zalek, you've got to respond.
If that is the right road, Paula, that might be
one of the sickest guesses.
But they're so close, Paula.
Seen.
They're so close.
But 5x
They're
damage,
so close. No.
Trevor.
It was.
Oh my God, Finn, you absolute god.
But don't but
it's not enough. We're going to round 10.
Do not discredit that Zalek guess. I mean, that was an amazing Finn guess, but oh my goodness, you have to give props.
I cannot believe that Zalek managed to get the point, get his point down to in a distance where we didn't see it end there. We are going to the final round of game 3.
That
in our match 1 of EMEA World Cup qualifier. Insane.
And you have to know that Finn, one of those roads
that's 5x damage and he dodged the bullets.
It's one of those roads where if you've seen it once, it's very distinct. So he obviously has looked at most roads in Russia, so that obviously is something that he has remembered before. But that is actually insane. And if I told you next round, some viewers might be sad, some viewers might be happy. Depends on who you're rooting for. If you're rooting for Zalek, you're not very happy, I don't think. Round 10, NPZ.
Why is that? If people are rooting for Zalek, why are they not going to be happy here, Trevor?
Because it looks like we're in either the UK or Ireland, and that's a small country. Small country equals small points.
Oh, yeah, of course. Zalek would require a huge blunder on Finn's part.
And you have to see the relief he has and Salak kind of knows it's Dover in Ireland.
Yeah, he's just going to place his marker down on the center of Ireland, wait it out a bit, maybe wants to be a bit more precise, but I think Finn's got this one in the bag, Trevor. I think this one's done.
It's going to be hard for Salak to pick up, 2,500 points here.
He's got to use every second here to be as precise as possible. I don't even know I don't know if he can do it, but he needs to be as close as he possibly can and leverage that multi.
There's a world where it's maybe not Ireland and one person goes UK, but if Finn goes Ireland, you have to assume it's Ireland, and you have to. One of these could be right, one of them could be wrong, and Salak is in the UK and he's switching, but he can only win in the UK if it's UK, and it was Ireland.
And it was Ireland. Finn takes match 1. It was a solid performance by both players, but it's the Irish winning in Ireland.
Finn came back from that round 2 blunder. He got the nerves out quick, and he cool, calm, and composed, and then guessing dirt roads in Russia to end it all off. So.
The eye contact with the camera is spectacular. This guy was born to play on a stage.
That GIF is going to be in the Discords for a while now. That's one of those moments.
Really exciting game 1. I don't know what it is about the format and how the rules have developed, but it's insane that we see these close matchups, and we've got so many more to go.
Yeah, it's always anyone's game. You can't really lock anything in. You play these games for a reason, and Finn taking that game 1 win.
He did. He took the win, but Zalek, by no means, he did not perform badly at all.
No, definitely not. And if you're Zalek, you're happy with that performance, I would even say. I think maybe, obviously, it's so close to win, but he's happy that it's good confidence going into the rest of his games, knowing how well he played.
Trevor, absolutely. And with that being said, let's throw it back to Rachel and the desk.
Thank you so much, Paula and Rainbolt. Great way to start the day here. Glad we got to go the distance, all 3 rounds of that best of 3. But I want to check in with you, Finbar, picking up the first win of our EMEA regional finals. What felt better? Was it picking up that no-move round, or was it finishing in Ireland?
The Ireland, definitely. And the Russia and then the Ireland. Russia-Ireland was a very nice way to win. A little bit unfair for Salak maybe to get those 2, but luck of the draw.
Oh, skill showcase though, Zigzag.
Oh, absolutely. But I want to bring it back to the first game. Obviously, we have to talk about that second round there. You started off nicely on the Japan, and then what was your thought when you saw the Oz come in?
I'm pretty weak on Australia, especially urban. I saw Coast North, I thought. So then I was like, okay, I guess it's Tasmania because it doesn't look like Darwin. And then I forgot about the little bit of southwest of Perth that has, Coast North. But yeah, luckily that didn't cost me the series, but would have hurt if that did.
Did. Absolutely, yeah. And I want to talk about your Japan guesses as well. I know you've been practicing that a bit, and you were really consistent throughout. That South Japan guess, where it was really far south on those islands, what were you thinking on that round?
I thought it was Okinawa at first, but the plate, on the poll, didn't look Okinawa, but maybe I misremembered. So then I didn't send it, but yeah, it was fine anyway.
Well, Finbar, we heard a little bit from Zigzag about your history as friends and now finally meeting in person. But now that we have the opportunity to check in with you, what's it been like, your journey to get here?
Yeah, it's been fun. Nice to meet everyone today. GeoGuessr is a great game, so nice to play it. And yeah, that's about it.
Oh, you got to meet all of these new friends, and then you have to crush them in competition.
Yeah.
We've got more matches coming up, taking a look at the groups. Finbar setting himself up very nice at the top of Group A, but we have so much more GeoGuessr to get to, so grab yourself a snack. We're taking a quick break. We're coming right back with more GeoGuessr.
Nice. Good game.
Last year, history was written, and a champion was crowned. But every story has an end, and every champion must once again rise to the top. In the halls of royalty and where innovation is praised, a new master will ascend the throne. Welcome to the City Hall of Stockholm and the finals of the GeoGuessr World Cup 2024. Secure your tickets now and be part of this historic event. See you in Stockholm.
Sweet, here we go.
Welcome back to the GeoGuessr Europe, Middle East, and Africa Regional Finals. It's the EMEA, and we've packed it full of 16 players because the region has just so many skilled players here in GeoGuessr, and we have even more watching at home. Don't forget, we're quizzing you in chat, and we'll have more check-ins throughout the day. But for now, the story is about Alok and Kansas coming up in our next matchup. This is an exciting one. It features the former world champion, last year's champ. And of course, we've got Alok here as well. But we've got, as we said, a day full of players. So let's do a quick check-in with Group A and Group B. We've seen a lot so far. We went the distance in our first match. And Oscar, it was your buddy who pulled out the victory.
Absolutely. And as I said whoever wins the no moving, I predict will win the whole series. You know, that was a very touch and go situation at the end there, but my prediction was correct. So.
And it was before your friend won, so.
Yeah. And yeah, look, Sarlacc actually played a really great best of 3 there. Obviously, complete domination on the first one, and then really close second 2 games. Just a bit unlucky to have Russia and Ireland come up as the last 2 countries there, but I'm sure we'll see more from him.
Oh, well, CG, how do you think the intimidation factor is going to come into play here?
Yeah, definitely going to be a big factor, I would say. You know, Constance is probably a player that almost everyone has said is the strongest out there. So, yeah, he's definitely going to be looking to put the pressure on early in this first matchup of the day for him. So we'll see how he does, but I think Alok can try to hold his own for sure.
Well, this is a hype matchup, so why don't we check out the pregame video? You can look it on the hype train with us.
Well, very actively I've been playing since 2019, so 5 years now. Before that I played it on and off. I mostly like to guess off of vegetation, landscape. Those are my favorite clues, but yeah, of course you got to learn everything else as well. So yeah, that's basically how I played the game.
Feels good to be back. The feeling of being a world champion is there. Like, I felt the pressure right after winning. I felt like I had to show world champion worthy performance every single time I show up somewhere. But right now I just feel more relaxed and just play like I usually do.
Now, I know this is the first one we went in on video where he was smiling. You know, he's not only coming in as the world champion, not only does that feel good, but that's got to be such a factor coming into a head-to-head tournament like this. A lot different from how most GeoGuessers are used to playing. Maybe you can speak to that a little bit better than I can, though, CG.
Yeah, definitely. You know, I was feeling the nerves for sure during the Americas finals. It's such a stressful thing, especially when this is like the first event of its kind, you know, these regional finals. But it's really cool to see Constance so level-headed and confident in his abilities. So yeah, that's definitely a refreshing thing to see for sure.
Now, Alok, no stranger to competition himself, though. What can you tell me about his past when it comes to competitive play, either of you?
Well, he's been around for quite a long time, as he just said in that little shot there. And Alok, yeah, he tends to favor using the vegetation a lot. He has a really wide knowledge of kind of the real-life things you see around, especially the vegetation. And he has some of those big country strengths like Southeast Asia and Russia. So, you know, perhaps that would be his avenue for beating the current reigning world champion.
Well, a lot of avenues remain. They're all over the globe, and we've been checking out some of them with our No Move Pan Zoom games and our moving and our, you know, it's kind of what we do. We jump in on the road. Anyway, you guys know how we play. Why don't we bring out our competitors for the next match, starting with Alok.
Alok, welcome to the stage once again, this time for the regionals. My first question for you is, you know, you tower over your competition in stature. Do you think you tower over them in terms of skill?
Well, I guess we're gonna see here right now during this first day.
That's absolutely the case. You know, first match, it's never nice to get the reigning world champion. I think that's got to be the case. What do you think your main tactics will be for beating Constance?
Well, I think I'll just play however I played before. I don't have any kinds of tactics against like different players or something like that, so we'll see how that works out.
Absolutely. So, Alok, I would say best of luck in the game, and go catch your seat.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, I'm joined with Constance here. It's super exciting to have the reigning world champion here with us. Welcome. Constance, what did you catch for breakfast at the hotel today?
I had some yogurt with some scrambled eggs and some fruit.
Absolutely.
Watermelon is good.
Watermelon.
Yeah.
And Constance, my next question is, you know, reigning world champion, now you're kind of coming back down. You have to qualify for the World Cup again. How are you feeling about the whole path back to the World Cup?
Well, it's been quite some time. Like leading to this, yeah, I mean, the nerves start kicking in again. I have to prove myself again. So, but I've been practicing and I hope it'll pay off.
Absolutely. Well, Constance, best of luck in this best of 3 against Alok. Go catch your seat.
Now, they talk about the breakfast of champions now. I'm just going to take some notes over here. I noticed very carbless, all right, very light. That could be what takes them over the line. But the point is, have a good breakfast, folks. You got to get that brain working, especially when you're putting it to work on a task like this. Now, Alok has a big challenge ahead of him here, Zigzag, but he sounds confident.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Alok's kind of that... He's kind of that stoic character, and I don't think his tactics are going to change much depending on whether it's the world champion or someone he's heavily favored against. I think we're going to see him play his game.
Absolutely. You got to stay, you know, in the lane you set for yourself. You got to set the pace of the game here. How might he do that against Consus in your experience?
Yeah, you know, I think he's going to really try to play into his specific strengths. You know, we see that he has really good vegetation knowledge, so maybe, you know, we'll get that tricky rural rounds and he'll clue in on some trees that Consus isn't familiar with. So I'd really like to see him, like, you know, play up his strengths here in any way that he can.
I noticed moving the only game mode he didn't state that he was confident in here, and that's a big jump for a lot of our players. It seems so many different strategies you can bring to moving that aren't quite available in the other two. Taking a look at Consus now, CG, how do you think you can make that work in his favor?
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. You know, I see the strengths of Indonesia and Kazakhstan. You know, Kazakhstan, a country that just released last month, so he's already been putting in the work. He's been practicing hard. So it's going to be exciting to see if we get any of those countries showing up here, what he's going to be able to make happen with those. But yeah, I think Consus is such a strong, well-rounded player. So yeah, looking forward to see what happens in his first match of the day.
Yeah, we were talking when Rainbolt was telling Paula about the new games and how quickly that players will absorb this new information. Now we have two players who've been playing this game for a long time who have a lot of information already stored up in there. Does that make it harder ever to kind of input the new stuff?
I think it's really a matter of both players, you know, will have that comfortability when a difficult round comes up because they've seen so many things so many times. I definitely think in this series, Alok is definitely the underdog. So I would say if Alok takes the first game, that's going to be huge for him, especially because moving is probably the weakness of both players. Consus behind the scenes telling me that he's been working on that a lot recently, but it's, you know, his main area of practice in the week leading up. Yeah, I definitely think Consus heavily the favorite here.
Well, any last words on that one before we get to the match, CG?
You know, I do have to agree. I think Consus, he's got to be the favorite, but I'm rooting for Alok here. We'll see what happens, but I'm really excited for this match. It's going to be great.
Hey, that's what the mantle of world champion, you get it. People are going to think you're going to win again. It makes sense. But you know what? We're going to send it in the match. We're going to find out for sure because we got Rainbolt and Paula back in the caster seats.
Thank you so much, Rachel. Yeah, Trevor, we've got the Singing Serb versus the reigning world champion. It's a big one, buddy.
It's a big one. And if Alok doesn't win this, maybe he can take his chance to the NBA.
Oh, well, because of the height?
It's pretty high. Maybe him
that being said as well, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Serbia has a lineage of great basketball players. So.
Yeah. No, but I'm excited to see what Consus, this match, I mean, even in the qualifiers, Alok was taking down some great competition. So, you know, it's not something that Consus is probably the favorite, but Alok, if you're going to look at people that have taken down such names, Alok is one of the people. But
so,
Consus, not
is he a bit of a dark horse in that sense that he should not be underestimated?
Yeah, I mean, Alok is one of those people that you never know their next move, you know. So you have to tippy-toe around, but
you have all the Gen Z references, even though you're not a Gen Zer.
Am I not?
I don't think so, right?
I don't know. I guess I'm not.
Well, what we do need to know is which player is going to come in hot, whether it's going to be Alok or Consus, everybody at home. In this stage of the competition, it's a best of 3. We've got move, no move, and then NMPZ if we get to that point, just like we did in matchup number 1.
I'm hoping the best outcome possible is we at least get Alok singing Road to Mandalay at least once for us at some point in this competition.
Should we not get him to like show some of his repertoire? Like surely he's got other songs in the songbook.
Yeah, we don't want to pigeonhole him into the one song, I guess. Yeah. Kind of.
But maybe that's his thing.
He did tell me he has a choir concert to go to on Monday, so he's flying back just to go. Yeah. Anyways. Let's get back to the game here. Let's see what everyone is here for.
Let's stay locked in. Let's stay locked in just like our players.
Game 1, round 1. Moving, I should say. Starting in
here we go.
North Macedonia, which looks because like there's a flag right there, so I would presume that flag is not there for bait. And you know, North Macedonia is a small country, which would be small points, and so you would see players not giving any points here. Do you go for the 5K or do you center plonk? Let's see what the players end up doing here.
Alok is AZing like a madman and locks it in, Trevor.
Look how cool, calm, and composed that man is. You just have to trust that he's right.
Oh.
And No,
No, there we
Constance is
go.
not going Indonesia, North
Jeez,
Macedonia.
yeah,
Don't worry.
Constance, I was very confused there.
And A-Lock does know the city. That's a good guess by A-Lock there.
A-Lock right on the money.
Yep, that's a great guess there by A-Lock. But, you know, a good guess in North Macedonia doesn't really get you very far. Next round. Oh, this is a fun one. We have Stobie poles. These poles here are found in South Australia. Shout out to James Stobie. This is a moving game, so we'll see the fast movement here by Constance being applied. Both players, looks like we have going separate directions. We have A-Lock going south, Dark Peak. You can just tell the skill level here by their, like, the way they interact with the map. That's pretty impressive. We've got Gen 1 coverage. A-Lock, Constance does not want that. We have signs. All players will try and 5K this.
Yeah, Constance responds very quickly when seeing the signage on his screen now. He thinks he can nail it in, that he's got enough information to start refining his point, refining his marker.
Scanning for Dark's Grave or Carapi Hill. Usually the
10 seconds.
10 seconds. 11 seconds. Now 10 seconds. Both players, looks like Constance is locking in something that looks right. We'll see. Both players, A-Lock. Minimal points, and it's just south, and that is, we're going into round 3 with only like very, very minimal damage done. That's what you will see in these moving games with 2 talented players. It's a fight to get any points, so you kind of, every single point does matter. Those points will matter here in what looks like to be in Ontario, Canada. We have the Ontario guardrails here.
A-Lock, well known for his moon-headed or moon-masked avatar, which we figured out was probably to do with the song Fly Me to the Moon, I think.
Oh,
Maybe
wow.
that's one that we can get him to rip out.
I mean, that would be amazing.
That'd be cool, right? But I think he needs to concentrate on winning first. Luckily, we are just in game 1, round 3. Nothing huge to happen yet.
Constance is going east here. And again, A-Lock is going west, looking for any signs. Some of these signs are not very big, so you're gonna have to zoom in quite a lot. Not everything is known. Looking for anything. We do have an Ontario sign there too by Constance with a black border on the bottom, even on the kilometer sign, which is indicate further that this will be Ontario. Both players do know this, obviously. But right now they're looking for any sign or information to get them even closer in Ontario than they already know. And both players are not finding very much information, and they just have to make a virgin guess based off of the landscape here, it looks like. Constance taking every single second he can.
Or west.
Locked in first by A-Lock, but with such little time remaining, Constance is also in roughly the right location. Another round where barely anything separates our 2 players.
Yep, A-Lock is playing pretty well here. He's not giving Constance any room to lose points, or to gain points, I should say. But that is what you get in these high-level games. Round 4 is a New Zealand. We have the New Zealand Bollards right here.
It's a much steadier start than our game 1 of match 1, where we saw 6k damage on round 2.
Yep, these players both have played in the live setting before in front of people with high stakes. The nerves are maybe less. They're still there for sure, as you can see in the break room.
The way Constance moves is pretty poetic. Like you raised it earlier. It's like you can see. This is such a vague way to describe, but the skill with which he navigates through the map and the way he suddenly stops and look and hones in on something there.
And he looked confident in that zoom there.
He's like in warp speed and then suddenly halts the brakes.
Constance doesn't know that. That would be kind of great. And he's lining. He looks at the road here to see it's an east-west road, looking for a bridge east, and it looks like he might have found the bridge, Paula.
That would be insane.
Unless it's the one even more north there on the map, but... Oh, he sees the road name there.
Oh, yeah, now he's looking for the river.
He has the road number there.
He's got a lot of options here, but he just needs to find the river.
He's looking for something that lines up. He knows he's on this road here. A-Lock is right next to the sign, and he's going on the same road, just last second here. And this will be very... Again, we're going to go to round 5 with no points down to either player, Paula. So this might be a long game. And...
Constance.
Not quite the 5K, but that's...
Not quite the 5K, but it was close. But shout out to A-Lock for, in the last few seconds,
A-Lock's
finding the right location and making it competitive. We're going into the midway point now, round 5, and there's nothing separating these guys.
Nope, I mean, all these locations so far have a lot of information and pretty region guess what countries. Let's keep it going.
Keep it rolling.
Looks like it's like a Peru or Bolivia. We'll see what the players end up going here.
Never let him know your next move, Trevor.
Never. I mean, A-Lock is just looking like, you see the composure in that man. I don't want to ever play that. Like, that's just both players looking for any sort of.
Have you been involved at all, speaking to the guys in the lead up to the tournament, or having any fun matches to see where they're at?
Yeah, I've talked to a couple players in the community. I've talked to Constance a lot even, and I think for him it's like he's in quite the interesting shoes because he's a previous World Cup winner. He has a lot to. He wants to run it back, you know, but that's what he's looking to do right here. And I think he's less nervous now because he kind of already almost proved himself in a sense, you know.
Once again, Constance here is looking for. Yeah, I mean, he locks it in there. A little switch from one side of the city to another. A-Lock, though, going in almost
city,
the exact same location.
Yeah, Bolivia has limited coverage, so kind of all the cities that are covered, all the roads. So if you know Bolivia, that's 0 points.
Yeah.
That's a 0. Zeros in the chat for that one, Paula.
Zeros in the chat, everybody. Let's get it trending.
We've got 5 rounds and they're still 5-7 each.
Prefer to keep an air of mystery, but what we do know is that he's our reigning world champion. But right now, there is nothing separating him from A-Lock. A-Lock is having an out-of-this-world performance and staying on par with the champ.
I like that, out of the world.
Look, I'm warming up, brother. I'm here, you know. We're doing the thing, bro.
Doing it. I'm doing it. I'm locked in. I'm like on walking on eggshells right now.
It's great to be back.
How good this game is.
This game and the roadmap that we have and the qualifiers leading up to the World Cup. There's so much action and we've already seen so many moments. And even today, over our first game of EMEA, it's already delivered. And it's great to be back and experiencing the action once again.
So over here, maps are on top. Map stonks are high. This looks like a Belgium, I would say. Let's see.
It's not Korea, but that is a beautiful location.
This is beautiful. Imagine living on this wall here. I mean, it looks like a distinct city that, like, if you've ever seen this, you'll remember it. Like the canal, the river, you know, going through. And it looks like Constance found a city that does make sense. He's locking it in confidently.
10 seconds. A-Lock 2 respond. They're very close to each other. This is insane how tight it is. 3.5x though. Let's see.
I mean, it's gonna be no points.
Oh, in the middle of the.
Yeah. That's not. I mean, we're going into round 7, and A-Lock has 5,800 points, and Constance has 5,700.
Yeah.
Like, this is... We've lost 300 points in 6 rounds on each player. Like, this is... But we did see on Constance's card going into this that his weakness was the USA. And it looks like we do have a USA here. Let's zoom. That's beautiful. Was this in Utah?
Oh, I swear on my life, I was about to say that looks like Utah.
Well,
I swear.
You want to call
the city? The words out of my mouth. No, I don't want to do that. Look, don't push me too hard, Trevor.
I'm sorry. Let's see if Constance and A-Lock is with your Utah. I like to call it though.
But,
I was going to say Utah because the mountains that are around us, like.
We do have Utah plates there as well that we saw Constance zoom in on. So both players, and Constance is actually lucky to get on the main highway here, so he's going to be able to find. A-Lock is trying to get on the same highway. He got into Gen 1 coverage that actually gives him information there, which is nice. It's very rare that Gen 1 coverage will actually be useful for you. But Constance is going to be able to find this road, and it looks like we might have another round of 0 points. Assuming both players. A-Lock is stuck in Gen 1. Get out of there, A-Lock.
Yeah, that is a clear difference between both players' points of view.
Both players are on the highway, looking for something that lines up. I mean, this is again, you know, they're looking to marginally get within a couple kilometers closer here, and both players are going to be close. And Constance has a sign that says Salt Lake City is 114 miles away. And it will be close here. And yeah, he's going to try and line up a grid in the neighborhood, but both players. Oh!
This is insane.
It's actually big because A-Lock went north of Salt Lake City, but Constance has found a sign. That's 1,200 points.
It's a good hit. It's a solid hit, but that's a round 7 hit. Usually we're seeing more points, you know, when that multi is hitting 4x.
Yeah. And
that's just a small difference there, and the multi's doing all the work.
Yeah, that's also when in moving it, you know, it's easier to get closer. So let's keep going. Constance is happy. Let's get those points. Round 8. We're in Mexico here. Dry, you go north. That red strip on that plate.
Both of these players actually prefer no moving, but and so I think it's even crazier because they're so well matched on moving.
Yeah, and Constance is going Baja here. Confidently, that is a very good guess in my opinion. But again, I'm assuming A-Lock is also probably gonna be pretty close. But wait, let's say Okay. And he's locking it in. He looks confident, but he waved his head off as if he wasn't. Alok, I don't think has broken
he doesn't like it, Consis. He's locked it in, but maybe he's second guessing.
Look how close we
but
are.
Alok is once again going
so close.
Just up the road. But with a 4.5x, is there? Oh wow!
He
Oh
found it.
my, Consis!
nice.
What? What are you doing, Consis? Insane!
And look at his face. He doesn't even care.
Well, I wonder what, because I think what you said is right. When after locking in, I thought it was more of like that maybe I should have changed my.
It's like a,
but it was actually
like
maybe it was a confident one.
It was like your brush off the shoulder
dirt
type,
off the
type
shoulder.
thing. I
Okay.
think. He's like, he knows he's him. But again, Alok making also a good guess, and we're going in round 9, with Constance only losing 300 points, and that will be a fun one because it does not look immediately easy. I would probably go Russia on this, but we'll see what the players. It is moving, so they do get to move around here. I don't know who has the Russia advantage. I will assume Consis if it is Russia. We do move into Gen 4 here, which is a lot better. And we will see Cyrillic here on both people's screens. I will assume the Russia color was right, but maybe it's like a weird Bulgaria or something, but I'm assuming it's just Russia. Yeah, .ru domain there.
40 seconds in, Consis now.
Consis is near Omsk right now, slightly. Alok.
Both players still looking for more details.
Consis zooming in on the antenna and the copyright there. The antenna is actually very helpful in region guessing Russia, and he's even in Novosibirsk right now, confidently, I would say, and he's locking it in.
He's locking it in. Alok, you've got to respond, mate. The pressure's on with 10 seconds left. Have you got enough information to get close?
He's in
And
Novosibirsk.
he is. He's going just on the doorstep of Consis. There's going to be no points here, Trevor.
Same region every time.
Oh my
Same
god.
region for 9 rounds in a row.
Round 10. We're back,
30
baby.
points, and we're going to round 10.
30 points in round 9.
I mean, on 5x damage in Russia, rural Russia, I mean, yeah, both players there can read Cyrillic, so that does make sense.
So before we run this next round, let's set the scene here, right?
Yeah.
So there's been enough damage now from Consis towards Alok that Alok needs to make a big play. He needs a bigger country, doesn't want it to be a smaller country, and he needs to do a lot of damage, Consis, or to knock him out, because if it goes down to points, then he's lost already. He's got to do something. He's got to make a play here, Trevor.
Yep, Alok needs to pick up 2,700
Round 10,
points in this
sudden
next
death.
round to win. If Consis is even slightly closer, he wins. He doesn't need to get 3,000 points. It's round 10. This is the last round. And it is America. America.
Beautiful.
This is a beautiful
Suburban.
suburb.
Yeah, dude, we are just...
It's almost like we've done this
It's
before.
like we've got the same, sharing a brain.
And this is moving, and the first thing you want is to actually get out of this beautiful suburb.
This is kind of like where I imagine you grew up, you know, like
What
these
the heck?
beautiful, lush sort of like suburb of America.
I've dabbled, maybe.
All right, everybody,
Isn't it in
round
Arkansas
10.
or something?
Whoever wins this wins
Three
game
signs there.
1.
Zooming on the plate here on the accurate. Consis does not know that plate. I like a North Carolina, South Carolina guess here, Paula. Would you see, is there any area codes there? I couldn't see there. It looks like there was an area code in the car there. We're in the very, Alok has found a bus stop sign that maybe has information. Looking at both screens here to see if we can see like any sort of area codes or anything that would indicate anything for us. Golden Gate. I really still like kind of like the South Carolina, Northern Georgia, something like that in Eastern U.S. We don't have front plates, maybe. Both players.
I
50
think that's
seconds.
right. It does look like there's a lack of front plates. But does that narrow it down enough for
It does
our
help.
2 players?
It does help. Alok zooming in to massive.
Just north of
Consis
Connecticut.
is going Atlanta, Georgia.
Massachusetts.
I like his guess more. I like his guess more.
Oh,
Great guess.
and it is Consis. Congratulations. It took 10 rounds, but you consistently delivered. And at the
Well
end,
played,
a
GG's.
7.4K
And
to
he
seal the
only
deal.
let up 400 points in that 10 round series, and that's not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, exhale, breathe, Consis. You made it happen. But Alok really made it competitive.
Yeah,
As
I mean,
competitive as it could be, really.
It took
Round
10
10.
rounds. It took 10 rounds, and it came down to that last game, and he
That
could
was
have made a
tight,
good guess
bro.
there
It
and
was tight.
could have won on if he got South Carolina there. But Consis is happy to take the game 1. A little less pressure on him. The ball is in Alok's court going into game 2. No move.
Yeah. Ball is in his court. Alok, though, you're not going to be able to move with it. So can you shoot a good shot? Trevor, whenever you're ready, let's find out.
Let's do it. No time to waste. No time to waste. This is no move. The players do get one 360 panorama with 1 minute on the clock.
About 360.
Sorry, what about that? 360?
About 360. You know, like, what's it, Tree Fiddies? I'm trying to get these references that you often...
350.
I think there's one like that. There's a number, right? Tree Fiddies, about Tree... I don't know. Maybe I've just...
There is now.
There is now.
It's the Paula number now.
No.
No?
Let's not. Anyway,
Okay.
round one of game 2. Both players taking the time here.
Yeah, the holy poles here. You find these in Romania. You also find them in Hungary, but these are Eastern... Or these poles aren't, but this looks like Eastern Romania. Both players are in Eastern Romania, but it's actually just a different area in Central. Let's keep it going here. Again, minimal points in round 1. Round 2 will also be very minimal points in Sri Lanka. We have the low car cam here. This is the new Gen 4 Sri Lanka cam. Looks pretty urban. Maybe you go Colombo. Let's see what the players end up doing here. I mean, again, it's 1.5x damage, but still, you're not going to get very many points. This is a small country. Very, very small points. Conscious, obviously zooming in.
Both players are going to be in very similar locations here. Imagine if we saw 10 rounds again.
And they're both in Candy, so that does make sense. Candy. Again. 5. Round 3. No time to waste. No one's to sit there on Sri Lanka. Round 3, it looks like the Philippines. We're driving right with the concrete roads, asphalt roads. Region guessing this will be interesting. Wait, is this? Yeah, it should be. It's interesting. Pole there. There you go, Luzon here. We'll see where the players do end up going.
Conscious taking a look at the buildings. Taking in the flora and fauna as well.
Both players will know it's Philippines. The question is, Philippines is kind
Philippines, broad range there, right?
Exactly. And Philippines is actually, thanks to users in the community or players in the community, there's public information about region guessing Philippines, and I'm not sure if ALOC or Conscious has quite gotten there. They're zooming on everything they can see here, but no one is. Both these players like to put down their marker last second here. And we do see a Luzon guess here by ALOC, and a Luzon guess here by Conscious. In the end, all roads do end up lead to the same. So again,
2x damage, and it's ALOC that's closer.
That's 1,000 points.
That's a decent swing from ALOC.
I mean, he's only lost 55 points, and if we make it to round 10 again, that means a lot.
It all eventually added up, right?
It does.
From Conscious towards ALOC. That being said, Conscious did then deal a massive killing blow in round 10, but he would have won regardless. Perhaps now that's going to be the story for ALOC. Yeah, maybe he can whittle Conscious down. He's got to try.
We'll see. And again, Paula, I'm not sure if you remember the little info, but we're back in Kazakhstan,
yeah, Kazakhstan. Cool.
Which is, again, one of those countries that was released last month. That I'm not sure. I'm assuming Conscious has put the work in here. I'm assuming ALOC has as well, to see what they can learn in that 1 month period of region guessing in this country that no one expected to get released in the game. There's no sightings of the car at all. So this was a very unexpected drop, but also a very happy drop to get such a beautiful country in the game.
Yeah.
Conscious. Everyone looking at kind of this, and all players I know did play games leading up to this. I talked to one player that said he woke up at 3 a.m. to play Kazakhstan the other day.
Just couldn't handle it. Had to get online, had to grind. All of our players have been putting in the work in their own ways.
Exactly.
To prepare for their qualifiers.
Everyone here
and
wants
now
to
it's
win.
time to put all the hard work on the line. Can you show up on the stage? And this isn't even the biggest stage. You're here to compete, to earn the chance to compete at the biggest stage in Stockholm later this year.
We have both players again. We have Conscious, like they're both going south here. Looking, ALOC is trying to line up a road. That road doesn't
thinks
really,
he can line up a road.
Doesn't really make sense, but
he's gonna stick with it though.
Wait,
oh my, Conscious, you are a monster.
There
he
it
5K'd
is.
it.
It's a 5K.
4,100 points. Oh my God.
A 5K in match 2 of EMEA World Cup qualifier.
That's
and
a
who
statement.
better to do it than the reigning champ?
Yeah, it's maybe expected. We should have seen that one coming, if I'm being honest.
5K, the new
How
coverage.
dare I doubt him asking if he has studied Kazakhstan? The answer is yes, he has. He's going around 5. He only needs 1,800 points to win. Ooh, this is a fun one. Looks like Africa.
Wow.
For like a Rwanda, Kenya, we'll see. Players 3x damage. What is this?
A-Lock, you've got a lot to do now. We're in round 5.
Big
And
car.
Consus has just hit you with a 5K. That's got to knock the confidence as well.
Zooming into Kigali, this is new coverage in Rwanda here. So Rwanda was actually released probably around a year and a half ago, but they extended the coverage outside of just Kigali more recently. So learning that is helpful. But the big keyway here that both players know this is because of the Google car here. It looks like a distinct region that both players are scanning for that kind of that river west there with some elevation. Because Consus, there's a world where Consus picks up 1,800 points in Rwanda. 12 seconds. Again,
Yes,
it's
the
Rwanda's a
clock
small country.
It's winding down
We have a
now.
Kigali guess here by A-Lock, just kind of center hedging it.
Yep, A-Lock locks first. Consus responds.
Downtown Kigali.
With triple damage, I mean, it's not really... I mean, it's good for A-Lock, though, to start rebuilding that confidence.
Yeah.
Get himself back in the game. We've
into-
seen in all of our qualifiers and in competitive GeoGuessr that even if you're down, you're not out. You're not out
No.
until the HP bar is 0.
Yeah, and we've seen comebacks.
We've seen
That's
huge
6 health,
comebacks.
4 health for
Massive
multiple
comebacks.
rounds. Multiple rounds. It's a game of consistency. It's a game of ebb and flows and consistency at the end of the day. So whoever can make the best guesses for the longest amount of time. Looks like we're going to be in Czechoslovakia here, one of the two. Not sure. Oh, did we have a sign there? What does that sign say? Does it have anything that's readable?
Trevor, we should do a thing where every time we see a phone number, we call it up and just ask, hey, guys, what's your address?
Yeah, where are you?
Yeah.
It's definitely maybe against the rules of the game. But it can-
1800.
Probably,
It's all you.
right? Almost certainly, yes.
This will be Czechia here. But both players, we have Constance doing the copyright. They're both trying to figure out if it's Czechia or Slovakia here. Constance, not too sure. A-Lock hasn't moved a muscle in like 2 hours here. 18 seconds. Constance wins this game. He does win the series. Both players take their time to zoom in. We do have A-Lock going to Czechia. We have
Just a
Constance
central
going to
Czechia hedge, and I think Consus is doing the same. Yep.
Yep. Prague. Still capital.
Prague it is.
That's small points.
Small points, but Consus getting another round.
Round 7 looks like a Lithuanian bollard. Looks to be.
Moving into
Great.
4x now. Every round as these multis build is a chance for A-Lock to bounce back, but at the same time, it's a chance for Consus to end it all.
Yep. We do see Constance zooming into Lithuania with that Lithuanian bollard with that strip on the orange. And why is Bro zooming into a road
He's-
that has a curve that lines up?
Bro.
There's not a world where Constance knows a random road in Lithuania. I think that's just maybe an AZ. Yeah, he's zooming around here. We'll see.
Never put it past him. Consus looks like he's trying to line up the road, and maybe he does know it. Trevor,
mean-
maybe he can blow our expectations, which were already high, once again out of the water.
Yeah, I mean, region guessing Lithuania is a crazy thing to try and do. It's doable, but it's hard to say. And he's just kind of clicking around. Ended up clicking middle center here, and both players are center hedging again. And we'll see around 8 with very similar health as we do now.
Locked in by Consus.
Max southeast.
A-Lock, tad bit closer.
It adds up. A-Lock has
Are we gonna
1600.
end up in around 10 again?
We might.
Very well could.
We might not though, because this next round looks like Australia. I think you go SA or like South.
Just the Null
South
Arbor?
Australia here, or like Western Australia. Actually, now I'm looking at it even more. Can't really tell. I like WA maybe.
It's got to be the Null Arbor, right?
We'll see.
Null
We'll see
Arbor
what
Highway.
the consensus here is. I like maybe a WA more than anything else. It is not Tasmania. That is 43 seconds left.
Consus
players.
scanning the horizon.
We could see big points here,
Oh,
Paula.
there is an
There's
arbor.
There's
There's
not too
one
much
tree.
information here,
Never
if
mind
I'm
the
not
tree.
mistaken, Trevor.
It's a dirt road.
So there could be a big discrepancy between both players' markers. Consus is going SA, not WA.
Yep, I like it. Usually in Western Australia, maybe you get more red dirt. You get this white soil here in SA.
Going just outside, well no, across the water from Adelaide, which is where Zigzag is from.
Yep. Exactly. He's going on the boot here. Yeah, I like this guess by Conscious a
yet
lot.
to open his map. He's going to have to move fast here. Oh,
can he find Australia on the
There we
map?
go.
He can. And there again, similar regions, similar region, Paula.
yeah, it's going to be not a huge difference, I don't think, even with 4.5x. Yep. And they're actually both a bit off.
Actually, a lot of, not an insignificant amount.
It's not actually.
Whoa.
You're absolutely right. I was completely wrong. That's 1K. And now A-Lock has only 538 points remaining.
Conscious just needs 538 points.
There's multis. They catch up on us, Trevor.
They do. They do. Round 9 also catches up on us. This is the.
What a solid performance by Consus.
I mean, he's just not leaving any room for error. You know, he's like, A-Lock isn't playing a bad game at all, Paula. Like, this is just consistent performance by Consus. And he's kind of proving why he's, you know, arguably the best player in the world, winning last year's World Cup here. Both players are looking for any sort of information. This will be Australia. Question is, where in Australia? It is a suburb. Not very easy thing to guess. You don't really have
Staying
much
down
infrastructure.
under.
We'll see where the players. You know, I don't dislike a Taz, honestly. Or I'm not too sure actually. We have a Vic here by Consist. I like a Vic. In 4. We'll see where A-Lock goes. A-Lock is also going Vic. We're going to get another round 10, aren't we, Paula?
Well, it depends. 5x multi. If Constant is a bit closer, he can knock A-Lock out here, Trevor. I'm going to stand up. I'm going to get ready for this one.
I mean, A-Lock's downtown Melbourne. If Constant wants to move in, will he? We're getting round 10.
Ooh, close
round
to
10.
there. Just about Constance, 85 damage, but it's not enough. We are going to round 10, ladies and gentlemen, everyone at home, back to back. All the rounds, all the gameplay.
A-Lock needs something big here.
He needs something huge, and he literally needs something big. He needs a big country, Trevor. And do we have one?
No.
Unfortunately for A-Lock, that is not going to be the case. He needs to rely on some divine intervention here, or perhaps
Yeah.
some alien intervention from the outer space where his moon resides.
Consist is immediately, hopefully he can get to Qatar here. Yep. I thought
Oh,
he was going to Sri Lanka
GG's.
for a second. Consist will not go Sri Lanka on Qatar. That's always good info. But again, you know, not something that you pick up 4,100 points in on 5.5x damage. And you can see Consist even going the extra mile to try and find the exact road here. But if you're A-Lock, this is not what you wanted to see.
This one, Trevor, is all but over. A-Lock, let's be clear, has played a fantastic game. But Consus has played one even more fantastic, potentially spectacular. A-Lock is closer here in round 10,
GG's.
but even with a 5.5x,
No,
it's
not do
only 380
No, don't
points.
do it. I mean, Constant just kind of proving day in, day out why he's... I mean, there's very, very few games this guy has lost. Like, I remember even in October, I think he maybe lost one match. He's just not the guy you want to go up against if you're trying to win a tournament, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, A-Lock put on a great performance. That was close, but it was Consus who was always closer to the mark.
Yeah, he didn't leave any room for error. He played an almost perfect game. Like, he didn't make any blunders at all, I would say. So it's hard to beat that, and A-Lock is probably happy with his performance, but he just knows Conscious is Conscious.
I think one of the points you raised is key to what Consus is doing, is that he really minimizes errors. Even when he's not like directly on the mark or too close, he's always in a region where he can't be like too far away, where if the other player is sort of getting close, he's not going to lose too many points. He just does a great job of minimizing errors. I think that's such a great point that you raised, Trevor.
Exactly, and that's the reason why he won the World Cup.
He absolutely did, yeah. Consus, our reigning champion, taking a dub now over A-Lock. Rachel, and the desk, back to you.
Thank you so much. Now, I've seen a lot of esports in my day, and I've seen a lot of champions enter rooms, return to stages, and sit down to play. Consus, you've got that energy coming off you. You have the winner's face on right now. You know the World Cup's not till September. You can chill out a little bit, but it seems like you're just ready to plow right there, huh?
Yeah, well, I have to say, like, the start was a bit shaky.
Chill. What are you talking
get
about?
used to the setup here and everything. But I think I didn't make too many mistakes, so overall it was pretty okay.
I'd say you did a fantastic job there, and I've got my two professional GeoGuessr minds here to grill you a little further. Oscar.
We saw just a really nice and consistent performance from you there, Consus. I want you to think back on the 2 games. Were there any rounds where it was actually a bit more stressful than it looked? You ended up getting close, but you kind of were considering going further away?
Well, like in the last one, the South Australia one, maybe you you recognized it, but it was one of the areas I thought of in the end. But it's so far out there, and I wasn't sure if it could be more east. So yeah, that's one right I can think of. Yeah, other ones like the last game in the moving game, I think it was South Carolina one. Like somewhere that was written PA. I thought this is an abbreviation for Pennsylvania, but it didn't really fit, and started to check plates. They were all wrong. So in the end, I figured out it was Southern, but I was very worried.
Yeah, I was fooled by that too.
Yeah, I was glad to win that one.
Certainly.
Absolutely, yeah. And yeah, that first moving game was really close to the first 6 rounds. You guys barely lost any points. But then in the no moving game, you got Kazakhstan, and you 5K'd pretty fast. Were you happy to see that country come up and get that 5K?
I did put a lot of practice into Kazakhstan, but sometimes I mix up a few roads, so I wasn't immediately sure it was that road, but I think the pole paints fit for that road, so everything fitted, so I just looked at the road and found the intersection.
Amazing, yeah.
Well, Constance, it's a real treat to get to watch you play once again, and Alok was a fantastic opponent for you. Fortunately, we've got some more opponents lined up. Let's take a quick look at the groups and see who remains. Finbar and Zalek will have to face off against you, but first up, coming up next, we're going to have Zalek and Alok going head-to-head here in the studio as we see Group A. Anything you guys want to shout out?
I mean, this has been a really exciting start. We've seen Consus. I don't know who's beating Consus in this group, honestly.
It's very scary.
But it's not only one spot up for grab, it's 2/3. So, I mean, it's very exciting to see. I mean, and the other 3 opponents, I think, are very evenly matched. Alok did not play a bad game there. Very few mistakes, just the one big blunder on the US. Everything else, very solid play. I was liking the way he was looking. So, yeah, I think like it's highly competitive for that 2nd spot and potentially 3rd as well.
Yeah, we had that all foliage one scene come up in the moving, and I was like, "Oh, you got this!" But it's a tough hill to climb. CJ, anything you want to add?
Yeah, definitely. I think all the players have shown in this first 2 games that they're really strong competitors. We've seen good gameplay, as Oscar said. Like no one's really played poorly. But yeah, Consus and Finbar are taking the first wins here, so we'll see if anyone else can add a win to their belts here. But yeah, so far shaping up really well for Group A.
Absolutely. Let's head on into a break. We'll be back with more GeoGuessr.
Alok and Zalek next. Nice. Yeah, that Kazakhstan round. He's just like, I'm here. I'm here, guys.
I don't know anything about Salek, so yeah, anything can happen, but I hope I can pull out some meta that's gonna help me win. I guess we're just gonna see on the spot how it goes.
I haven't really prepared for Alok, but I know he's a very experienced player, so he can surprise me, I think, with his knowledge. I will just try to be as confident as possible.
Now, when you think about preparing for GeoGuessr, and I'm explaining this to the two of you, the professional players, but it seems like most of the prep is learning the map, learning, you know, ways to remember things. So when we talk about preparing for an individual player, we've seen that manifest a little bit in Americas as knowing somebody should guess faster to really throw off somebody who prefers to guess slower. What other ways are you preparing for an individual player coming into a tournament like this, Chicago?
Yeah, definitely. You can sort of get a feel for a person's, like, as you said, like specific skills in a game mode, but then also like thinking about their country-specific skills, maybe things like vegetation as well. We saw Alok, you know, he has that specialty. So yeah, there's all these different little things you can pick up on players' abilities and try to use that to your advantage as you practice.
And looking at the two players we have ahead of us, you know, Alok, we talked a little bit about his foliage advantage, as CG just said, but what else could, you know, Salek look at Alok and assume as a weakness? Because we watched him play, he doesn't really seem to have weaknesses per se.
Well, I think in that game we saw, as I said before, very solid performance from Alok. The one of the areas I think maybe that he showed a little bit of weakness was the new country of Kazakhstan. As we've been saying over and over at the moment, it's a really big country and it's also really new. So it's just like kind of an unknown for a lot of these players. And I think maybe Salek might have seen, okay, Alok's subpar guess in the first game against Consus, where Consus got the exact intersection, and be thinking, okay, maybe I should push the envelope a little bit on these Kazakhstan rounds because maybe Alok needs some extra time to work out which part of the country he actually thinks he's in.
And when we're talking about pushing the envelope, GC, we're talking about the difference between maybe hedging or maybe a very precise bet. What other ways could we be pushing the envelope on someone?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you can guess really quickly. You can be, as you said, like hedging and all these different various tactics. Yeah. I think one way also that you could try to improve your guesses is like just, I mean, I don't really know where I'm going with this, but like, you know, you just like, you get the vibes immediately and maybe just instant send or, you know, take your time. There's so many different ways you can do it, so.
Hey, the universe is made of vibrations. Vibes count for a lot, we have seen. And while we're talking about the universe, the vibes are great at the World Cup. We had a great time there last year. If you feel like coming out to this year's World Cup in September, it's got an incredible venue. We're going to be where they give away the Nobel Peace Prizes. So perhaps giving away an even more prestigious award, the GeoGuessr World Cup Championship Trophy. But we would love to see you there. You can head on over to geoguessr.com/world-cup. Grab yourself some tickets, make some plans. These games are even more fun in person. The energy in the stadium last time. Tell me, you had a good time?
Oh yeah, that was like one of the highlights of my GeoGuessr career, sitting there watching that. Yes, yeah. Guys, it's an amazing show. Check it out.
I'm not going to fight with you. You got to have one of the hottest seats in the building, and these are two players who are fighting to get another one of those hot seats at this year's competition. Taking a look at Alok now, saw him against last year's world champ, and it was nothing to shake a stick at. But this matchup, perhaps a little better for him?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, we've been talking about Consus' strengths, and well, now it's time to talk about Alok's. An interesting part of Alok's little sheet here is he's identified Indonesia as one of his strengths. And then you see his weakness there, also Indonesia. So this is an interesting dichotomy here where certain Indonesian rounds Alok is really like excelling in, and other ones are actually quite a struggle for him. So I hope we get some Indonesia. Correct me if I'm wrong, but we have not had any yet. So it's a huge country. Obviously, in terms of land area, not that big, but in terms of the total distance between the islands, huge. So yeah, I mean, I hope we get some Indonesia and see if Alok is actually going to perform.
Oh, and he'll be going up against Salek here. We saw a match from him to start off the day. He's had a little rest to watch his opponent against Consus. What do you think he might have picked up? What do you think he could bring to this match a little differently?
Yeah, you know, I think he's identified Indonesia as something that's a little bit challenging for him. So as we've seen, Alok is maybe both strong and weak depending on the round. So yeah, really hoping we see some Indonesia and what that's going to do for these players. We've also seen Salek do really well in Australia that first round against Finbar. So we want to be able to see, yeah, maybe some US come up, and if he can continue proving himself in that country as well, or Australia, I should say.
Yeah, absolutely. We've noticed, and we were talking a little bit about here on the desk, the meta for this tournament, the maps that we tend to see be used in the World Cup events. Anything that you could kind of be studying from the tournament meta here that might help you plan your preparations a little bit going into this?
I think we've noticed a kind of increase in the number of urban locations or locations with information on the moving game. That means perhaps like when players go home tonight, they're going to be brushing up on their area codes. For example, in Japan, they might want to brush up on their area codes, make sure they know where the 04s are or the the 300s are or anything like that. It applies for many countries, and all kinds of information perhaps they're going to be more useful on the moving games. And then obviously the NMPZ, we saw some crazy ones where there was literally no information at all. I was like, oh my gosh, I think I'm going the wrong continent. So I think that's also going to be maybe for that, if they have a weakness in that, maybe just playing a bunch of baity maps and trying to like overcome those really difficult 50-50s.
Well, our players are just about ready to hop in there. Anything you want to add?
No, I think we should just hop right into this match. Going to be a good one. Excited to see what happens.
Well said. Let's give it over to our casters and get right into it. Paula, Rainbow, take it away.
3.
Thank you, Rachel and the desk. Yeah, A-Lock versus Zalek. So both these players 0-1 in Group A. This is a match both players definitely want to win, Trevor.
I mean, yeah. I mean, both players are also super close to winning, at least not maybe on paper, but in terms of the actual games. Both players played extremely well and going into this probably with confidence, even though they haven't won a game. So we'll see.
Would you say either player has the edge here, Trevor, or would you say it's an even match, as even as can be?
Interesting, because I feel like it's even, but I feel like they're different types of players.
Okay.
But like I think they complement each other pretty well. So I honestly don't know. Like if I was a betting man, I wouldn't know. Like this is a pretty close match, and I think anyone can come away here.
There's definitely a difference in terms of experience here. Experience perhaps on the side of A-Lock. Zalek, one of our newcomers to playing on this type of stage, whereas A-Lock's done it before.
Exactly. Zalek just 18 on the big stage here. Youngest in the competition today. I think we go ahead and get started. No time to waste.
Let's do it, everybody at home. It's match 3 of Group A here at the Europe, Middle East and Africa Regional Finals qualifiers for the World Cup.
And round 1 in the moving game is, as Oscar was mentioning, is urban. Looks like we're going to be back in the US, obviously. This isn't moving, so players do get to move.
What's the
stoplight
meta in this one?
Midwest to me. We'll see what the players do end up doing here. Zalek, posture's so good, he's almost out of the camera. Let's see.
He's sat back, reclined, relaxing.
Do you have any area codes 2 and 7? Sure.
Oh, wait, 2 and 7.
Tuscaloosa. Maybe that's not Tuscaloosa. Do not get that confused with Alabama. This is not Alabama. Looks more like Midwest.
Like Champaign, Illinois.
But it's 2 and 7.
Tuscaloosa, is that like a part of Alabama? Or?
Yeah. It's like a city.
Wonderful name.
Roll Tide.
That's a football team, right?
Hey, there it is.
No, but I swear there are some football fans that say Roll Tide.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. Daylight Donuts. Fire.
What?
Okay, Illinois here. Looks like.
I'm lost. I don't think our players are though, and that's what counts. A-Lock versus
and
Zalek.
has found the city, and I'm assuming that A-Lock will get close as well. We'll see. He's just pretty close, but not. And did he move away? Yeah.
Oh, beautiful. Is it going to be a 5K? Not
Nope.
quite. Just 1 point off.
Zalek playing really well. Can he keep that?
A-Lock's such a vibe player. He's just
Argentina.
like so chill about it. He doesn't
It's pretty
zoom
west
in all the
here
way
because of how dry
and
it
yet
is.
still gets so close.
1.5x damage. The players will know Arch here. They will confirm it by finding a road where they can actually get more information on, which is what Zalek looks like he has here. Players. This is region guessing, maybe more off the climate here more than anything. We have a black car. Black car is more common in Peru, Argentina, Uruguay. This is new Gen 4 coverage.
I was about to say, we've
Zalek's
just
screen.
switched gens there.
Yeah, for those watching Gen, there's 4 different types of generation of the car. Best is Gen 4, the worst is Gen 1. This is Argentina.
A-Lock is still sort of, more close to the original area. Zalek's got on quite the run.
And he's up very confidently, and he's scanning. And A-Lock is going super south, and I like A-Lock's guess more, and Zalek has moved down with A-Lock down there. They're living together now. 5 seconds left. We'll see.
A-Lock locks in first.
And
Zalek, have you done it this time, buddy? Once again, 1 point off the 5K. 2 brilliant rounds from Zalek.
For a speed run here. This is quite the pace. Both insanely good guys. I'm not sure how you get that. Maybe you look at the grid of the alignment of the city there and line it up, but well played to him. He did have more information too on that highway, so that also could have helped round 3. Can he do it again? Looks like we're going to be back in Argentina here. We have arch pulls here. Let's see though. Let's see if has he exhausted his good guesses, or let's see.
Definitely want to avoid exhausting any resources when you're playing competitive GeoGuessr. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Marathon, not a sprint. I really like his zoom in here, maybe even more north, but I think this is, and he's going to line up a road, looking down at the road, looking for an east-west road until he finds something that lines up. Alok, we've seen Alok take his time. He waits until the last second to even open his map. He indulges in every single thing. He's going to Santa Fe here. Again, we've seen some very, very similar guesses here. Very, very minimal points, but great guess there by
playing
Zalek.
3 brilliant rounds of GeoGuessr, and with a 2x, that's the first big hit.
And the way he's playing now, he's playing to win. Like, this is he would give anyone in the world a run for his money if he keeps playing like this. Round 4. We're going to keep it in South America. This one will be Colombia.
Zalek, Hungary for victory.
That's good. We'll put that up there. Put that in the bag for Debray later too, maybe. 2.5x damage here. Both players will know Colombia. We had Colombian sign back there with the cross on the back. We also have the antenna that I mentioned earlier in the broadcast that's only found in Colombia, Ecuador, Brazil, and Mexico. And it looks like Alok is zooming in on a caution sign there. Not really anything of value. Running around 4 here, and Zalek is completing the flawless so far. He's going east of the Andes here.
I like that. I like east of the Andes.
Playing a slightly more slower pace game, but still. Now we have a fast pace by Zalek here, just kind of looking for any sort of information. We have both players east of the Andes. Again, we're going to be pretty close to both.
But who will be closer? With 5 seconds left on the clock, we are about to find out. Alok locks in first, and once again, it's Zalek that's just closer to the mark. 2.5x damage. It's another decent chunk being taken away from Alok.
We've had 4 rounds now. Zalek had a 4.99, a 4.99, and like a 2 4800s. I mean, it's quite literally playing unbeatable performance right here. But how good is he at region guessing the UK? Is he
back home, back in the UK, the greatest Britain, the United Kingdom.
Put Polly in
Trevor,
for this round.
Back to you in the studio.
Ulster bus.
Ulster. Got a barbershop, hair salon. Maybe we'll find me and Rainbow in there on our travels up to the World Cup. Let's see.
A pretty urban area again, and we have a sign there by Alok. He's going to immediately zoom in. So much information here. We might see another round 10 today, Paula. We've seen a lot of round 10s. Listen,
very possibly.
Like I said earlier, we're here for a good time and a long time. And we have an NI guess here by Zalek, or at least zoom in, I should say.
Alok right now,
St. Luke's
in the south of England, south of London. If Zalek were to go to NI, to Northern Ireland, we could see some solid points going either way here.
He's moving around here. He's still zoomed in on NI. We have Alok just southeast of London, which is completely separate parts of this great country here. And he's moving back to Wales, and we'll see if it's what it is.
With 3x
it was
damage.
NI.
It
and
was
he moved away.
NI. Zalek's still closer than that's a big hit. The most significant yet. Zalek yet to be touched, unscathed. Alok on the back foot.
If he just kept his initial instinct there, he would have walked away.
Yeah, that would have been the dub.
It would have been a dub. And we would be playing a no-move game right now, but
flawless so far.
900 points. It's actually hard in these next 5 rounds. You're going to need Zalek to blunder quite a bit for Alok because it's and moving. It's hard to pick up those points, especially in a Turkey around here. The Turkish bollard there that would indicate that. This is interesting though because it is Gen 3 Turkey. Most of the roads in Turkey our Gen 4 now with the new infrastructure and new roads. So we'll see what the players know about Gen 3 Turkey here. So like zooming down the highway here. If you look at maybe this road in Gen 4, or like what it looks like today, it's probably way different. Turkey has, you have to relearn the whole country and the different coverages in the years because they've had so much infrastructure over the past years. Players still looking for signs. A-Lock finding information first here. A-Lock zooming in, downtown Konya.
Clock winding down. A-Lock, you've got to make something happen here, or just do enough to stay alive.
And Zolek is right there with him. He's lining right up this east-west. Will he find it? He's right there. They're both on the same road. And he's done it.
Nice.
That is insane that Zalek is once again closer. Both players so close to the marker, but Zalek,
I mean, that was just last second.
You've not put a foot wrong, buddy.
I mean, scary gameplay here, Paul. That's scary. That's if you're in that group, you're watching this, you're like, don't count it. Like, that's, you know what to expect, but now you do. Round 7, back in the U.S. against Zalek. Can Zalek keep his hot streak here in the USA? A-Lock looking for a blunder here. Maybe it's a good thing if you're A-Lock, because it is a big country that you can blunder on if you get the vibes wrong, or if you don't find any information. We have no front plates, it looks like on the cars. Back plates here. What plate is that?
It's blue?
Can't tell. Usually when you don't get front plates, you usually, with a place like this, you usually think more south. Doesn't really look like, oh, we have a Sonic there. Shout to Sonic. But listen, it's like a...
We're shouting out Sonic now, yo.
Time. It's a good time. Yeah, no front plate. You go like Oklahoma, Arkansas, Missouri. We have A-Lock zooming in to Oklahoma here. I like the Oklahoma call
blue
out.
plates make sense there.
I like it a lot.
A-Lock potentially looking for a specific road here?
I think A-Lock might pick up big points here if he stays in Oklahoma, Paula. We have Zalek zooming around.
Yeah, Zalek's going way off.
He's trying to find the shield. He's trying to find the highway shield.
This could be big points for A-Lock.
Well, if he's right.
Okay, yeah, he's outside Oklahoma City.
5 seconds.
Zalek is moving closer. Zalek just moved closer last second to Kansas.
A-Lock closer when the time ran out, but it's only 700 points of damage.
Kansas has different highway shields.
Yeah, Zalek always kind of like finds his way back to the location last second there. You saw maybe he was like, oh, that doesn't really work out. Let's keep going. Let's settle down and let's find what this is. Round 8. Fun, but it's not what really A-Lock needs here. It looks like a Finland. Or Sweden.
This is Sweden. This is 100% the country we are in right now.
You know, maybe the key to life is saying things with confidence. I hope you're right.
And just crossing your fingers, crossing your toes.
It's a good strategy.
And it's definitely Finland.
I wasn't going to tell you, but...
It's definitely Finland. I see it now as we see some text. Zalek, A-Lock, round 8, 4.5x. It could be decided here if Zalek is a bit closer, which he has been the majority of the time.
Both players find information. They're going to find the road.
A-Lock. I thought that was A-Lock locking in. No, it's not. It's Zalek. I think this could be it if Zalek is closer. It could be it. There's enough distance there, I think, with a 4.5x.
Yeah,
3 seconds, Trevor.
No, it's not. It's something not enough different. He moved out, and he
with a 4.5x and Zalek on the money.
Dude,
that will be game.
GG's.
Wow. I was not expecting him to be that close, but I mean, maybe one of the best games we've seen in a while, Paula. That was
crazy. Zalek played so well there, so well.
I mean, that's like a moral victory and like a victory on the board. You have to be so. That confidence will go a long way in these next games. I mean,
he looks so calm and collected.
What do you think he's listening to?
Oh,
they're listening to music.
Are they allowed to listen to music?
I heard one player was listening to T Swift back there.
Let me see if I've got it in my my notes, because we have a lot of interesting factoids about our players, and including sometimes music preferences. So let me find Zalek, and then I can tell you most likely what he's listening to.
That was such a good game.
Well, assume he just listened to some Hungarian
by Zalek.
rap.
Hungarian rap.
Whatever that is out there. In the meantime, let's just get the no move started. Game 2. If Zalek wins this, he does win the series.
Player card, Zalek. General interests, including musical preference. Enjoys a wide range from rap to pop to jazz, showcasing a diverse taste in music.
Wow. Maybe he's listening to jazz, Hungarian jazz.
Yeah, for sure. He definitely could be. And let's see if he can have a jazzy performance in Game 2. It was certainly musical in Game 1. Came out on top. Can he repeat, or can A-Lock, or will A-Lock bounce back?
Yep, so this is 360 panorama. No players.
Yep, no move now, everybody.
No move. So Solak did take game 1 in the moving. Game 2 is no move. Game 3 is NMPZ if we need to. It's best of 3. Minimal points here. No one will lose points. 8 seconds left, both in general regions. And A-Lock is slightly closer. And that's actually more points than he picked up the whole last game already. So
is it more? He got one decent hit, no?
I think he might have, maybe he did, maybe he did.
I think he did. I might be wrong, yeah.
All right, round 2. Let's keep going. This is the only panorama that they do get here. It's like we're gonna be back in like Finland or Sweden. Both players are gonna assume the same here. We have to copyright zoom in by Solak.
The copyright. 360.
We haven't really had much Indonesia today, or kind of some Thailand or Indonesia. I'm kind of excited to see those countries come into play later. So it's a lot of effort to learn those, and kind of Eurocentric. 33 seconds on the clock. No player has their clock down quite yet.
Not yet.
These yellow signs, maybe you do lean more towards Sweden. Is there ever anything else? Scandinavia, never Baltic. Both players. We have, so like looking at the Google car, we have a Finland guess here, and we have a Sweden guess. Someone is right. Who is it? We'll find out in 8 seconds.
Only round 2. There could be, you know, some decent points here, but it's not going to be a game ender or anything. Estonia. And in fact, yeah, it's going to be 900, sorry, going the way of Solak because of that 1.5x.
Yeah, maybe not easy Estonia either, in my opinion. It's kind of deceiving, especially with those signs in the background. No move, round 3. Looks like my wish might have come true, Paula. We might be looking at an Indo here.
First Indo of the day.
Hopefully not the last. You go like Nusa or Sula. We'll see. What poll is that? Is it ever not Indo? Maybe.
We've seen some fantastic action play across Indonesia when it's come up in our competitions. We'll see if this round can deliver the same unpredictable action that Indonesia often delivers.
See Solak zooming into Sula there. Geographically, I think that does make sense. I'm not too sure about the polls here, but southeast Sulawesi.
Locked in.
A-Lock is going in southeast Sulawesi.
He is both so close to each other. 5 seconds. Round 3. Wow, okay. It was actually Sumatra, way off, but because they were so close to each other, the points are low.
That could have been big points, and they pretty much guessed on top of each other. It's almost like they're screen watching over there. It's a little... But no, both players were actually probably happy they came in with that, even knowing that they probably could have picked up big points. Round 4. Speaking of big points, this is not the country that you'll get big points in, Hong Kong. Looks like. 4 of 10. No move. Solak needs to win this game to win the series against A-Lock here and get his first win on his second series of the day.
Zalek going fast towards Hong Kong, then just slightly north. A-Lock up to the sky, searching for some inspiration.
Again, it's minimal points here. It's
and it's
Zalek
that acts first. I like this, trying to create that momentum, swing the game in his favor, and A-Lock also going towards Hong Kong. 2.5x could make a difference here, and it's Zalek that's closer. It's going to be nice for him to get that dub, but the points very minimal.
Exactly, exactly. And let's have quite the juxtaposition here, shall we? Let's move from Hong Kong to Australia.
Down under.
Literally, maybe doesn't get much bigger in terms of points. Which is, where'd you go here? It looks weird. It looks like maybe like an inner Queensland or something. I'm not too sure. 55 seconds.
I like in the last round that Zalek pushed the pace. I wonder if he can continue with that, and if it pays off, and if it will pay off.
Yeah. Sometimes you just, when the country's so small, you just have to guess because it's just like, no points anyways. On this, you probably take your time. You let the clock run out here almost.
Let that clock run.
We do have Zalek.
That's a pretty. Don't get me wrong, 30 seconds down, but that was pretty AZ.
Yeah.
I think he recognizes.
I really like his guess here too.
This area.
Like, this does make sense.
Perhaps even the road.
I'm assuming A-Lock is going Victoria. So A-Lock or Paulo, we see big points here. Unless he moves to Queensland last second, he does. Maybe that's one of those things where guessing quickly does actually matter, because if A-Lock maybe committed and thought that was ever Victoria, and look how close they are.
They are so close.
How did that happen? Even more north.
And it was more north.
Just guessing on top of each other there.
Halfway point now reached, or just passed, I should say, Trevor, as we move into round number 6.
Round 6.
Not much separating our players, especially considering the multis at this point stack up. They stack up fast.
The big countries are stacking up too, as it looks like we're going to be in Brazil. Brazil mentioned. Let's see if that is the case here, and if the players do see. Is there ever anything else? I can't quite read. If for an area code there, that won't be helpful.
Ooh, the
Water tank.
There's signs on the lamppost there.
This is wait, what flag is that? Is there not Brazil? Let's see.
Are you slightly stumped here, Trevor? Could our players be as well?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I mean, it's big. You could see some errors here. Especially on multis on 3.5x, you kind of want to.
Yeah, any mistake at this point is critical. We saw in our previous matchup, Constance, our reign champ, he does such a great job of minimizing mistakes. And mistakes are only bigger when the multis are bigger.
Sao Paulo.
Ooh.
Locked in from A.
Okay. They're so close to each
other. We're going to build that one up, but yep.
They're just guessing on top of each other. 1, 2, 3. Tell me what it means to me.
Speo horizonte.
It means round 7, Trevor.
Round 7. Let's keep going.
It means round 7.
Round 7 means small points. It's like a Watt car here. Both players will know this, and we might see an instant send. Let's see.
5 seconds down. Zalek zooming in on our Google car. A-Lock preferring to scan the horizon, zoom in on the horizon.
Players.
Both opening their maps at similar time, both going towards Guatemala.
Always like a 1 to 2 seconds.
And Zalek that just pushes first. That's just a general Guatemala send, or hedge, I should say.
Yep. Yeah, there's sending both Guatemala City. It was slightly more north. I mean, look how close this is.
Yeah.
I mean, A-Lock is up, what, like 800 points? But
yeah.
This is getting intense because we could see an NPZ here if A-Lock keeps chipping away here. It's not possible for Zalek to come back, but the case is, it is possible.
What have we got here, Trevor? Where are we?
It looks like we're in North Sumatra.
Okay.
Looks like these might be the North Sumatran poles, unless I'm mistaken with the symmetry. We'll see in the oil palms here, but both players will know that, if I am right. 4.5x damage. You probably don't see it, and Zalek looks defeated as if he knows he can't pick up points here if he does think it's North Suma. We'll see if what A-Lock does. We do see
Zalek first to act.
Yeah, see, like Zalek is looking for something that maybe he has an edge on, and he knows that A-Lock is probably also going to know this. It's a pretty common thing to know in the game. Symmetry of the poles, for those out there, if you have the pole in the middle with 1 insular on one side and 2 on the other, it's North Sumatra. A-Lock is also right there. This will be very minimal points.
Yep, it doesn't look like there's going to be a sudden change on either side here. And they're both in relatively similar positions with 10 seconds left.
If you're Zalek, do you ever go for like risky guesses just to try and pick up points? And I was going to say, maybe ever go like max south just in case and just like pick up minimal points, but that's still big points.
It's big points and it evens things up. A-Lock now only 63 points ahead. It's truly anybody's game going into round 9, the penultimate round of this game too. Don't forget, everybody at home, if you turn your attention to the bottom of the screen, if Zalek wins this, he wins 2-0. A-Lock will drop to 0-2 in the group. So a lot of pressure on A-Lock's shoulders right now, Trevor.
A lot. Consistency wins games, and this is not what you want for either player. That means we're going to be taking a round 10 here. Totally. Those players. See reactions on their faces as we play here.
It's quite the horizon pan right there.
Zooming in.
Just spin it.
Just
spin it.
A-Lock trying to figure out which
There's
road
like always
he is
a
on.
2-second thing where they zoom in on the wrong part of the country or of the world, and I get really scared. I'm like, why are you going to niche on this? But
we're going to be going to round 10 here, I think, Trevor.
100%. 100%. See the. This is a small country.
10,
small points.
Yeah, 10 seconds left. A-Lock also placing very close in that area of Doha. And we are going to go
round 10.
Around 10.
So where it comes down to, Paula. What's the difference in points? 3.
The difference in point is 3. I mean, yeah, this is as literally as close as I think we've ever seen, Trevor. Not to mention, yeah, this is a round 10. There's a 3-point difference. Both players are going to know it all comes down to this. Neither player needs to go for a huge, you know, swing. Or neither player needs a massive swing. It can be the smallest of margins here that will win one of these players the matchup.
I mean, it's quite literally.
Well, the matchup for Zalek and just the game for A-Lock.
Oh, I mean, this is like quite literally a game between feet. You know, whoever is 1 foot closer to the other person in this game does take away the win here. And both players do know that. I think we go ahead and just get into it.
Let's get into it, Trevor.
Round 10.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, everyone at home. Round 10 of game 2 between A-Lock and Zalek. Both players have suffered a loss so far. The winner will end up 1-1 in the group, the loser 0-2.
Round 10, let's do it. Whoever's closer here. If Zalek is closer here, he wins and the match is over. The series is over. If A-Lock needs 1 good guess here to bring home both players. It's like ever a
push pace here.
It's a Ketos. I like the Ketos. Ketos is an interesting thing because it's kind of cool that Google Kart was able to drive in Ketos. There's very few cars there. It's kind of why you see a horse, I think, down the road there. It's kind of one of those things. And if both players do go, and he's thinking about going south, and A-Lock's going the 5C here, but we have Zalek staying in the Ketos. And that's a game for someone, actually, if it's one or the other. And I almost lean towards Zalek's guess here, personally, because of just the lack of cars.
This is as pure as it gets, Trevor. Whoever's closest is going to win.
I mean, they're both committing very far. Who is it, Paula?
A-Lock or Zalek. A-Lock needs to stay alive, but unfortunately for him, Zalek is just too good. He's almost on the money. Get paid. Sending 13k damage towards Serbia.
I mean,
okay.
Emote on him, Paula.
Playing up for the camera. We like that. Get spicy.
When do we get the gritty in GeoGuessr?
Sorry, say that again.
When does someone hit the gritty?
The gritty. But, I mean, you're one of the biggest bosses in GeoGuessr. I think you should request that from our players.
I'll go talk to him after this and see who wants to hit the gritty.
You could try and hit it right now. I'm not going to, but you could do it.
I was leaving that. Maybe in the finals. Maybe in the finals we'll see it.
All right, anyway, let's do a quick summary. Hey, look.
All right, that's a win for Zalek.
Yeah, Zalek
Match win
better.
there.
You know, and so Zalek will move 1-1 in our Group A. Unfortunately for A-Lock, he's now 0-2.
Yeah, but still, he hasn't really played that
not badly at all.
Maybe a couple blunder there, and not going Ketos there, but
and that was 2 round 10s again.
Yeah, 2 round 10s. You know, these maps maybe are difficult, maybe they're not, but the players are good, so that makes it a lot more entertaining to get these late rounds.
Yeah, extremely competitive. I mean, it would have been great seeing an NMPZ there, but regardless, you could just see that both players operating on very similar levels. Trevor, anything else that you'd like to add before we go back to the desk?
It's all you.
All right, well, Rachel and the desk, back to you.
Well, it's back to me, but you know what? It's really over to you, Zalek. What an incredible match there. Really impressive in that moving things to start things off. Looking perfected, and then just really way to clean it up. So how are you feeling after that match?
I'm really happy. One win was what I came for, and I got it right now. So I'm happy, yeah.
So you're stopping, you're done, you're good, you're GG no re?
I mean, I might beat Kansas, to be honest, but I would like to be confident, yes.
I think that confidence will carry you far. I think you hold on to that confidence, and I think that there's some skills that really stood out in this last match that you brought to the table. But what stood out to you guys?
I mean, so like you kind of wrote down in the notes about your gameplay that you tend to prefer stationary play, not such a big fan of the moving games. You must be feeling good after, you know, having very strong wins on both moving games, barely making any mistakes, and basically looking solid the whole time. How do you think that bodes for you going into the game against Consus?
Yeah, I mean, I might just be a moving player now. I don't know. I felt really confident in the moving rounds. The only round I was shaky on was the Oklahoma. But yeah, I'm really confident now.
Very nice.
Absolutely, yeah. And then thinking of the no moving game, you guys are making really similar guesses throughout. There was that one Indonesia round that stood out where you both went for Southeast Sula, and it was Sumatra. So like, what was going through your mind on that round?
I mean, right, I saw those palms, which are mostly in West Sumatra and Sulawesi, and I went for the wrong one, so it was just unlucky.
Well, thank you so much for their insights. I do hope we get to talk to you again in the future, so good luck in those future matches.
Thanks.
And what future matches are we talking about? Well, let's take a look at our groups right here. Zalek did a great job teeing it up. He does play against Kansas still, but that's not the only match remaining. Much to be decided, and of course, all of Group B. Quick, one word. What are you excited for next match?
Oh, seeing the world champion. I assume we have him next, right?
Yes, we do. What about you?
Yeah, world champion coming up again. I'm excited. Looking for maybe Alec to clinch a win here. He's lost 2 games, so we'll see what's coming up here. But halfway through Group A, definitely shaping up to be really exciting.
Well, he does get to keep his seat warm, and that's exactly what I expect from all of you at home. Keep that seat warm. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with more GeoGuessr.
Cool.
Yeah, I'm super excited to play Consus. He won the World Cup last year, and I'm just here with no expectations, just to have fun. So I think that gives me the high ground.
Like from everyone who participates in here, I think he's the one I know the least about. So surely he's good if he made it to here, but like I can't really judge his skill level, his playstyle. So like I'll just try to use what's been working for me in the past and stick to that.
Well, if you didn't know Zalik before, you know him now.
Now, we talked about Consus coming in here with that winner energy. He's got the attitude, he's got the mindset, but I can tell you the one thing that I have seen win against winner energy, and that is I'm just here to have fun energy. There's literally nothing scarier to go up against in an opponent who feels like they have done all they came here to do and is now just messing with you, because that's when the weird strategies come out, that's when the interesting choices are made. What else could potentially happen here for Consus in this matchup?
I mean, this is a really interesting kind of dynamic between the two players in terms of playstyle, I think. So we've seen Consus super solid, barely making any mistakes as we expected. But he takes his time. He normally lets the 60 seconds run out, or at least close, especially if he's not entirely sure where it is. And I think Sarlek, out of any player we've seen play so far, has been the one who puts it in first or is willing to put on the pressure. And so that coupled with this kind of, you know, happy that I'm here mentality and you know, really happy that I got the win, coming off a hot streak at 2-0, I could definitely see an upset happening here. And if that happens, Sarlek is someone to watch out for.
Well, looking at the notes on Consus, I'm not seeing a lot of weaknesses, not a lot of holes in this armor here, but CG, if Alex was going to, you know, weasel in somehow, how is he going to pick up this victory?
Yeah, you know, I'm looking at Consus's weakness here. He's put down the U.S., and I think Alex said he's pretty confident in the U.S., so maybe we see some American rounds come up here, and something interesting could happen with that. But yeah, I think Consus, he's definitely going to need to put the pressure on here for sure. He says he can make very quick guesses, so maybe he's going to do that against Alec here.
But do you trust that that he's actually weak against the
You know,
US?
I'm not sure, honestly. I feel like he's just strong everywhere. Like
I don't trust that person.
Yeah, yeah.
Right? We're in a weird meta
Like
of
the
what
US is the
they've
most
input for
information.
themselves as weaknesses here, but we've seen a lot from Zalik
This
so
guy will
far.
look at
We've
one
seen
sign
that
and then get
though
the
he
5K.
can claim to have some weaknesses in
Yeah.
Russia and Indonesia, he's still a very well-rounded player.
I mean, let's go back to the round where Finbar immediately knew the road in Russia on that dirt road. He comes in, he guesses the road immediately. Sarlek responds by getting really close. He deserves a lot of credit for that. That was not an easy round. I wasn't sure at all where it was, and he comes through and survives and almost takes that round. So, yeah, I definitely think that, you know, sometimes there's a bit of mind games with these weakness calls. Like sometimes maybe the player's actually strong and they're trying to, you know, tell a bit of a story or something like that.
But, you know, two Americans here on the desk. We are happy to see USA come up, whether it's listed as a strength or a weakness. I just want to go there. I just want to see where everybody guesses, and I want to find out how absolutely wrong I am about what my own country looks like.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yep. Well, we've got a lot to get into, and we've got a little bit of a switch up on the caster desk. We're going back to Rainbolt, and this time, my name is Toby.
Thank you so much, Rachel, and all guys on the desk. Great breakdown there of what we're about to see. Correct, I'm Toby, joined by Trevor. And Trevor, we've had some amazing matches so far today already. What are you expecting from this one?
I mean, I can only expect it to keep up the same pace. I mean, look at the next game. We have Consus, Alec. Both players probably have had zero room for error. Also, everyone welcome Toby.
Yeah, thank you so
I'm
much.
Excited. It's unfair to put me against a Danish man, but
I mean, you get some of us Viking blood, you know, we do get our centimeters, but yeah, I mean, amazing game coming up. We just saw Salik compete, and what a game from him. 7, especially in the moving round, 7 rounds in a row to kick things off. He would just, I mean, he was playing perfect at that time.
Yeah, and going into this game, he has all the confidence he needs.
Yeah.
And like going up against Consus, I mean, I just heard him saying like he's ready.
He sure is. He said he came into it. I didn't expect much. He wanted one win. He already got that. And he even said there, you know, I might beat Consus. I might beat Consus.
Why not?
Why not?
Today's your day. Let's do it.
Yeah, let's go for it, man. If you can take down the current world champion, you are in all kinds of glory for sure.
What is this match?
I'm excited to see this matchup.
Nice.
This is everyone at home. Hope you guys are equally as excited. Game 1 moving. Salik versus Consus, the former World Cup winner, versus the 18-year-old that has something to prove, and everything is going his way right now. Can it? Both players looking for a good guess here. And
definitely a David versus Goliath sort of up-and-coming versus the giant that has already kind of established himself in the scene. And where are we here to kick things off?
we're gonna be in Norway here.
Norway.
Both players. It's actually interesting because this game is GeoGuessr. It's, you know, even if it's always, you always play the games for a reason. It's always someone's game here, and we do see Salak zoom in here, southern Norway. And
instantly up there.
okay, there's probably a sign there that they must have read that I didn't see on my screen. Yeah, they do have signs there. They're zooming here to try and find. And listen, this might be another round 10.
And it's pretty wild. Well, so far, in all the games we've had, just the one first game we saw round 2, kind of rip off really quickly. But outside of that, everything has gone down round 8+.
Yeah.
So these guys, while they're only saying, oh, it's just 200 damage there, 300 damage there, in the end, when we do get to round 10 so often, these small damages that we're seeing in the very beginning of these stages of the games, they can mean a massive, like have massive impact on the end result.
Exactly. All points do add up in the end, and we've seen it come down to 3 points even. And both players using all time they can here to find the intersection. Both players, slightly different regions of Norway, but both players, Constance has locked his in, and Salak is looking to line up a road here with 5 seconds left.
If my Norwegian is on point, there's the Fyr. Fyr is a lighthouse in Norwegian, so somewhere coastal would be assumed. Let's see.
And
all the way up there.
Constance taking the 5K.
Bro.
5K to kick things
Bro,
off.
he
That
saw
is
one
how
sign.
you know you're up
He
against
saw
the world
one road
champion. He's
sign.
not gonna let you have it easy at all.
Yeah, there's no reaction on his face there. He knows. He knows.
What better to kick things off like that?
Round 2. Let's see if we can keep it up. But Salak, listen, he's not gonna roll over here. Okay.
Oh no. Oh no.
Round 2. Looks like we're gonna be in maybe in Ontario, something like that. Looks like that world maybe like a downtown London, but the good London. Just kidding. Maybe not the good London. I actually don't know. We do have a Canadian sign there. If you see that checkered sign, that is actually only found in Canada, not in the U.S. So that does line up. But Constance is actually finding a main road here, which is actually helpful because Salak, every single second here is valuable, and he's still on dirt road, which doesn't really have much information.
Looking for license plates, looking if he can get a little bit of extra info off of that. There are plenty of signs to go by, but clearly none that he really feels is going to give him the info that he is needing of now. Starting to look in, but no, it's just mainly like the more generic exit signs and what. Not really
Exactly.
any big tell.
We can see Constance is already going to line up a road here in Quebec, and Salak is yet to find a road at all with any sort of information. It looks like he might be close here, but Constance has so much of an advantage because he got to that main road quicker, and this is a dead end.
Yep.
And Salak can't actually go down. There's no coverage on that road down there, so he has to turn around.
Part of the
He
journey
has to
back.
make a guess, and he's going downtown Ontario. We're in separate regions.
Gonna be not massive points, but again, as we said before, these rounds can really matter
There's
once
Ontario.
again. Oh, quite a distance one here. Over, yep, 1,500 damage going through early on. This could be a very, well, slow, we say, but not really, downfall for Salak up against Constance.
Yeah, Salak is, Constance is just kind of proving again that he's just kind of him.
Yeah, I mean,
Round
you
3.
saw it instantly. He locked in the right region right away. He knew what he was dealing with. Now, a little bit of police car action as we go to.
So it looks like we're back in the same exact region of the world there. Looks like Ontario. I think these might be Ontario lamps here on the telephone poles. We also have OP. The OP's right here, OPP.
Yeah, exactly. Official building, official cars. They usually give you a little bit of a hint. If you
Yeah.
know the acronyms for states, for cities, for regions, whatever it may be, you're in with a little bit of
You
extra
see
help
that
right
black on the bottom of that sign there, that black bar that's on the bottom of the sign would indicate Ontario,
you
usually
go.
if it's on the speed sign, but I think it's the same for that. These lamps would all indicate the same. 30 seconds left. Both players will know the region of Canada, presumably.
Yeah, so it's going to be probably a small point separation here. But with that said, this is where Salak needs to start chipping back. If they're going to going through all 10 rounds, he needs to start catching up. Because right now, sitting at a 1,700 point deficit, that's
quick math.
It's going to be dangerous in the end of it. Quick math. That's all
Quick
I know.
math. That's exactly true, though. Both players do know Ontario. The question is where in Ontario. Ontario is big.
Sure is. Sure.
Constance has 3 seconds. He doesn't even have a guess down yet. This guy barely even got his plonk down.
Those the last second corrections from Constance.
Yeah.
That was like a couple of hundred kilometers went further west. He did go down in it, but that could have been way worse
It
had he
could
not
have
gotten
been.
that last flick in the end there.
If he doesn't put his marker down there, yeah, he's eliminated. So maybe using all the information you can is sometimes to your dismissal.
Yeah.
All right, round 4. Let's keep it going.
These guys are taking all the time they possibly can, rounding it all the way down to 0 as we now head to
the UK.
There you go. Paolo wish he was in the chair, praising the UK as best as he can. And these guys, they should be pretty good in this one too.
They should. Let's see what we have here. And yeah, we've seen a couple. We see Salak kind of almost get that NI guess earlier, missing and just moving. Let's see if he can bring back a good guess here.
One thing that's interesting to see right from the start here is the speed at which Constance is just flying down the street, where Salik is taking his time. He's looking at pretty much every single step. Is there any info for me to fetch? It's very clear to see that Constance is flying down the street to look for specific signs. Yeah. Is there a school? Is there a bus? Is there a bus that official buildings that he can go by that can quickly give him the info, where Salik, he likes to take his time a little bit more in each frame that he's presented.
Yeah, he's playing with purpose here. We just have Salik, again, just in the capital here, kind of based, in my opinion, just going to London. See if Constance follows suit. Again, he's taking all of his time here. Sal's Kebab looks fire. Not gonna
looks
lie.
pretty good. Not gonna lie. Up looks good. West of London is where we're headed, so a bit of a distance between them. And once again, Salik out with a win. While it might be small, it's still points chipped away. And now they're sat very close to one another.
This is where things get juicy, Toby.
Sure is. The multipliers start adding up as we head up to round number 5, halfway through. And these guys are as close as can be.
In round number 5 here, looks like one of those dirt roads that don't give you information very quickly here. This is going to be what looks like Bulgaria to me. We'll see if the players agree here. This does look like, but doesn't look like there's very much information readily available, which could mean big points for someone here.
3 times multiply, a couple of mountains in the background and some light poles is all you really have to work with. Electricity poles here as well should give you something, a sign there, but again, not too much to go off of.
Looks like we do have a bulk pole there with the alternating you know, with the insulators or whatever they're on each side. It looks like this is gonna be Bulgaria.
A lot of foliage that you can go off of, but of course, if it's just trees you got to work with in a couple of fields, then maybe that's not enough for you to dial in. There is a sign further up the street. You can see Salik wants the perfect distance to really render what it's looking at. Chilling, not sure where we're headed here, but at least that's some info to go off of.
Salik is turning around here. He does not like the direction he was going, and he's looking for something on the other side, and he's not gonna probably find. We have 20 seconds left. You have to make a region guess probably pretty soon here. And he's doing just that in southwest Bulgaria.
Ansus still has yet to even look at the map. He's very specific on, oh, there's a road sign. Is that the info that he needed? Is that all he wants in order to lock down a spot? 5 seconds to go, Trevor.
Constance wants to move more southwest. He does. He wants to move more west, will he? Salik locked in. And did.
Oh.
Wow.
Wait, is that a 5? It is another 5K. Salik on the spot. Limited info to go by, but somehow. What?
I don't know, bro. check him PC. Like, actually.
There's no smile on his face. I mean, first it's Constance, then it's Salik.
He wants to smile. He's trying not to break character.
He knows.
He's trying not to break character.
He knows, like, yeah, just 5K the world champion. What?
Yeah, that's...
Who are you, man? Come on, that's insane.
What an actual Giga Chad.
That is insane. Where are we here? Where are we here,
This
Trevor?
looks like Romania here. Let's see if the players agree. We have black on the back of the sign here. Holy poles. Wait, is this Belgium, actually? Or...
B. Northwestern Europe is where we are
Does
headed.
look like a Belgium, actually, yeah. I looked at for too short.
Yeah.
Could be now this time around. It's Salik to kind of turn up the speed here as he looks for, again, any official buildings, maybe some stores, some road signs to get the info on where he is going to be headed. Steenvoorde, is that the info he needs? There are some roads as well. R33, of course, very nice when you get the main streets to kind of at least
get those
dial
big
you in.
signs here. It's really helpful.
Sure is. Roundabout. Plenty of signs to be found on there. It's going to give him the gist of all directions he needs to go. Already now locked in Constance early on.
Talk about content that we have right here. This is actually insane that we're getting to watch this for free.
For free, yeah, it's huge. I mean, Salik in the first game gets taken out 2-1, comeback, really good fashion there now, doing his best against
And Constance the closer here.
Gets it.
That's massive points in Belgium there.
Sure is.
217 points.
Massive
and
points
look
in
how close
Belgium.
this is. This is an 11-point game going in round 7.
This is absolutely insane. The fact that we, with these multipliers and with distances that these guys are covering, are able to have them toe-to-toe all the way to the finish line.
Yeah, I mean, this is. Let's see what round 7 has. It looks like we're back in the USA here.
We talked about Asia earlier. We haven't been too far down towards Southeast Asia. We haven't seen Thailand, Indonesia, some of these big point areas. And this time around won't be the case either. Back to America we go.
Yep. Ooh, this looks like Appalachian or something of the similar. We'll see. 4x damage here on big country. You have front plates here. Constance moves north. Salik moves south. Zooming in on whatever they can here, looking for plates.
Salik has said that one of his favorite regions is America, so hopefully he's going to be able to find info quickly. Maybe catch Constance a bit off. We'll see if he can actually get it down.
I don't even believe Salik has not a favorite region with the way he's
He just
playing.
likes everything.
He's just kind of, but you know, not to discredit Constance, as he is also kind of the same breed here as we see.
School on the left-hand side, perhaps a building to fetch some info across. Once again, Consus with the quick lock.
Consus locking in. It looks like he's in West Virginia. I do like that guess.
Get some phone numbers there in the background. Maybe the area code is going to give the info. Oh, I thought for a second there that he was going to Venezuela, West Virginia.
Both players can be right here.
Okay.
And Consus.
Nice.
Was within 1.7 kilometers, and that's 1,600 points.
Big points coming through. These multipliers really starting to rack up. We're going from small slaps on the wrist to big old chunks of damage coming through. As now Salik down to 2,500 health.
Let's keep going into round 8, where things do get more exciting. Because it looks like we're going to be in Kazakhstan.
Ooh, okay.
And the reason we did see Consus 5K at Kazakhstan earlier with very, very minimal information. But I do think when you get in more urban rounds like this, it actually does make it more difficult.
Sure.
Because you learn roads sometimes, and you're not going to learn a random road here. But you might learn meta that does equate to the city, but sometimes urban region guessing is not the easiest.
Broken tractor meta hasn't quite made its way into the tournament just yet. We'll see. Maybe now they're out on the streets again, they can maybe get something going. It's oftentimes we see people kind of get stuck in some of these more like apartment heavy areas, but this time around it seemed like they both got out on the streets and able to find some info. A church there, not something that Salik is feeling like it's info enough to go off of.
Yeah, urban is difficult, and also as you mentioned earlier in this game, every single point matters. And Salik going into round 10 here, he's looking to make a better guess here and then pick up some points. And you see Constance zooming into a city that was pretty confidently zoomed in on. I don't know if he's right or not. That would be pretty crazy. And Salik is going south of Constance in a way different part of Kazakhstan. This could be big points for someone.
Sure could.
Toby.
Sure could.
Hold your horses.
Taros instead now as well. This is huge. Oh, Constance has it. Is it a 5K? We're close there too, and that should be game 8,700 damage as Salik falls to the world champion.
Okay.
I mean, what do you want? Like, what more do you want from this man?
I mean, for Salik, for a man
Yeah,
who
don't
came
face
in
Constance
with little
in
expectations for
Kazakhstan.
himself, even just getting a 5K against Constance,
Literally.
he's been up there. He's doing the very best that he can.
Yeah, it's showing that, like, learning Kazakhstan in these last 3 weeks, if you learned your Kazakhstan, it's paying off.
Oh, definitely. We've had it, what, 3 times now already? Across all games, we've had at least one Kazakhstan, so definitely worth looking into.
Constance has picked up at least 7,000 points there, and it's paid off. All those hours, it's always interesting. You're like, I hope I don't put all this work in for nothing, you know?
True.
Like instant, like boom.
Well, we'll see now as we head into no moving. His favorite playstyle of, I suppose, both of them. So maybe won't one have the upper hand in this match as we take a look at match number 1.
Toby, game 2.
Game 2.
Let's do it.
Yes, let's head on into it.
Looks like we're going to be in Indonesia.
Foliage expertise, you got a light pole there to work with as well. Not a whole lot more, maybe some roofs.
Some tiled roofs there.
Yep. Couple of scooters in the background. Maybe that can be the info that you need. All the gravel itself. I've seen it before. People looking really hard into the gravel. Is this post, is that enough for them to go by?
That shouldn't be. Mainly here you're looking at the foliage and the roofs here, and kind of that pole that Salik is zooming in on, that could be something. But in general, the rest of these are kind of more...
Are we looking concrete streets?
Yeah, concrete, yeah. I think it's concrete asphalt.
Yeah.
28 seconds. Both players not putting a guess down yet. I mean, Indonesia's a big country, 1x damage.
One thing is for sure, when even Rainbow here is having a hard time completely pinpointing the position, you know that they're going to be having a hard time too. So we'll see maybe right off the bat a lot of damage coming through. As you say, this is a very big country to go by, and you really do not have a whole lot of info to go off of.
We'll see here. It looks like we're in separate parts of Indonesia too, and Constance, who is actually really, really good at Indonesian, that's showing here, and he's picking up 1,500 points in round 1.
Big chunk of damage coming through right from the start of it, down to 4,400 already. Salik, a little bit dangerous for him. If he falls here, it is him done for with a 2-0 would-be to Constance, so we'll see if he's going to be able to pull it through.
And we have the first of the day, it looks like. Looks like it's an India here.
Who knows their India?
A country.
I don't think we've had India today. It could be maybe a weird Shri with this new cam, but like it should just be India.
Sure looks like it. We'll see. We'll see what are these guys finding. A sign, a single sign is what they have to go off of. You do have one of the bigger streets or bigger roads up ahead and a couple of electricity poles to go by, but this is enough. It's enough for them to log it in, you think?
You're looking more maybe at the kind of the plants or the farm here.
Yeah.
And it's hard. I don't think anything else for landscape guessing more than anything here. And you can see that's what Constance is doing, zooming in the distance here, both players.
There are definitely players that
Oh, wait, is
will.
it Cambodia?
Ooh, he's going down towards
it is probably
like
Cambodia.
Southeast Asia, Cambodia. Yeah,
I
exactly.
do, yeah, so Cambodia does have what we like to call poop cam, but
Yeah.
not the poop word, but the other word. And looks like that language might be, I can't tell if
It's so pixelated. It's incredibly hard to go by, but Kansas has gone back to it quite a few times now.
Yeah, both players
Just
can
3
Cambo.
seconds left to play with. Will go Cambodia as well, but quite a bit of distance to it. And Salik, while he got punched out the first time around, will punch back at least
300.
a bit. 300 damage gone the other way.
that's, that's minimal. You're happy to get out
I
of that.
mean, if you're getting 300 against the world champion, I think you're pretty happy with it.
Yeah, and he almost won their last game too.
Yeah, true.
Round 3, this is Philippines.
Philippines, let's see what they get. Okay, open ocean. Plenty of space to go around. Look down towards the gravel.
I think you go southern. I think you go like Davao here. We'll see what the players.
Not a lot of things to be read off of the street merchant signs there. Looking towards the bikes. Not really anything to go by there either. Not a whole lot of signs, but again, I mean, just seeing the open coast here is...
The coast does help line up because you can pinpoint.
Also nice that you have the angled river or lake coming in kind of from the side there. So if you are looking to potentially 5K, that's a lot of info to
And we
help
do
you
see
kind of pinpoint
Davao,
it.
or at least southern, and he's moving more. Salik is moving more north here. He's finding water south, which there is water south. Both players conscious.
Tricky one for sure.
This will be very minimal points, Toby.
These maps have not been easy at all, and yet we're seeing some of these guys, the best in the world, out there doing whatever they possibly can to pin exactly the locations they're looking for. Salik is starting to go closer and closer. Does he maybe have something locked down? No! Oh, once again! Plenty of islands to pick from when you're heading down to Southeast Asia, and it's 1,300 damage over towards Salik.
Constance is playing a near perfect game again, and it's just not something
Incredible.
that you almost just like it's actually like.
How do you
kind
make
of
that
insane.
decision? How
And
do
that's
you
the thing is,
decide?
That's the thing, right? Because when
yeah,
you do
the
get
tiny
that
island
300
up
we
there.
talked about
That's
before, it ain't
north
much. But
of
if you're up against the
Davao.
guy in Kansas that is as consistent
going
as
south
he is,
coast on that.
those are the small chances you
How
get.
do you
I mean,
do
if
that?
that's the only damage you can really
Who
get in,
does
it's
that?
all about just staying close to him. And right now, we're slowly seeing Salik start falling below.
Yep, and it's these points. It's they add up. He's getting like 800 to 1,000 every single round here. It looks like, and only 3,000 points left to his name. Looks like it maybe an Ireland or Northern Ireland is where I would go here. We have the white housing there. It's definitely one of the two.
Sure, Finbar sat out there, could talk on ends about it, explain us exactly where we are right now.
One would think.
Maybe this is where he grew up. Just
Maybe.
down the street.
That's
You
his
never know.
house.
You never know. There ain't much of a house in that field that Salik was looking at. But potentially, who knows? Maybe this is where the farm came in, all the local produce for the weekly dinners. No, but again, not a whole lot to go off of. Plenty of open space though. So whenever, if you're kind of locked in on the hillsides and whatnot, what you have available in Ireland, this is going to give you at least some info. I guess sometimes not seeing a mountain is better than having mountains in the background.
Exactly. But Ireland isn't really the easiest region, guess.
True.
Unless maybe you're Finn, but
again, I mean, it's not massive.
Both players are in the same region too.
Not massive multiplier ship, but the 2.5 could do damage, and they're both off by quite a margin actually, far towards the north.
Yeah.
Northern Ireland is where it was. Good thing for them is while they weren't on point, either of them, they were close to one another. So neither gonna tank a lot of damage.
Yep, and we're going into round 5, which brings us to 3x damage. Immediately here, let's see. You can see here, that's when the game loads in, you can see on the guardrails here that there's yellow reflectors. The yellow reflectors on the guardrail would indicate Spain. Spanish with blue strip would also indicate Spain. All things leading. And we also have a coastline here, west.
Plenty of info to go by. But to go back to what we were saying before, I mean, if when you have, I mean, a guy like Kunz is missing that island by the stretch he did, that's where you need to catch up, right? If you're in Salik's position, when you have a guy as consistent as he is, able to make, we won't call it mistakes, but small, like give your chances, and you don't capitalize on them, that can be game for Salik.
Yep, and this is gonna be probably another minimal point. I think those players are skating the islands here to find
3x damage as these guys starting to get closer. And are we looking at a 5K for Salik maybe? All the way down towards the street itself is looking.
They're all looking for roads on that coast there, finding out what island does line up, looking.
Positioning of the sun, positioning of the camera, figuring out when during the day these photos have been taken. All of these things go in as we do log in. Neither of them on the correct island, but at least for Salik on the one closest to a 780 damage go through onto Kansas.
That's, again, small but big.
It's huge. It is. I mean, if you're expecting to go all 10 rounds here, you need to just stay alive, stay in the race against a guy like Kansas.
Exactly, round 6, Nigeria. Let's see. We saw Salik make a really good region guess in Nigeria earlier, and he got the right city in his first game. He unfortunately did end up losing that game, but the series. But this is looking for any sort of information on the signs here that he can pull.
General Enterprise store is right next door. If you need anything, hop on in. If not, just figure out where in the world you are. All networks. I mean, there's plenty of things for sale here.
There's a barber down there too.
You can get
whole
just
shebang.
live off the street, never have to go anywhere else. There's plenty of things to come for. And you can see these guys here, they're looking for all in for the cat. But unfortunately for them, while all these merchants are great at selling the products they have, neither of them are really too eager to tell us where in the world they are.
Looks like Cons is zooming in on the same city that Salik guessed last time. Both players are like north of Abuja here. And again, we're going to see small points. Probably, Toby, bring us into round 7.
But again, I mean, small points, as long as they go in favor for Salik, that's all he needs. Death by 1,000 cuts is what he's looking for, because he knows that he's not going to get a big one against Consus. Does log in, second login comes as well, but Consus has its Kaduna in Nigeria.
Points, actually.
It's huge, 2,500. Salik down to a last hope.
He moved away last second there, and that did end up hurting him.
It's always dangerous to second guess yourself in the last moment, and there, as you said, Trevor, it cost Salik a lot of points. You can see him now where he was all cool and calm before. Now the hand is on the lip. He's starting to get nervous.
Is he, though?
I mean, he shouldn't. He's been doing phenomenally so far. Believe in yourself, mate. You got this still.
Round 7, Consus at a whopping 5,000 points. Salik at a staggering 500, but it's still anyone's game.
And that's the thing now, right? Like, where do you hit Consus hard enough that you can catch up like that? Where does he go? Is there one region you would say, Trev, that Consus could really be caught up on in one guess? He's just too consistent.
I don't know.
Give us Mars next time.
Mars, yeah, I was going to say Mars.
GeoGuessr Mars.
So this is actually the first South Africa we've had today, I think. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we've had South Africa today. So this is going to be interesting. Again, I think both players are going to be able to region guess this quite well. Looks Easternish, but we do see kind of Consus go outside of that east.
I mean, Consus probably knows rover coverage
hills,
too.
These rolling hills.
Open hills, not a whole lot to go off of, but again, sometimes not seeing a whole lot can be exactly what you want.
Both players do know South Africa because of the yellow outer lines here with the Gen 4 driving left.
Limited information, neither locking in already. Consus, though, as I say, that does log in. 14 seconds now to work with Salik, down to minimal points. This should be game, just the distance between them alone.
If Consus is slightly closer, this will be game, but they're pretty close. So, and he's even going more south, and he's going even closer to Consus. Will he click? 1 second, he's staying there, and it's Consus. Will that be enough?
It should be game, right? It should be,
game.
and it will be game. Had he opted to click when he had a chance, they could have stayed in, but it's not to be. Consus able to bring it home 2-0.
Toby, I'm not sure how you beat that.
I mean, it's insane. He had the one chance. He had Ireland. He had a chance at Northern Ireland, but didn't find it. And again,
Island.
if Consus doesn't find it either, what are the odds you're gonna?
That's a very good point. You don't want to be on the other side of that guy. That's for sure.
It's you really only get so many chances, and you never get the 5K chance.
Yep.
You get the slivers. You need to hit your 4,000 plus points in every single game in order to consistently stay ahead of a guy like Consus.
Salik has quite literally not messed up really at any point in that game.
No.
Consus has just kind of slightly had the better games here and there and added up.
Insane. It's been absolutely insane. I mean, even at a 5K, both of them had 5Ks. Consus to start things off, and Salik in round 3. I mean, they both played phenomenal.
It's a sight to see.
Absolutely amazing thing all the way through. We are going to head back to the desk in a few moments, but any last words from you, seeing these two guys battle it out?
I'm just excited to see more of this. Let's keep it going.
It's been absolutely insane so far. So let's take it back.
The other players
to
better
the desk and
watch this and practice through Kazakhstan.
Welcome back, Consus. I have to say, not a big surprise to find you here once again. You're feeling confident coming in, and you're well prepared. But this matchup here, I have to wonder, was there any moment against Salik that you felt it might slip away from you?
He kept up good with me in the moving game. So, and I saw his first 2 moving games in his other games too, and well, it was no surprise really. So he was doing well in that mode, and well. There was this one Northern Ontario round that I should have gotten, but just a few seconds too short to really change my guess. But, yeah.
Well, you did snatch away USA points from him, though, and we were talking about that a little bit before, but, you know, I know you have some questions, Chicago geographer, for our winner.
Yeah, I think you played really well in the moving game, but I think Salik, he had that Bulgaria 5K. What were you thinking when that round happened? Like, what was going through your head with that?
Well, I thought I was moving quickly, but maybe I was moving quickly the wrong way, because I found the the same time I was entering it. And I know I've heard of it before, so I started looking for it, but apparently he found it already.
And one thing I noticed during this game is that a lot of the times it was not massive damage, but kind of chip damage of about 1,000 points on those bigger countries where you tended to be out-region guessing Sarlacc. My question is, do you think that these rounds were well suited to your skill set, or do you think we're going to see, or do you think another seed could have been much better for you, and we'll see another level of Conscious gameplay?
I think.
Bro, I don't think there is another level.
Rounds aren't really in my favor. Just like generic info that we both have to look for, and not that I know already. So maybe if those moving rounds can show up later, that will be good for me. Yeah, no move, just. I don't know, I kind of had an idea in the most of the rounds, so I wasn't too far off.
That was impressive stuff. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, Constance, you defined yourself once from the pack by winning the World Championship last fall. You're quickly separating yourself from the pack again here. What makes you such an excellent player?
People say the consistency, and maybe that has been the case these last 2 games again, so I guess there's some truth in it.
Well, we shall see. You've been showing us a great couple games so far, and I'm so excited for what we have to offer you here at the GeoGuessr World Cup EMEA Regional Finals. Taking a look at Group A, we are getting close to having it sorted here. Of course, we still have 2 more matches. We've got A-Log versus Finbar, and then we've got 1 more Conscious match, once again against Finbar. Now, we got 2 coming up here for Group A. Which one you more excited to watch there, GC?
Yeah, honestly, that's a tough choice here. Like, I like both of these matches. I kind of want to see this Alec game. I want to see if he can maybe get 1 win in here. He's been struggling a bit, so I'm pulling for him for sure. But yeah, definitely both matches looking really exciting.
And oh my gosh, the fight for 2nd and 3rd. I mean, well, I don't really know exactly how the math works out yet, but like, people definitely want to qualify for the World Cup right now, and the next couple of games, things are in the balance. So it's going to be very, very fun to watch.
Oh yeah, much to be decided yet, so don't worry, your favorite players are still in the mix. We are coming right back with more GeoGuessr. Stay tuned.
That's what I'm saying, man. Yeah. Other players better be watching this and then study their Kazakhstan. Yeah, like, the strategy with Conscious, if you're playing against him, just survive. Just survive until NMPZ, and then you might have a chance. Bro's like, nah, I'm not going to Val. I'm going the tiny island above it. South coast of that. Yeah. Yeah, for real.
Well, Lenley, we were dancing before the countdown. What happened? You left me. We were dancing, no?
Well, maybe I should have danced for a little longer, but we had the music and it stopped. So, yeah. Hello, everyone. Hello, chat.
Hey, Lenley.
We're lucky to be joined by you, Lenley. We have a little bit of a quiz today. Are you familiar? Have you watched the Americas Regional Finals? Have you seen this done?
Of course I have. The Americas Regional Finals were hype, but I think Europe, we're turning it up a notch.
Well, you know what? I'm glad that we've got you out of the chat. Stop you guessing there, and we're going to quiz you here on our show. And chat, you can play along and answer, but you're down to Lenley, so good luck this time. We've got a question up on the board. First one, what country has bollards reminiscent of bowling pins? Lenley, what do you
Mongolia.
think?
I do know that, but I wonder how long I should take to answer so that the chat has a little bit of time to lock in what they think. But these bollards, they definitely, yeah, very unique.
Well, you know what? We're leaving chat in the dust this time. This is all you here.
Exactly.
So what do you
think? We're going down to the timer. 5 seconds. 4, 3. Now I can spoil it. I think it's Mongolia. Should be.
Do we have Mongolia? Chat, what did you say? Overwhelmingly Mongolia. Are you also, give me your phone. Do you have your phone on you? Are you putting chat votes in?
I did not. No, I did not.
Very impressive guess there. And do you spend a lot of time as a player working on ballers, or you have a different feature that you like to focus on?
Bollards are like a staple that I feel like most players know by now. If it comes to countries like Mongolia, most people don't even pay attention to them anymore because there's just more easy features to find out it's Mongolia. So yeah.
Well, here's a tough one for you. What's the official language in the USA? We have English, Spanish, American, or none. Swedes developed this question. I see you. Coming from America, I'm not going to give you any hints.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna let you
yeah. That might be a question that you would be able to answer better than me.
Do you have a lot of American friends?
I mean, yeah, not that many actually. I would shout out from my American GeoGuessr friends, Jack Lyons, maybe. I would say English.
Yeah, like Lindley said, you don't really need those bollards.
Wow,
that is possible. That is possible. And it is actually none. Yeah. I mean, I don't know the Constitution. I'm sorry.
That's okay. You know what? Because I'm glad I didn't guess. I would have also been wrong. We have no official language. We are a melting pot, and we're proud to be it. But thank you so much, Lenley, for coming on and answering the questions better than we could have ever hoped. We'll be back with more quizzes and a lot more GeoGuessr. Stay tuned.
All right. What's the last match here? Finbar and Kansas? Or no. Match 5 is Finbar and Alok. That's what's up next. Cool. Yeah, let's see it.
I think I'll play the Alok game normally. I don't think there's any specific strategy to employ. He's a very solid player that's been playing for a while. He also has a lot of experience from the last World Cup, so I think I'll just play normally because I don't think he'll fold under pressure or anything.
All these players are like, yeah, I don't really have a strategy. I'm just gonna play how I normally play because I'm awesome.
Well, he's a really good Russian player, so because he's in my group, I actually went and studied Russian antennas, which I haven't done before. I just needed to improve that one aspect. And about the rest, yeah, we're gonna see.
And there's a lot of dancing that does go on behind the scenes there. I saw you, Oscar. But you know what? Our players, I love to see them dancing too. The vibe here is great, and a big part of that has been, of course, Finbar and Alok, two very steady personalities and some great minds when it comes to GeoGuessr. Now, we heard Finbar recognize that Alok does have some tournament experience from the previous World Cup. We've seen that come into play a bit with our players. But taking a closer look here at Alok towards the end of Group A, do we feel like we've learned anything new about him as a player?
I've been really impressed with his moving abilities. A lot of times he was able to keep up with Consus and get the right city. But I don't really think so. I think Alok has played mostly how I expected Alok to play, which is really nicely. Obviously, he is down so far, but that's not to say he hasn't shown a really good level of GeoGuessr. He certainly has.
Yeah, that just speaks to the quality of the players here at the tournament. A lot of tough competitors for him. But if he were to pull it out against Finbar, how do you think he'd do it here, GC?
Yeah, you know, that's a great question here. I'm really hoping he can. You know, we've seen that he's down, but as Oscar said, you know, he's been playing really well. I think if he can keep up that moving strength in this first game, you know, show the pressure a little bit here for Finbar, maybe there's a chance for him to take the win here in his last match. But yeah, should be a really exciting one to see.
No move, no move pan zoom for the preferred mode. We've seen it a lot with our players here. Do you think this could be his if he can get it to that final round of the best of 3?
Yeah, you know, I think that's a really good path for him forward, yeah. So the moving game, I think, will be critical.
All right, going up against Finbar, though, and, you know, I'm going to hand this over to you to start us off, Zigzag. As his buddy, as his friend, as his inspiration, as I read in his bio, what does it mean to you to see him here at this level of tournament?
Oh, it's just fantastic, you know, and Finbar has come absolute leaps and bounds in terms of his gameplay since we first met each other. And you know, I think he definitely deserves to be here. He came through the qualies, so you know, like I mean, all the qualies players have played really
yeah, I know, right?
so well. Yeah, like both Sarlacc and Finn. And I was very
he's just gonna instant send a 5K if that ever comes up.
Round. After that, it was good guesses only. So yeah, I'm excited.
Well, CG is making some long eye contact with the camera there. You think that's meant to convey something? Are you getting a psychic message?
I think it's a play off his name, you know, Finn
he's locked in,
Barbados.
he's ready to go, and he wants the audience at home to know that.
Facts.
Well, they are plonked in their seats. They are ready to lock into the game. So as soon as I get confirmation our casters are ready, we can throw it over to them. But no, first I must tell you about tickets. And you know, we're learning things constantly here at the GeoGuessr World Cup EMEA Regional Finals. One of the things I'm learning, Nobel Prize given away at the banquet hall here, where we are having our World Cup in September. So you can head on over to geoguessr.com/world-cup and pick up tickets to sit in the beautiful and much storied hall here in Stockholm and watch some incredible GeoGuessr. But you know, we'll give you a little preview of what that incredible GeoGuessr might be like with this next matchup and with our casters, Rainbolt and Toby.
Let's go. Match 5.
Thank you so much, Rachel. What a great breakdown of what we are about to see. We'll I don't know where we'll go in this, but
they need an apple box
by
for
Rainbolt, the main man himself, and two very proficient Russia guesses coming into this one. Do you think that's
so?
Yeah,
I think he's guaranteed
I think it
second.
might. I mean, I still think about that guess that Finn had in that first game where he got the random dirt road.
Yeah.
Or it's not random to him, I guess.
I mean, I was sat back watching it. All the guys there that are playing in Group C and Group D, they're like, Finn knows this one. Finn knows this one, and he instantly scrolled in on it too.
Yeah, it's like one of those things that
he could have get 3 wins.
But A-Lock versus Finn, this is exciting. And Finn hasn't played since that game. So he's had to sit around and sit here and, you know, twiddle his thumbs.
I mean, for all the hours we've been on so far, Finn has had a grand total of, what, 50 seconds of moving in total?
Yeah.
I mean, after the missed guess on the West Australia one. So definitely something that he wants to get a little bit of a rematch of here as we go into game number 1.
I'm excited. Hopefully, you know, the 2-round curse is broken and he's able to take the lift here against A-Lock, but we'll see. A-Lock is kind of in the position to need this win here, quite literally. I mean, I think this is his last game.
Yeah.
It is. So, yeah, he needs to win this, but this is, I'm excited to see what Finn can do, and, you know, everyone is as well at home.
A-Lock, the Moon Man himself, will see he can come out victorious here as we head on into the first round of game number 1. And I don't think, I mean, we know a little bit that these guys might not yet, but this one ain't going to be an easy one.
No, I don't think anything is gonna be given here. So that's kind of it's always exciting when you're gonna have games like this. It's gonna be a hard-fought battle.
Definitely, and also good to see him in a guy like Finbar coming in here. Yes, he had a bit of a slip up on the very first match, but he turned it around. He came back into a win. Maybe just wanted to set himself up to play from behind and just then lean back into it. Because right from there, he was on point throughout the remaining 2 matches.
Yep, it's important to keep your composure and things like that, because it's easy to get to your head.
Definitely.
And this is the first time
it's Forest
we've seen a tie land.
Oh, there we go. There we go.
In this tournament so far, it looks like.
Speak of the devil.
But you know, we've said before, is Thailand region guessable?
I mean, A-Lock likes landscapes, likes foliage. He should be happy with this one. Are we seeing any smiles in either of their faces? No, it's full focus mode as that Toyota. Well, I know they have. Is it a Mazda? It might have been a Mazda, actually. It's clearly not something they cared for because they scrolled past it quite quickly.
Exactly. Yeah, it's not going to be much information. You can see how quickly they're moving here. Everyone's going to say it's Thailand.
And that was the flag, too, so that does help.
Yep. Or is it Costa Rica? I'm just kidding, guys. I'm just kidding.
I mean, I will gladly be the first one to admit that I've been baited many times by seeing a flag and instantly just plonking it in somewhere, and they go, oh, wait, it was an embassy in another country. So do not just insta-guess just because you see a flag, guys.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a very good point if you're new to the game.
Look at those ballers. Look how many ballers
More
there were.
information is better than none. I do like the north guess here. We have the thing about Thailand is its maps are very hard because they don't really map very many cities. It's kind of just like the province. So it's like once you get information, you have to be able to read Thai most of the times to even to find it. And we have A-Lock going east here, and it looks like we have Finn staying in the center, and A-Lock.
Nice.
On point with the first one. You can see Finbar shaking his head. He did not like that whatsoever.
We did see, I think we might have seen Callison on that, or Gallison, I think is how you pronounce it, on that sign there.
Yeah.
Let's keep it going. Round two, keep the pace high, and the energy even higher in round 2.
Finbar was over towards the east for a moment there, but swung back west, and he came to cost quite dearly as we head over towards
the UK in it.
Well, I mean, sure is. Sure is. Everyone looking good over there on the western side of the street. Left side of the street, I should say.
Exactly. It's a very beautiful day here. And,
it is. One of few, I feel like, in the UK. If you've ever been there, either it's raining or it's just cloudy all around.
Exactly.
Oh, a lot of info.
Shells.
So for Finbar, I mean, I saw them when they one of the games he wasn't playing. They were in the UK as well. He instantly just said, "I know that because the area code and the phone number." There was an area code on the phone number, but down by that school as well. Maybe that's enough from him to get a region at least, and then now he's looking for the very specifics to lock it in.
Yeah, I think that was the NI, Northern Ireland area code 028 that he might have called out. 10 seconds left.
Coast info from A-Log as well. Huge.
Yeah, I see a Manchester zoom in, but he's gonna obviously go away from that because this is too pretty. I'm just kidding. We do
They're
have
trashing
on
the UK.
Going west. Wow.
Okay. We're way down towards the south, both off by a bit, but again, luckily for both of them, I should say, neither able to find it on the mark, because that could have hurt a hell of a lot, but not too severe damage coming through here from the start.
Exactly. Let's keep the pace high. Round 3. Not one I would ever go indie on, right, guys? No, I'm just kidding. It's Cambodia. Round 3, 2x damage.
A little bit of Cambo action, we'll see.
Ooh, I like the lingo you're using. A little Cambo action. That's...
You know, I've been, over the last week and a half, I've learned many words that I never knew existed. And I'm keen on getting to use all of them at some point during the broadcast.
Are we downtown Phnom Penh, or are we downtown Thai border?
Well, we're about to find out. At least the road information there, 490. Is that anything for him to go by? The official road signage, maybe, for the region? As I look over to Australia. Yep, they're okay.
Well, I actually don't know. It looks like...
Hopefully they do. Hopefully they do 92 on that one. No, it looks like maybe more of a,
9 there is
a distance indicator.
Yeah, the one on the side, right?
Yep, there you have it. The 9 with the shield around the badge, giving you the street info. But then where are you? I mean, if they can lock down both the 9th Street and the pin the exact marker, then that's potentially double 5Ks in the making.
Exactly, but it's unlikely that will be the case in just a minute here.
Haven't found
and both players are kind of in separate regions, and we might see decent points here, and it's going to favor A-Lock, but nothing too crazy.
But again, I mean, we've seen it so many times now. A little bit of damage does ring true when it comes down to round 10. Good for Finbar. Congratulations all around. Some pluses in the chat for the man who made it past round 2. And round 3 for that matter. So there we are. There we are.
Round 4. He's
unlocking the next levels in the moving region.
We have a Philly here, not Philadelphia. That's another thing that people I think confused with. This is the Philippines. We do have this single insulator on the top of the pole to the right there that you guys will see when the players do.
I'm sure a lot of people in Philadelphia wished Philadelphia looked like this, though.
True. Philippines is gorgeous.
A lot of info to go by, but is it just the menu of what you can get in whatever restaurant is nearby? What are we looking at? Official members? Nope, maybe it's not. And a chairman. It's more like a company.
I like a northern half guess here. And A-Lock is locking. He's playing a little bit faster pace than we've normally seen from A-Lock. Usually he's kind of taking his time and letting the clock run out. But he's putting pressure on. Maybe that's because he knows information.
Also, I mean, it could be nice swing. They've both had time on all the previous maps, so now you're kind of in the flow of, okay, we're both two that like to play it slow as this one. Oh, he's right on point.
And he did have information, I think, on that sign that he read on the church sign.
That's spicy.
Huge hit. Almost 2K damage through onto Finbar.
Yeah, and Finn, that's like the second or third time that he's visibly frustrated every single time he's made a bad guess. And he goes right back to his music, though, so that's okay, as he's bopping his head.
Just goes straight back to bobbing as he's down to have HP.
He will be happy to see, and I think everyone in chat.
Oh, drum roll, please.
Little bro know the road. Let's see. Round 5. Russia.
Out towards the east we go. Again, both these players very proficient when it comes to guessing in Russia. But who gets to bring home this one? Up and down the road they go. Haven't found the exact info to go by. Neither of them looking at the map just yet. But of course, it's given, I would suppose, for them that it is Russia. It's just a matter of exactly where.
Yep, both players will immediately identify countries. It's just region guessing. It does look maybe like...
Do a lot of the regions in Russia look alike? Like, are they easily... Like, even if you're good in Russia, could you still get fooled by certain things in various regions?
Guesses, but he's pretty consistent, especially... I do like... I like an Omsk. These trees do look similar to like the Omsk when they're like clustered.
Both have been around that area, so maybe there's something to it. As a pretty dedicated zoom in on the road specific from A-Log already, potentially a 5K in the making. We'll
Russia
see.
For A-Log.
how it's going to go down, but at least for him, just don't lose a lot. Right now, you're set over 2,000 points ahead of Finbar. We're heading into the latter stage of this game. 2 seconds to go.
Alok is on the white road that looks close. And Alok is actually getting closer than Finn there.
That's big
They
points.
both are.
Usually, this is kind of what Solak mentioned earlier in the broadcast, is if you want to get Russia, you want to get easier Russia. And that is probably considered an easier Russia, but still a good guess by Alok.
And here I am, sitting as a viewer, a new fan of this scene, and saying, when we have 2 of the best Russia guesses in the world, don't give them easy Russia. Give them the hardest Russia. We want to see these guys test it to the limit of their ability.
So put them in the U.S. and see what they can do here. Outside their comfort zone a little bit.
Both of them saying that this ain't exactly their favorite area to be in.
Alok has only lost 500 points here. Georgia Scenic.
Oh, that's a quick call on the state at least.
I hope
hey, I know where we are.
Both the GeoGuessr players hopefully do know where Georgia is, not the country.
I mean, if you were to go south of Russia off of what they're
Albany
seeing
State
here, even I,
this is
a
the type
novice,
of thing that you would send like New York, Albany on.
Georgia, decent-sized state nonetheless, so even if you know the state, with a 3.5 multiplier, it can still hurt like hell if you're not on point. Alok scrolling in already, trying to see what he can find.
He's found the city. Both players. Well, wait, has Finn not found Albany?
Ooh, I don't think so.
He
just saw the state.
Albany?
He only saw the state,
Did
Savannah.
He not see?
Oh, there it is.
Okay.
There he goes.
Keeping us on the toes, like on the tiptoes all the way through. But this one again, few points in between. Almost a 5K, I think. Actually, 98
Close to the
for
cigar.
Alok.
11. 11's in the chat.
It's fair. It's fair. A little slap on the wrist as we continue forward.
Let's keep it going. Round 7, 4x. And you know, again, Alok, he's making good guesses, man. We've seen him consistently making good guesses.
And he was in the previous rounds too. It's just when you're up against Consus and the likes of them, where yes, you can get a 4.5K, but he's getting 4.7, 4.8K. You're just continuously gonna fall off. A lot of reading getting in on that sign there. Alok hasn't moved too far forward, committing fully to the signs he's seeing.
Yeah, see, Finn here is like...
He's flying ahead.
On moving, it's so hard to pick up 2,300 points, or 2,200 points.
Yeah.
It's really a feat to do in 3 rounds, let alone 10 almost. So it's something that he's really has to lock in, and we can see Alok moving in to India here.
You're only given so many chances when you're up against some of the very best in the game, and for these 2 guys in particular, what we've seen so far, whenever one has been a bit off, the other has been as well. So it makes sense that whatever map one of them finds hard, the other guy does as well. But maybe here, maybe this is the time with 8 seconds to go, one of them can find it.
Again, slightly similar regions of the world. Very, very similar even. So again, we might be seeing it. Alok.
Again, I mean,
that's a lot of points actually.
It sure is, and with a 4 times multiplier, 1,300 half HP off. Down to 13 now. Finbar in trouble.
Finbar. He looks composed though. He's not letting that guess get to him. Alok.
He's bouncing.
Also looks composed.
Yeah, I mean, then you cannot get too excited too early in these rounds.
You cannot. It's never over until it's over.
This is beautiful.
This is beautiful. I would love to.
Would you go on vacation here? I'll change my flight from Stockholm on Monday. We'll go straight here. That looks amazing.
I'm down, honestly. I'm actually down. Both players, this is moving. We will see players move.
Well, I mean, as they should. As they should. We'll see. What do they find? A lot of... Well, that's a Dubrovnik right there. That's... Ooh. Finn is at a point now, I feel like, where he needs to get something in quickly. Trying to limit the info that Alok can get. Issue is, they're already in similar areas, and I think... He goes fast about it, but is it fast enough?
Finn is downtown Monty border in Crow, and actually Alok is more north. So it actually could be big points for someone, and Finn looks more confident in his guess, so you have to trust him.
I mean, Finn is most definitely going to win this one with the Brocknum sign being right by, and this is going to be huge points. 4.5 multiplier, almost a 5K, 3,500 damage as we head into round 9.
Nice. We're back in it. Finn has brought it back there with a great Croatia guess.
That was a huge road sign, and instantly again locked it in. He wanted to dial in just more perfectly, but Finbar knew this is my one chance to catch up, and he seized the moment perfectly.
As a moment, he captured it. Round 9. Can he keep the momentum going? In Brazil, another big country, big points, big plays, special teams, special plays, special players.
Game. This could definitely be game. I feel like I've got to start beatboxing at some point. You just start spinning bars, you know? It's, that's where we're headed. 5 times damage. This is the...
3-3. Nice.
That time we are seeing a city, Rua Bella Vista.
With
these, that's something to go by.
Points.
Yeah, and there's... this is going to be interesting. The landscape in itself is pretty distinct to the region that Finn is right here on the kind of the tri-state We'll see if what A-Lock is looking for a sign with more information here.
Daring to continue forward. Finn has been fast on the lock-ins in the last couple of rounds, so A-Lock probably aware that he won't have too much time. But Finn, again, still playing from behind. And if you do lock it in, those extra 15 seconds that you're then giving to A-Lock could be essentially the deciding factor in whether or not you win this round. With 5-time damage and both of them under or around 2,000 health.
15 seconds, Toby.
It's getting dicey.
You just need one good guess. He's standing outside scanning for anything that he can find here. But he's confident in his region, so it's okay.
Finn and A-Lock has played this one very differently. A-Lock has pretty much exclusively been on the game itself, but here we have the guesses coming through. Both of them off by a bit, so not too much severe damage, but still a bit, and most importantly for Finn, in the right direction for him as we're getting very close to one another in the final round.
Those 500 points will add up, and they will mean a lot, especially as I look at round 10 here, which is the final round of this first game.
Yep.
What do we have here?
Looks
like a Chile. Looks like a Chile to me.
Yet another big country, a long one at that. The Sweden of South America.
Is that a thing?
Now it is.
Okay.
Well, I mean, just both are long countries, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll take it. I'll coin it. That's what it is. The Sweden of South America. As that sign, Finbar studying it for a little time. Is that enough for him to go by? Maybe no.
Even Chile? Now I'm looking.
You're now baiting me. Can't have that happen,
yeah,
right?
we're looking at it. Let's see what we...
Can't coin a country's slogan off of a fake call, you know? We can't be having that. Well, there's an area code. There's a country code even, maybe.
It is not Chile.
We're going to Brazil?
Yeah,
Seems like we are.
We have Finn, Northeast Brazil. Portuguese there. 20 seconds.
Saw a country code there too. You saw Finn instantly when he saw that sign scope in as fast as he possibly could. Now is maybe the time to lock it in, but do you want to give A-Lock the extra time to get it in perfectly? 1,500 versus 1,200 health. 5 seconds left to play.
It's literally within... It's 1 second. Finn.
Who has it?
It's Finn.
But is it enough?
Yep.
Is it enough to punch him down? Yes, it is! Finbar on the final stretch, able to bring it home. Oh.
You could see A-Lock's discomfort in that. Wow, round 10, death by round 10. He's composed. A-Lock needed that.
What a round. What a clawback fight from Finn, who was behind from the very beginning. But yet, he made it happen. He turned it around. And here he is, the winner of round number 1.
Moving into the no-move game, where maybe Finn even feels more at home. So, we'll see, though. We'll see. We will see. Finn versus A-Lock. We're going to game 2 here, where it's just no move, which basically means exactly as it does.
Heading into round number 2, no move. These boys both to prioritize this as we head on over to what I thought second here. Got me hyped because I thought we were going to Denmark. But then, because I've learned quickly, I looked at the bullets and I was like, yeah, no, these aren't our bullets. None of the Danish bullets. They are the German ones. Oh, okay, I'm learning quickly. I like it.
Yeah, there's always a cheeky chance it's Luxembourg, but we'll take our chances.
I'll take Germany.
Yeah. Round 1, no move, 1 through 60 panorama. Do you have B-type guardrails?
Looking at the copyrights as well to try and see if maybe that can give you a little bit of extra info. A-Lock instantly locked in. Wow, okay. Just going for it, just north of Munich.
Oh, we have a north and a south.
Yeah, further north. Finbar, now knowing that he has his 15 seconds to work with, might as well take as much time as he possibly can to try and get it in. He's going further north here. We're far north.
Wow, it's downtown Poland. That's actually a lot of points there for Finn. Round 1, 500 points. Let's keep going round 2. No time to waste.
Nope.
Good guesses to be made.
We're leaning left with those chevrons. And as far as I've been told, not too many chevrons that are yellow as well. So pretty good indicators.
Yeah, this almost looks like Arkansas to me. Or like something in that region.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be the U.S. The question is, where in the U.S. do you go?
Double yellow lines in the center of the street as Finbar looks to the foliage. They're both very foliage heavy on this one. Of course, there isn't a whole lot else to go by. And we heard from A-Lock earlier, he does like foliage, does like landscapes. Is this going to be enough for him to go by to lock in and potentially catch back up a bit to Finn?
No move. You do see bigger points in no move because it's a lot more difficult to get close with less clues. Both players are looking for one good guess.
You have a shack, you have You're just exactly not at the right angle to read the sign on what probably is that farm's name. And now we're heading
to Tennessee and Ohio.
Yeah, so a little bit of distance between them still, but of course only 1.5 multiplier, so it won't kick in too hard. But again, I mean, we've said it multiple times, so we'll say it again. Small points are still big. Missouri is where it is.
Downtown Missouri. Click the text, and you get a good score.
There you go.
And Finn still has not yet lost any points.
It's huge. Keep it going, Finbar. Keep it going as best as you can as we head on into round 3.
One looks cheeky.
Ooh, foliage. Galore.
So this is just Columbia, actually, with the signs here, signposts.
Little anteaters.
We can see the white
aardvark.
Those white skinny posts will be Colo. Both players will know this.
Get one sign to go by. You have a a speed indicator, a little bit of text, and an anteater. So if you don't know foliage, at least if you know animals, you can limit yourself to where they live.
Exactly.
Yeah. Is there animal meta of any kind in GeoGuessr?
I've heard some cow meta.
Cow meta? Oh yeah, cow meta. I've heard about that one. Yeah, true. Gravel meta might become
2024 copyright. Is that what I saw?
Maybe. Very new, very fresh photos.
Yeah, the cow meta in France.
Tried to get the info, but again, these guys are just doing 360s. You can see Finbar with his hand in the air.
I wonder if they're confused on the country.
It's
I hope not. These are Colombians. No, these are definitely Colombian signs. And Alok is zooming in on Colombia. Is Finn confused? Is he going Brazil or something here?
Well, he does have a few extra points to kind of give way with, but he is hopping up to Colombia now as well. 5 seconds left to play, and even if they're both far off, they're close enough to one another that this shouldn't hurt either of them.
In between the two.
Fair.
But Alok's slightly closer.
I like the nod on the face of Finbar. You can see there as well. Just nodding for a second. Okay, I was right. I think he second-guessed himself for a moment because he went further away, then went back to it, and that was just a confirmation that, okay, he had it down.
I don't think he was even confident in the country there. It almost looked like they're around 4. Back
1 minute.
Indonesia, looks like.
1 minute can feel like a lot of time when you're just staring at a clock or doing planks or whatever, but
planks, yeah.
But as soon as you're playing GeoGuessr for a potential spot at the World Cup, 1 minute is over in the blink of an eye.
Exactly, time does go by, especially when you're having fun.
2022. Copyrights coming through. Is that enough info for them to go by? There's plenty of text up there. Profile tank as well in the background. A lot of info to be obtained, but it's that info that helps them determine where they are.
Indonesia mentioned. Rah. That's the comments I always get on my end. And whenever you mention Indonesia, it's a fun concept.
What's the best country like meme with just one? Is it Blurmany or what's the best? What's the best country meme?
Country meme.
Out of all of the country memes.
I mean, yeah, it's hard to beat the 2018 Blurmany era.
Yeah.
We both have them on Sumatra here. Wait, is Finn gonna move last second? He's not. He's staying.
Thought he was going.
Wait. He's hedging. Wait.
Okay, a little bit of a water hitch there.
He wanted to, and he should have.
Brave. There was something in him telling him that south of Brunei is where he should have been going. He didn't opt to fully commit, but still blessed with the points gathered there.
Alok locked in. Finn still locked in, and it looks like he's not moving at all. I think his camera might have been frozen, but that's okay. Alok.
Or he's very still.
Or he's just doing the mannequin challenge.
He has gone full Zen mode as he prepares himself for round number 5.
Let's do it. Round number 5. This is going to be very interesting. Let's just take a look at this as we keep going here.
Instagram.
Instagram.
Any followers? New followers coming in?
One time I put an Instagram on stream. I got blocked by the Instagram account. It was like a cupcake shop I was trying to promote, but apparently they didn't want my promotion.
With yours, I mean, they probably didn't have enough people to make cupcakes for all the orders they started to getting out of nowhere. And McDonald's, they might be able to handle it though. They might be able to handle the extra orders coming through.
It's a pretty nice McDonald's here.
I mean, it's, almost 3 stories high. It's pretty cool McDonald's, and you can get a cheap sofa. I think
at McDonald's.
Well, I mean, across the street.
You steal the sofa from McDonald's.
If there's one chair I wouldn't want to steal, it's the restaurant known for literally on purpose making uncomfortable chairs so people don't sit there so long.
Yeah,
it's
exactly.
Probably not the best sofa to steal, unless you just want to be uncomfortable.
All right, round 5 of 10. 3x. Finn is back. His mannequin challenge was successful.
Oh, a lot of info to be had, of course, for these players. Looking at the clothes, looking at the various signs. It's an underscore with the potential.
Sort of like tuk-tuks here, like these trikes, which is actually interesting for Indo.
Maybe something is that something you can catch them off and maybe have them go the wrong direction of?
No, but actually can help narrow down the region, potentially. Certain tuk-tuks are maybe more local.
Fair.
We have helmets.
couple of mountains in the background too, to potentially, once they do get the region down, help them exactly pinpoint the city they're in, and it's right out into a intersection as well. Looking at the gravel, looking towards the copyrights. 22, I think it said.
Yep.
Google that, and I think Finbar caught it.
16 seconds left. Finn nor Alok have had a plonk. He's going north to the westy here. Alok is going.
Ooh.
Java.
This is big.
Alok is
This
going
is
Sumatra.
huge.
This is massive points, Toby.
Three times multiply. This
might be
could
game.
potentially be
Might be
game.
game. Dude, that's game.
Oh,
That's
huge
game.
points
Finbar
coming
won.
through, but is it going to be enough? Oh yes, easily 10,000
GG's.
damage onto
Wow,
Alok.
that was fast.
Finbar comes out victorious.
He's done it. Alok, unfortunately, was not able to take it home, but Finn locked in, and you can see the relief on his face there.
What a huge game. What a finish there. And what do you think it was that had Alok going further west than that?
All right, so now I think
don't know.
he is
It's
in
not
second,
easy.
yeah?
But
And so
Finn
then he has
waving
the
to
match
the crowd,
against
he's
Kansas.
happy. All of his supporters back home are happy to see that.
Huge turnaround from him, from going into
Gotta
the
watch
first
out for
game he
Indonesia.
had,
You go around
instantly
island, you
out-moving,
lose.
and then right down to the final match, and now here able to lock it down once more. What a huge performance from Finbar.
It was amazing. Yeah, and he has another game right
He's
after
going
this.
right back
So
into
he's
the
got
driver's
locked back
seat.
in. He's got locked back in.
Yep, and there were moments in this match as well where they were both a bit off. Against Kansas, you don't get to make those same mistakes.
No.
I think this is going to be a
You have to
dangerous
lock in.
one. Dangerous one for Group A.
It will be dangerous. And Finn coming off a win. He's feeling himself now.
Oh yeah,
So.
he definitely should be vibing
Yo,
as
go.
best as he can, as I'm sure the guys on the desk are as well. Let's head back to you, Rachel.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for taking us through another match there. Finn, the Finbar. Finman, you won again. An incredible match. Down and moving a little bit to start things off, but you clawed your way back and you did not stop from there. So what happened? What changed?
Yeah, I don't know. I got kind of lucky with the moving round order, of course, but I got some nice guesses towards the end of the moving. Got a very fast find on the Croatia. Recognized the city name, so that gave me a good like 3,000, 4,000 points, and then the Brazil was also nice with the fun code.
A lot of great stuff to point out in this matchup here. You want to start us off, Oscar?
Absolutely. So, Finn, next game, you come up against Consus. Obviously, congratulations on beating Alok there, but you have to immediately be looking forward to your game against the previous world champion. Do you have, like we've been asking this all day, but surely there are some specific tactics which you might be bringing in against Consus?
I think I'll just play it normally. Like, there's no, like, he's got no real weaknesses. He's just good at everything, so there's no point. Like,
Yeah, this is the match for
because
first.
he'll handle the pressure.
Proceed.
So, yeah, I'll just play my game.
You're playing your game. I like it.
Yeah, that sounds like a great strategy. And is there any like specific round today that you've experienced that maybe like makes you change your gameplay a little bit, or you're just going to keep on pushing forward? And...
The Indonesia one where I ended up water hedging. I was considering Samarinda with the pavement, but I decided to like hedge for Sumatra because the hills felt more Sumatra and some of the buildings as well. But I think I might just like, I don't know.
Bit more committing, maybe.
Bit more committing, no water hedging.
No, I like it.
Well, you've earned your way up here time and time again. Anyone you want to shout out at home that's been watching?
Friends, family, everyone. Thanks for all the support. My YouTube subscribers, I'm sure there's a few in the audience. Thanks for supporting me. Yeah.
Absolutely, and if you're supporting Finbar, send him your energy because he's still got another match ahead of him. Let's take a quick look at the schedule. There it is. Now we're gonna send you to a break. Come right back because the GeoGuessr, so good.
Yeah, I feel bad for A-Lock. Yeah. He's playing really well, but just being slightly outplayed. And then also sometimes the luck of the draw, where they're both in very similar locations, but just happens to be a little bit farther away. That's the sort of thing where it's like the record doesn't tell everything. You have to know the details of it. Like, yeah, he actually was playing really well, even though he doesn't have any wins.
Yeah, I would like to beat Consus, but I don't know how likely that is, because obviously he is the world champion and is a very, very strong player. But, you know, hopefully, I mean, if I get some lucky rounds, if I get rush hour with multipliers, anything's possible, but would not be going into it expecting to win.
Well, he's mostly known for his for being the best player in Russia, so that's something to worry about if I get a Russia round against him. And in general,
really?
he's good at guessing big countries.
Finbar's known as the best Russia
it's
player?
definitely not going to be easy to beat him.
An exciting match to close out Group A here. Both of our players have done very well in the group so far. Oh, something's different. Lenley, welcome to the
What's
desk.
going on?
What have you done with Oscar?
Oh, I think he
I'm
might
sure
be
he's
joining
fine.
someone else.
He's probably fine. You're telling me he's on another desk? My heart is broken. Well, I'm lucky to have you here, Lenley. And I've got
Pleasure.
Chicago Geographer. You've been crushing it so far. Now, as we approach the end of Group A here, your thoughts on how it has progressed so far?
Yeah, it's been absolutely amazing to see these matches so far. You know, we have Consus and Finbar really making a name for themselves here, each with 2 wins right now. So them facing off here in the last match of Group A, it's an exciting finale.
They are today.
Really looking forward to see what happens.
Yeah, I promise we did not script this, but Lenley, you've been upstairs sitting with the players watching the games. What is the player take on how things are playing out?
Well, it kind of feels like the favorites of the group have been actually winning their game. So many people predicted this, that Finbar and Consus would actually end up on top here. And yeah, they're still playing for something, right? Because if you qualify as group first, then you will potentially get an easier matchup in day 2.
Absolutely, and you can cruise right onto that World Cup. That looks like it might be an inevitability for Consus here, but of course he's got to get through Finbar. Finbar not an easy opponent. So what is the reputation for Consus among the players, Lemley?
I mean, Consus is known as basically someone who just doesn't make mistakes. He's consistent at everything. He knows every move, every single one of the modes, and yeah, just good under pressure.
Yeah.
Would you back that up?
100%. Yeah, he's so consistent.
Yeah,
he's
that's how the
level-headed.
Americas were.
So yeah, we've seen that from him today in these games, and certainly we're going to see that against Finbar, who's probably the toughest opponent he's faced today.
Yeah, and we've seen a lot of discussion about Blinky back at the World Cup in 2023 as a competitor, someone that Consus has put as a tough opponent that he's a little bit afraid of here. When we're looking ahead in the tournaments, what is the value of doing really well in your groups? Are you feeling like the intimidation factor carries over? Lemley?
Definitely. Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you make a name for yourself, even if Finbar now manages to beat Consus, I think the other players will be more scared of him, for sure.
Finbar is building a legend for himself at this tournament. He's given great interviews. He's given great games so far. He's given great eye contact to the camera. We love every bit of it, Finbar. But what's your favorite part of Finbar?
Finbar, you know, he's an awesome guy. He's been really giving us a show today. And I just love the dedication he has to the game. Writing that Russia document, I mean, absolutely amazing. He's provided so much to the community, not just with that, but just, you know, as a YouTube creator as well. So it's going to be awesome to see these two legends face off right now.
And if Taylor Swift
I didn't put 2 and 2
right now,
together, yeah.
Shout out to Finbar, one of the biggest fans.
Taylor, you gotta write a song. Something about this. A girl should be so lucky as to have a GeoGuessr player cheering for her, but hopefully she turns it around. Cheers for Finbar. Big match ahead of him here as we've been hyping up. Hugely important for Group A. These are our 2 winning most players. Any other final notes on this matchup before we send it over?
I think we should just hop right into this. It's going to be amazing to see, so I'm so excited.
All right, well, let's do it then. Handing it back over to our casting team, Rainbolt. Toby, take it away.
Goodness. Yes, the Barbados goat.
We got Rachel bamboozled there
Just wait.
for a second.
Just wait. It's going to be in the playoffs. There's going to be one random
of
round
the
where it's
desk for
Barbados
myself,
and
6X joining me
instant
here
5K.
for the cast in what is looking to be a phenomenal match.
Oh my gosh, it's the Battle of the Titans in Group A here. We have both undefeated players, am I wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
but undefeated in very different fashion. Consus control all the way. Finbar, sorry, it's been kind of a roller coaster, a little bit of up and down.
Couple of comebacks, couple of poor guesses in there as well.
Yeah.
But you know, overall, a winning player so far. So
Definitely.
It's very exciting.
Definitely. We talk about Consus and how you just cannot let him get too far ahead because he will not lose before round 10, potentially. And by that time, you have to be ahead. Finbar, we know he's a great Russia player. We even heard it from Consus here as well. There might be a world where Finbar brings it home if we do get Russia.
I tend to agree. Like, as strong as Consus is and as few mistakes he makes, there are some Russia rounds which are just so hard unless you have studied the road or the particular region. And yeah, Consus has studied most. Finbar has pretty much studied all. So that's the difference here.
See here, both of them going head to head as we get ready for game
I've enjoyed the commentary.
1. Where, oh where, dear Zigzag, are we headed here, you think?
Well, this is an interesting round. I'm looking at these long dashes on the outside of the road here. Those are indicative of a few countries around Europe, and particularly France, I would say. Looking at the polls, certainly possible that we might be there. So I think we should let the players move around and decide where they are.
Let's get them right into it. If we can't figure it out, hopefully they can as we start round 1 of what is going to be an absolutely phenomenal showdown.
Oh, absolutely. And once again, my bias showing through a little bit here. I am kind of rooting for Finbar.
Do I have to root for Consus then just to balance things out?
You know what?
Oh, now you're giving me that face. I can't. Okay, I'm not. You know what? I'm unbiased. I'm unbiased. First day on this show. I'm not gonna start picking favorites here.
Ooh, look at
I'll
this.
let that up to you. A nicer wine fields.
Yeah. So vineyards and wine regions can be super useful in terms of region guessing. Finbar zooming down the road here. I think it is indeed France. And given that's the fact, given that's the case, the vineyards may point us towards Bordeaux, famous wine region. There are many others, of course, but that could be the region here.
And interesting to see now both these two players in Kansas and Finbar being very quick about how they move around. We talked about it yesterday and how it's not just about being able to pinpoint fast, it's about being able to like get information in as quickly as you possibly can. Talk to me a bit more about that.
100%. And France can be a very difficult country to do that. A lot of the place names that you find on signs are very small and regional specific. Nevertheless, we did see a suffix on the end of one of those words, AC, which is tends to be found in the southwest.
Nice.
It was southwest, and they both got it.
Few points coming through in the favor of Kansas. It might only be 137, but 137 points can be the difference in whether you win a match or not by the time we head to round number 10. Let's get into game number 2, and where are we headed here?
This is an interesting round. The country should be fairly obvious for them because we have this white signpost. So when you are in Latin America, we have the double yellow lines. This white signpost tends to indicate that you're in Colombia, not 100% of the time, but fairly consistent indeed. So it's a matter of region guessing here. Let's get into the round.
Let's get into the round indeed, as we hop straight into it.
Yep, absolutely here. So I think we'll see both players zooming down the road.
Switch it over, guys.
And,
switch it over.
Well, let's have a look at what they're seeing here from our perspective. So, yeah, it definitely is Colombia. We can look at the back of the sign here, which is a cross. That is going to be 100% Colombia.
Yeah. I learned that from your videos.
Absolutely. Let's go.
The more you know. The more you know.
Landscape is surprisingly flat here for Colombia. So that could definitely pose a problem. And, or help them narrow it down, of course. And these wooden posts also very typical of Colombia as well.
Usually I don't take credit, but it might be on me. The reason that we're not watching what these guys are doing right now, I clicked the button twice too many. That's why we're left in the dark. We're kind of playing this one a little more incognito as we try and figure out exactly what's going on here. No one opted into lock-in guesses yet with just 15 seconds left to play.
Not to worry. I mean, Colombia, because they both know the country, it's not going to be a disaster here. We shouldn't see too many points come through. That would be my prediction. But we'll find out shortly where the actual guesses were here. And so, as the timer ticks down.
Very specific guessing coming through as well. Finbar, you see, shake his head there a bit, losing a few points. And again, I think against most other opponents, he wouldn't have been too upset about this, but a 300 point there, a 600 point here, he knows that this can very quickly get out of hand.
And that's been the constant style so far, right? He constantly chips down 500 to 1,000 points of damage, and it's really hard to stop him from doing so.
Sure is. Let's head on over to round number 3, as we are going to...
Ooh, okay. This is an interesting round here. Wow.
It's a beautiful tree.
In this one.
Beautiful houses.
I think we should actually just, you know, see what the players are getting into. I think this, like, architecture will give away the country, or at least the region. So let's find out.
Let's see if they know exactly where we're headed right off the bat. Double damage coming through here. It could be fatal should one of them be way off, but limited info to go off of.
The English language there, that would probably indicate North America, I would say.
Double yellow lines in the road.
Oh, very nice. Also a clue that's more common in the United States than in Canada, but can be seen in Canada too.
Seems like we're in and around. Again, these official buildings, always great to go by, whether it be fire stations, schools, whatever. There's maybe an
area code there.
Yeah, area code and the phone number too.
I don't know whether I know both players know some area codes in the United States, but they're about 300, or I don't know how many exactly, but there's a lot.
It's yet another data to try and kind of log in, but it's hard to get all of them, of course.
So did you see that license plate? We had a yellow one there.
Yeah, I think it's a New York license plate.
Tends to be found in New Jersey and New York, but can be found elsewhere.
Seeing Finbar, probably saw it too.
Yes, I imagine so. And to be honest, the vibes definitely line up. So.
I mean, 7 seconds. Constance is still yet to even look at the map now. Speed scrolling, but he's
falling. Whoa, wait, what?
This is huge.
What?
Oh, it was Atlanta. He gets it, and Finbar shaking his head too. Maybe it was a bait, maybe a car from New York made its way to Atlanta. Who knows?
Cars travel.
But Finbar, this is dangerous territory.
Dude,
down to double-digit points.
Toby, cars travel. They travel.
They travel. Who would have
all the way down the East Coast there. That's devastating stuff. Unbelievable.
The bait came in and Finbar jumped right on it as we head on over to what could potentially be the final round of this match in round 4.
This is not what Finbar wants to see. We have a regional clue here. These yellow markings on the pole indicate which state we're in the United
literally.
States.
Just
so let's find out who can region guess.
Yeah?
California.
So fast.
California pole markings.
Big state, which I think for Finbar isn't really what you're looking for right now, being sat at 179 points. He needs every single round to go in his favor. And again, you don't get a 5K. Like, you don't one-punch Consus. It has to be done over a long time. But these guys are way off from one another. This is East Coast to West Coast.
This is Albany. He thinks it's Albany, New York. He's had struggles with the Albany round so far.
That is not the, yeah.
It's dangerous. He does swing further towards the west.
It's still not enough. He needs to see one of these poles, but he's got time. He's got time.
The thing is, even if he's off by just an inch, we're 2.5 multiplier. I mean, he has a couple of meters to run by in order to not lose this round.
Basically, just needs to be closer. Now, can he find one of these poles in 7? Oh, look at the pole. Look at the pole. Surely he notices. He must notice in a second. He still hasn't. This is devastating. This is devastating. Consus, unless he's in the complete wrong part of the state, he's won the round.
We'll see 3 seconds left to play.
That's the first game.
Does he
it
win?
could be Max North California.
Number 1.
What?
Are we fighting
Wait.
Maybe. Finbar 5K!
What?
Unbelievable! 4,300 damage to Consus.
He was on the East Coast,
You
bro.
only get so many chances at jabbing at a guy like Consus, and Finbar does it perfectly.
I have never seen those yellow markings outside of California. That is an absurd round, and he didn't even
He
pay
started
any
looking
mind to
at
them.
the East
First
Coast and
Finbar
then
jumps
eventually
on
5
Urbane. He
Ks
loses
in
because
Oregon.
of it. Second time says no. I've heard from 6 Sec, I'm not taking it again. He trusts himself. Perfectly sets down a 5K. Look at him staring into the camera. He knows we're looking. He knows that everyone's eyes on him. And Consus struck hard for the first time in this tournament.
What must Consus be thinking right now? That's a huge blow.
That is tough.
I
so
am
close to the finish line, to 179 points. This would be one of the most absurd comebacks, and to do so against a current world champion, Finbar. This would be a highlight moment of your career if you could somehow turn this around.
Indubitably. Okay, next round here, we got bollards. That definitely narrows down the part of the world. Looking like we also have some Austrian German, I think. Looks like it might be the case. So let's jump into it here.
Yeah, the shield.
Finbar, even with such a crazy guess, he still needs to be on point.
Headed into 3 times multiplier
But
now
that's
as well.
tough
Finn
when you
is
have
smiling
competing
instead of
metas,
smile of
like
I know where it is, or the
strikes and
smile of
pulls.
chaos saying, oh no. Oh no, what's going on here?
I think that might have been like a gnarly kind of smile, like, oh, Austria, really?
Oh, yeah. We'll see. We'll see who gets it down fast. Maybe for Consus now, considering the lead that he currently has, quick guessing would be the better play. We saw him do it previously when he got a bit ahead to try and like bait his teammate to maybe miss some info, go too fast about it. But again, both these players taking their time.
Yeah, I think that's the thing as well. Like on 3 times damage, if he quick plonks and then it is the wrong region,
that's game. That would be game for him. Well,
some players I would expect to go for the fast blonk. Consus not. He knows too much.
On National Park sign there. I don't think Finbar's found that just yet. Consus is going to set it right down the middle of. Is it even? It might be the exact same National Park that he saw on the sign. I can't quite see from here, but he might be able to get it regardless.
Different regions. Look at these guesses.
179. Finn, you better be on point. You better be on point, or this is game. They're both locked in.
Equidistant. Look at that. 87-88. Unbelievable.
Exactly.
Exactly the same distance.
No damage done. Finn lives to see another day. Let's see where we're headed with round number 6.
I like the look of this, looking like a big country. Indonesian flags aplenty. Let's get into it. I can't wait to see.
No time to waste. No time to waste. There's big mountains look like in the background too. Maybe that's going to help them locate exactly whereabouts they are on this map. A couple of signs to go by too, but nothing too big right off the bat.
Different approaches.
Say that.
So Indonesia has these tiny little places called Kabupaten. They're the regencies of Indonesia. There's about, I can't remember the exact number, hundreds of them. And basically they tell you the exact place if you find one. I think Consus has tactics. Do you remember what he said?
Yeah.
Only locks fast when he knows.
Exactly, and we talked about just before as well. Try and catch Finbar off time. You've been giving him too much time, and he's way in a different region. This is going to be game. Regardless, one or these two will take it home. And it's going to be Consus. Finn
GG's.
Once
yeah, when Consus goes that fast,
he knew he was going to be in trouble, but what an effort from Finbar
to
stay in for as long as he did.
I have to say, that Oregon round is one of the highlights of competitive GeoGuessr full stop. I cannot believe that happened.
You don't get to swing at Consus like that, and hit. And honestly, I mean, going into the next couple of rounds, we know they're both very, very proficient in no moving. That's gonna sit in the back of his mind now.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm not immortal.
Yeah, I mean, Consus, he made like the theoretically better guess.
Yeah.
Finbar just turned up there. That was crazy.
He knew, man. He just knew. Game number 2 is where we're headed. No move is where we're going. Plenty of things to look at still, though, as we're headed into round number 1.
Oops. Okay, let's go straight into it. I pressed.
What did you press?
I pressed the start game. And are we in? We are in. Okay. So
no.
Here
Switch
we go.
over, guys. Switch over.
I will once again take the reins here and show you around the round because I unfortunately pressed start game.
We've done one each. You know, we're
even now.
We get one each.
We get one even now. Okay, so this one here, we got the black Google card. That narrows down the country to Argentina, Peru, or Uruguay, and with these green mountains looking much more like Peru than anything else to me. Quick lock here. So we got Finbar locking. Peru's one of his weaknesses, so that doesn't surprise me. Pretty similar guesses here. So fortunately, we didn't miss anything too crazy here, and they both go north and south. Okay.
A bit off, but not too much damage going to be coming through. Of course, very early days here. 151 damage. Hit on Finn, not gonna be the biggest damage coming through as we get ready for round number 2. Plenty of foliage this time around.
Yeah, honestly, the last round was about best case scenario for Finbar, and now we get a rural Indonesia. So we know what happened last time. Let's see if Consus can repeat such a good performance.
Indeed, that's gonna be possible or not. And what to you? I mean, you instantly said Indonesia. What gives it away?
Well, there's a few things here. Indonesia just has a very unique pole tops, so I saw just the Indonesian style of pole top. There's a bunch, but they all there's
it's
the one.
hidden. It's
yeah.
just in there, and he instantly locks in as well. Finbar knows. It's. I mean, the people that made these maps, they know you've really got to fight for the info that you want to obtain. Hidden there behind the top of the palm tree, and
he knows.
Seems to me like at least one knows, but no, now Consus zooms in on it too. They both have the info.
Yes, we have these oil palms here. Oil palms, you may have heard of the Sumatran orangutans. They unfortunately, their habitats are, destroyed for oil palm plantations. Much more common on Sumatra than the other islands, but you can see them and they bait occasionally for other islands as well. So I would expect to see 2 Sumatra guesses, but we'll see. Wait.
Might not be the case.
I'm not sure if... they're both considering Kalimantan at the last second here. But that's what I said. I think they'll both stick in Sumatra because of these oil palms.
I think Finbar is back to thinking, last time I didn't go here, it did end up being towards the east. Good thing that he stuck around this time around, though, up near Medan.
Good thing the time ran out there.
A lot of damage again, almost 1K coming through. People get kind of surprised sometimes by the damage coming through.
Okay.
Get ready for round number 3 as we head on over to the mountainous landscape of...
I would say Montenegro.
Okay.
That's my call here. Very beautiful round, if I may say.
Definitely. I'd go for a hike here.
Oh, and have you seen these before, too?
Oh, yes, I have the... Oh, now I just put down my laptop, but I've written it down.
The Sky Rifts.
The Sky Rifts, yep, exactly. And that's Montenegro, one of them.
Montenegro is indeed one of the countries where you find these. They're also found in Albania and in Senegal. Toby's going for the laptop.
I'm going for my
here.
PC. I know it. I have it right there. The one round I put my PC away, I miss out on it. In any case, let's see if they find it faster than what I could potentially do. As already Consus zoomed in, locked in. Does he maybe? Is this a 5K in the making off of this limited info? He's looking at the mountain ranges now.
Like on main roads, I could expect a 5K here, but on a white road,
he's lining up
one of the minor ones. That's going to be a tough ask.
Gonna be tough indeed. Going to be tough. You can see they're looking for it. They're both in the right vicinity, and they know even if I do log in here, that's just 15 more seconds for my opponent to potentially get the
not even sure of the country. And to be fair, now that I think of it, it could potentially be Albania as well. We'll see.
Well, I mean, they're both on the line of Sky Rifts now that I have my note with Senegal there as well.
That's
so,
right. That's right.
One country apart, 2x damage could hurt quite a bit. 10 more seconds to go.
Okay, Finbar. I mean, I think his guess is going to be good enough. Even if it's Albania, it should be close to the border, in my opinion. And yeah, it is right there. Both players pretty equidistant there. Nothing crazy. Nothing crazy.
Not big at all. Just 9 kilometers separating them. As once again, it's Finbar taking the small hits here. But again, I mean, going back to Consus, that's what he does.
Yeah.
He just wins these quote-unquote easier rounds by being that little bit closer.
Yeah, look at that. It's easy. Like, everything felt close so far, but Consus is still flawless in Finbar right now. Crazy stuff.
Just
crazy
on
stuff.
point.
All right, let's get into this one. We appear to be probably in Japan here. So Japan, they have different privacy laws. They have that lower camera, and also these, like, I think fir trees.
There's nothing in the rain trenches or like the gutters that you can go by in terms of regional location. Maybe the gutters are different in different regions. I know they have a lot of them in Japan.
I'm sure that means something, to be honest with you. But I'm looking at these really tall trees. They're often found kind of in that central part of Japan, where it's kind of optimal for growing vegetation. Not too north, so it's too cold. Not too south, so like the plants start to get lower and tropical.
Francis, like, could I just get one step further down the street so I can see what's down there?
He wants to see the Transformers. Finbar did not see that. I think if they're the opposite side of the pole, that would put you in the southernmost island of Kyushu. No, I don't want to.
If that's the case, that could be game. We'll see where away is going. Tokyo against Osaka. Two pretty main picks. The north of Tokyo is where we're going. And once again, I mean, it's Kansas every single time it gets close.
There, by the way. Okay, well, yeah, big skill issue from me there. I need to have it to give me a lesson on those Transformers. But yeah, there you go. I mean, yeah, Kansas. Huge guess. He was even considering Kyushu. I saw him going nearby there on the map, but
yeah, they both
got Tokyo correct.
Parallel.
Okay,
sure did.
Next round here, NMPZ. Interesting one. We got a rock wall here. I'm wondering about Northeast US for that reason. Often appears there, but there are many places around the world you get these rock walls. Let's head into the round and find out where it is.
See exactly what we're dealing with as the boys now get to see it on their screens too. Yeah. We have some signs.
Not at all.
Go by.
North America. Not at all.
Nope. It's maybe it's just a Japanese person that has relocated to North America. That then no, that would also be.
I mean,
that should be a map. That should be a map where they just go around and find locations where someone from another country has made like a really Japanese-themed house in Montreal. What do I know?
Don't you know they have these European-themed villages in Japan?
That's what I mean. That's that. If you throw them in there, that's when you'll see these guys sweating.
Anyway, let's get to these polls here. Polls hold a whole amount of information in Japan. They can tell you the exact region if you have a good view. Obviously, we can't exactly see them here, but I have a feeling Consus and Finbar might be able to glean the general region by that horizontally placed little white tag on the poll.
A rare, quick lock in from Finbar. Let's see if Consus comes around. They are pretty far apart and at 3 times damage. This could be a big hit onto Consus.
This is such a typical Consus round, man. He's just that bit close to 720 points of damage. He's so hard to beat. It's really crazy.
Practically impossible to take out here. Haven't lost a single round as we reach the halfway point. Round 6 is on us.
Things are looking rough for Finbar here. We have more of these oil palms. This time, I'm thinking I may be getting a Malaysian vibe instead, potentially. Let's head into the round.
I haven't been in Malaysia before, and when we landed, there were definitely a ton of like palm trees of this sort. So not a bad guess.
Southeast Asia can be easily differentiated into kind of 2 halves, the ones that drive left and the ones that drive right. It's one of the regions of the world where that's most useful. This bike is driving left, so that helps to confirm.
I love the fact that even when we're in a small dirt road, still they stick by the rules, because you'd imagine you'd be driving in the middle instead, but no thank you.
To be fair, it's a pretty windy road, so you may want to.
True. Might not be the worst idea. You can see instantly Finbar looking down to
maybe I'm wrong.
Looked towards Malaysia for a while, but went further south.
Yeah. Okay, this is a really interesting round. I'm actually not too sure of the country here. We're just in the middle of nowhere, which I love.
Yeah.
These rounds are always so fun. And Consus has not opened the map.
Has yet to do it. Wants to get all the
Finbar could do something massive here.
Sure
what?
Could.
A crazy switch up. A crazy switch up. Where's Consus want to go?
I mean, they're all over the place right now. 7 seconds to go. Trying to lock in. They're far apart regardless.
He's where Finbar was.
This is going to be tons of damage coming in, but one of these guys could potentially be going down. Oh, Finbar switches again.
Unbelievable. Just so consistent from Consus. Finbar did not play badly there.
What an absolutely phenomenal performance. And once again, the world champion remains in the top seat, undefeated this time around. No damage taken at all throughout this entire one.
Absolutely. I mean, Consus, he's hard
not
to... You watch him play like this, and it's hard not to put him as the favorite for the whole tournament. Finbar, though, had a very valiant moving game, and that is where you want to beat Consus. If Finbar took that game, which he well could have if the multis were a bit differently placed, then it would have been a whole different thing.
But for Finbar as well, I mean, to start things off with the moving game that he had going out in round 2, to then come back and actually prove pretty formidable against a guy like Consus is a huge turnaround for him as well.
Absolutely. I have to say I'm very impressed with Finbar's moving comeback and the mentality to come back from that awful Oz round
6-0,
where things just did not go his way.
6-0.
Well, that's it for us in this round here. Let's head back to the desk and break down everything we just witnessed.
Wow, what a way to wrap up Group A, proving that you are on top as the current world champion. Do you feel like this is mandated of you, or do you feel like this is a brand new opportunity to prove yourself?
Well, a bit of both, yeah. Like, I knew when I came here, I was just one of the 16, so I definitely had to prove myself. But yeah, I guess it worked, or it went that way, so I'm happy, yeah.
Oh, it's working quite well, I would say. Lenley, as someone who might potentially have to face Constance later on in this event, any questions for him?
Looked scary. I mean, Finbar had you on the ropes in the moving game. What did you think about that Oregon round where you went California? Were you tricked by the stripes?
Yeah, so I wasn't imagining them. I was maybe thinking that after a round, but yeah, that's the first thing I saw, so
yeah.
I just...
Oscar was quite confused there that it ended up being Oregon. So you were not alone in thinking that, but I think Finbar just recognized the highway shields and...
Yeah, exactly, but...
Yeah, 5K.
Yeah, I saw the highway shields too, but...
Yeah, you still brought it back though. You still brought it back. What was your reaction after that to see Indo pop up?
Well, it's definitely my favorite, so I was glad to see it. And then with Info nearby, it's pretty much, I'm never going to miss it. So
yeah, thank you very much.
Yeah, you've played amazingly today, Constance. Undefeated here. Then in that no moving game, you flawless as well. Just truly impressive performance. I'm curious about that Georgia round where you got.
I didn't even notice he flawless.
What clues did you know there to get the state? I'm curious.
No real clues. Like I was just moving, and yeah, you get the vibe somewhat what's going around you, but I wasn't really looking closely at what the trees, the houses. So. I wasn't very sure, but in the last seconds I saw the Georgia license plate too, so that's confirmed for me.
Very good. Yeah, amazing stuff.
Yeah, Atlanta's working out great for you in this tournament so far. You've picked up some big wins there, but you've won several times, got to come up to the desk. I haven't yet invited you to address everyone at home. Say any shout-outs you'd like.
Yeah, a shout-out for everyone tuning in again. A shout-out to my friends, family watching at home. Yeah.
This has been the conclusion of Group A here, and congratulations to Constance, who is coming out very nicely on top. You can take a look at Group B here, which will be coming up after a short 20-minute break, so we can start Group B on time. But hey, that's plenty of time to grab yourself a snack, refresh your drink, and get cozy on the couch all over again, because we've got lots more GeoGuessr yet to come.
All right, I'll leave the stream up here. But I'm gonna go get myself some tea and come on back for Group B.
But every story has an end, and every champion must once again rise to the top. In the halls of royalty and where innovation is praised, a new master will ascend the throne. Welcome to the City Hall of Stockholm and the finals of the GeoGuessr World Cup 2024. Secure your tickets now and be part of this historic event. See you in Stockholm.
I thought I had everything, all the things life could bring, but now I do anything just to be together now. Yes, it's a new situation, triggered by physical vibrations, so many feels in circulation, and the past is history now. And I believe I was made for you, you were meant for me. Now's the time, so I've got to tell you now. I want you in the sunset with me. Sunset next to me. Something in our chemistry, you give so much joy to me, a long way from misery. Wish we were together now. Girl, you give me inspiration. Let's go and find new destinations, but my heart just needs confirmation. Come on, let's build our future now. And I believe I was made for you, you were meant for me. Now's the time, so I've got to tell you now. I want you in the sunset with me. Yeah, you're the one. You're the girl in my dreams. Well, there's a fire in your eyes. That's why I still believe. Sunset next to me.
right, and we're back.
Welcome back to Stockholm, Sweden. Welcome back to the GeoGuessr World Cup EMEA Regional Finals. EMEA, of course, includes Europe, the Middle East, and Africa, which is why the day and the weekend is absolutely stacked with players. We've got 16 in the tournament, and we just saw 4 duke it out for the completion of Group A. Now we are heading into Group B. We've got a whole new crop of players, and we've got some scary ones, some new ones, some old ones, some young. We got a good mix in here, but you know what? Most importantly, we've got Zigzag back on the desk. How did you enjoy casting?
Well, that was absolutely a blast. I mean, we had some really interesting rounds, which made it easy to get excited, but I loved it.
And what did you think of his casting?
Oh, you did a great job, man. You're a natural.
Thank you.
Good stuff.
Absolutely. Dude, we're gassing each other up here on the desk, and gassing each other up is not where it stops. Community, you get a little gas too. Let's talk about it. It's the Community Awards. It's time to celebrate you out there, and this is for 2024. We've got 2 categories up for grabs. We've got the Content Creator of the Year, and we've got the Community Champion of the Year. So make sure you visit geoguessr.com and send in your nominations for these 2 different categories by April 30th. We've got a cash prize on the line, free travel and accommodation, and we will be revealing the winners at the World Cup in September. So with such a large community and so much to celebrate, especially with the growth of esports over this last year, it is a very exciting opportunity to share the love around. Do you have anyone that you guys are immediately going to rush out and nominate?
I was about to say the man standing next to me, I reckon.
I was going to say
one of the OGs.
Both of you, I think, have been attributed by other players as sources of inspiration, as people who have personally encouraged them to continue to seek this out. So I think both of you are excellent choices for nominations.
I mean, I've been watching CG since years before I was playing GeoGuessr, so, you know, he's one of the OGs. 2018? What, 2019?
2019 started
it's crazy.
YouTube,
Crazy.
yeah.
Well, it's a hotly contested contest between you two and between among a lot of the people that have created so much to study from, so many out there supporting our players. The list goes on. That's why we need your community to help us sort it all out. So make sure you get those nominations in by April 30th. But in addition to the community, we've got some players to talk about here. So let's get into it. That's Group B we're about to dive into. You can see the results of Group A there. Chicago, Geographer, 4 players here. Pretty scary ones. What are you thinking?
Yeah, this is another really great group. I think we mentioned it at the start of the stream, but this is a really well-balanced group. Probably one of the toughest ones that we've got. And again, we have 2 newcomers to the World Cup scene. We have Armani and Ricky Beast, but then we have 2 players who played last time as well, Deborah and Topotic, and both of those players are also sort of veterans of the community. They've been around many years, so it's going to be a really interesting group to watch as this unfolds.
Players that you've perhaps run across in your contest online, Zigzag?
Oh, absolutely. So as it happens, Deborah and Topotic were both in my group at the last World Cup. And then Armani is also someone I've spent a lot of time playing with as well. We train together sometimes. And then also, we have Ricky Beast, who is perhaps more the unknown quantity here, and also someone who has perhaps more moving skills compared to the rest of the people in this group. So, I don't know, it's pretty exciting.
Well, very exciting to consider. And the unknown is becoming a known quantity here at our regional finals. We have gotten to know a lot of great players and seen some new stuff from some old players. But now we are heading into our first match of Group B, which is going to be Armani, Ricky Beast. Geographer, anything you want to shout out about this matchup that you think might tantalize the audience?
Yeah, this is a really interesting matchup. We have Armani, who's a really strong no-moving player, and then Ricky Beast, who's a strong moving player. So these first 2 games between them going to be really interesting to see who's going to take that. And then if we go to the NMPZ tiebreaker, which I feel like we might happen, it's going to be a really exciting match.
Yeah, this has to be like a great candidate for a 3-map or a 3-game series. I reckon that's really could be on the cards here, given Ricky Beast's penchant for playing moving and Armani's for playing NMPZ.
I'm going to hold you to that. It's been a while since we've gone the distance in this matchup, but sounds like we've got a lot of hope. So let's meet our first 2 players.
My best mode for sure is NMPZ, because I really like to guess rounds based off as little info as possible. So if it's just a dirt road with no info, I'm usually pretty good at getting the right region, or sometimes even just the country.
I wasn't sure if I was going to qualify because the competition was very strong. I mean, I haven't really felt the pressure for now. I'm kind of like the underdog, so I don't really feel the pressure. I'm just here to have fun. I hope I can keep my calm, and I'll give my best.
Now, the other thing I love about our GeoGuessr players, we've seen a wide variety of gamer tags in the mix here. Ricky Beast, Armani, I feel like a really nice head-to-head, kind of an old school, new school, maybe fashion school kind of thing.
Definitely, and I'm loving Armani's avatar drip there. He's got the pink afro on, pretty unique, I would say.
Seeing a lot of love for those heart sunglasses too, but let's see a lot of love for our first player. Let's welcome on out to the stage, Armani.
Group B, match 1. I don't know these players, so it'll be interesting.
Okay, Armani, welcome to the stage. It's great to have you here in Stockholm. My first question for you is, playing against someone like Ricky Beast who has those moving skills, will you be going for the faster guesses, or what are your tactics there?
For sure, I will try to guess faster than... I won't let the timer run out, because I feel like I'm not as good with info as like Ricky Beast. So I want to just 5 guess most of the rounds.
And then moving on, do you think that this, in your opinion, will this series go to the 3rd map? Will it go to no moving, panning, or zooming?
I think if I'm able to win the no move game, because I feel like the moving game is going to be tough. But if I win the no move game, I think it can definitely go to distance for sure.
Absolutely. Well, Armani, best of luck in the game. Good luck. Ricky Beast, welcome, welcome, welcome. It's great to see you here, and my question for you is, how did you feel upon being the Portuguese representative coming through the qualification stage?
Yeah, I'm very proud to be able to represent Portugal. I wasn't sure if I was going to make it because the opponents are very strong, but I'm glad I could make it.
Absolutely, and you've listed one of your weaknesses as potentially being no moving, panning, or zooming. How have you been preparing for that?
I've been trying to play a lot of NMPZ, a lot of rural maps in general, rounds where you get no information. That's my weakness, so I try to focus on that.
Absolutely. Well, Ricky Beast, good luck in the game, and you can take your seat.
Thank you.
Ricky Beast and Armani, the two of them will be kicking off Group B, and this promises to be an exciting matchup. Both of you have given me lots of reasons why each of these players deserves to be here. And of course, they qualified to get here, so you know it's true. Love to see strength in the U.S., though. Chicago Geographer, what does that say to you?
Oh, yeah, I love to see that as well. I've seen Armani play on some of my Twitch streams as well, and he is a really strong player for sure at the U.S. So definitely going to be looking out for some of those rounds here, as well as his NMPZ and no moving skills as well. So I really would like to see this go to NMPZ. But yeah, Armani, really strong player. Going to be a great contender here.
Well, and coming in with a bit of a personal strategy for his opponent, it sounds like, prepared to go up against Ricky Beast to bring the speed.
Yeah, I think this is actually one of the more clear-cut scenarios that we have had so far in the tournament, where Armani really just specializes in the no-moving formats, and moving is probably going to be a struggle for him. So Ricky Beast, I think it's high pressure on him to take the first round, because if that is not the case, then we could see troubles for him.
Oh, and a proficiency in foreign languages. We've seen foreign languages on signage
Weakness,
and
Asia?
all
Oh, no.
sorts of places come into play, even in just Group A. How far do you think that's going to carry him here?
Yeah, I think that's a really important skill to have. You know, some people have learned to read different scripts in different countries, which is something that not many players focus on. So we'll see if Ricky Beast has some specific skills in that sense to bring to the table here.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and also strong in the USA.
Oh, yeah.
I hope we got some US clashes here. That would be fun.
Yeah, just keep putting the U.S. places on the map. It really humbles me, and, you know, that's really what I'm here for. All of you, very impressive intellects. It's been a joy to watch, but I know 2 more intellects that are about to flex. Let's send it over to our casters and kick off the match.
We're going to try, Rachel, we're going to try and flex. Are you ready? Trevor, are you ready to flex it up?
I'm always ready to flex.
Luckily, the big pressure is not on our shoulders, though. No. It's on Armani. It's on Ricky Beast. Do you have a favorite going into this one?
It's actually interesting because I don't, because I think they are kind of 2 different players almost. And Armani, like we just said, like we just heard, he's kind of going to be a faster paced player. So it's going to be interesting to see how he goes up against Ricky Beast, who I think maybe does favor the moving games more. But I'm excited to just see the different levels of styles play each other.
I would love to see Armani stick to his word. If he can go on vibe guessing, if he can push the pace, for me, that's exciting gameplay.
It's almost
that is what I would love to see.
It's been a while since we've kind of had that. It's been a while since we've had that kind of that fast-paced gameplay and people instant sending, and you can see like, you know, people going through and like really guessing quickly. I'm excited. Hopefully we get that with Armani. He talks the talk and walks the walk, but we'll see.
Well, we're going to have to see now if he can walk the walk. I would be disappointed if he didn't go super fast and super hard. And I think we are pretty much ready to get this one going. First match of Group B, match 7 of the day. We've got Armani going up against Ricky Beast. Best of 3s, starting with move, moving into no move. And of course, if we need it, an MPZ to round things off. Trevor, you're the man with the power, man with the plan, whenever you're ready.
No time to waste. The present is now. The right time is always right now.
Ooh, I like that.
Round 1. Let's do it. Looks like we're in Norway. This is a moving game, so we'll see moving. But the interesting thing is, will Armani just go ahead and instant send here and just kind of vibe? He's moving. Okay. Coward. No, I'm just kidding.
Whoa. Trevor.
I'm just kidding.
Going full esports there, brother.
Now, Ricky Beast is does specialize in moving. So it's oftentimes when you have a player that is really good at a different thing, you kind of play against their strengths and weaknesses, you know? So and he doesn't like the size of his map. He's going north. Armani is going fast. And you can already see Ricky Beast zooming in here on the map.
I feel like I've been hoodwinked here. 30 seconds are down, Armani hasn't plonked it.
Yeah, it's sometimes, you know, you have to find some info.
Yeah,
He's switched seasons on us, okay.
Small sample size, it's just our first.
You know the good thing about Norway is, right?
Round.
I like to say is it's very easy to find where you are in Norway because there's very few mountains and bodies of water. So if you pick one, you're probably right.
Let's see.
Both players.
The clock has completely wound down. I don't think either player are going to bother locking in before time's over.
But
it's Ricky Beast that's closer.
Yeah, these first games, you know, these first rounds are minimal.
That's pretty impressive,
so
not gonna lie.
Let's keep the pace up. Round 2.
Good first round.
Looks like Indo, maybe you Java, some tiled roofs. We'll see. 1.5x damage.
1.5x indeed. The multi's not yet thick. Early into our first game here, just round 2.
The thing about Indonesia is that even if you are like a fast-paced player, in Indonesia where there's so much information available, you kind of can't be because as soon as you guess, you give the other player 15 seconds to when you see a Java guess here or Jakarta guess. Yeah, I think Armani is pretty close. I'm assuming Ricky knows. Has he found any information? Yeah, it isn't easy. But 5 seconds left, and Ricky doesn't even have his map open yet. Does he know the clock is coming down? Okay, he does. And they're both pretty close.
Both very close to each other. Armani a bit closer. Or he'll get some points there. Small amount of points going the way of Ricky Beast.
Back and forth. Round 3. Keep it up. Northern Peru, maybe? It looks like you have that shrubbery in the distance there. Looks like, let's see. You might have water. Is that water? Oh man, Armani is using the new compass. You can see on the top there. That's a little... We have a base user here by Ricky Beast that's using the old compass. We do have water south. Let's see. What's more easy for you to read? The top compass on the left or the bottom left compass on the right?
I like the one at the top.
What chat thinks.
It's more of that, because that's more of like a video game type thing. You know, you're playing an RPG, like a Skyrim or something.
Okay.
You're looking from left to right, and it kind of floats above you.
It's fair.
But hey, I respect the old school too. Love an old school compass as well.
All the type to bring a physical map with them on the road trip.
Hey, back in the younger days, you know, when we were going on road trips with the family stuff, it would be a paper map. No more needed, of course, because we have things like Google Maps.
Shout out to Google Maps.
Yeah.
You're my guy.
Google Maps, that's my guy.
That's my guy.
5 seconds left in round 3.
We just have 2. Whoa, we have a southern guest here, and a central, and it's south, and Ricky Beast.
That's a big one.
Nice.
Big send by Ricky. Double damage. That is a significant blow now. Huge swing in momentum. Not even a swing, because they were relatively close before. So it's it's just a big hit from the Beast to Armani.
We heard Armani say in his pre-interview thing that he was going to play faster pace, and he hasn't really been doing that.
No, he played faster in round 2, but 3 and 1, he let the clock wind down.
Yep. Let's keep it going. Round 4. Looks like Canada, maybe like in Ontario, something like that. Let's see what we do have here. No area codes there, just LePage. This looks nice, a little KFC. Ooh, is that a sign? Is that a sign? Oh, that sign might have said Thunder Bay on it. It could be. Ricky Beast is going towards it. Okay, maybe the sign did say Thunder Bay on it because he's zooming into Thunder Bay.
Straight towards it.
KFC.
Once again, shouting out the local fast food chain. I think Rainbolt is hungry, but maybe Armani's going to be the one eating. Can he get the dub here in round 4?
He's going to line the road up with 5 seconds left. That's kind of, you have to appreciate it. But minimal
both
points.
in Thunder Bay.
Yeah, both in Thunder Bay. This will be going in around 5 3x damage. And
Nice.
you got the right road.
Nice.
And Armani's screen flicking, it looks like.
1 point off the 5K.
1 point.
1 point.
They're both locked in. Armani
Dude, why is he
down
mad?
4,000 points. Round 5 to go. And we have
strong lead for the Beast.
Ricky Beast. It's a good name.
It is.
I wonder where he got it from. Maybe he's a beast.
Maybe we can ask him.
Could
Well,
ask
not
him.
us, because we don't do the interview, but
Yeah,
maybe our
if-
desk will ask him.
Oscar's listening.
Where does the Beast come from?
Maybe he's a fan of Mr. Beast.
What if he says it comes from inside, and then we have this whole lore there where, you know, he unleashes the Beast on the server? That could be a thing.
.au. We are going to be in Australia. Both players are doing that. You probably have to go Queensland here. Not sure where else you would go. I guess the question is, how far north do you go in Queensland, maybe? If that is the case.
30 seconds down
Rockhampton.
now.
So that's how far north you go. You go to Rockhampton.
Armani first to move.
So Armani find Rockhampton.
I
feel
think
like
it was just... Yeah, it's there.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I feel like I've definitely heard that before. And I feel like in an incident like that, you might... I guess there's under 15 seconds left, so it doesn't really help sending it. You got to place a marker down. It doesn't look like Ricky found the same information, but he's going to end up in the same region regardless because of the... And he's slightly more north.
Let's see. Not quite the 5K.
Nice.
But it's a good hit from Armani.
2,000.
2,000.
When it comes to these round 10s, these 10 rounds, you know, that points do add up. Next round 6, looks like we're back in Indonesia.
Indo.
It's
become one of my favorite countries.
It's a great
GeoGuessr.
country.
You can see some unpredictable rounds when Indonesia comes up.
Should be Indo. Let's see, actually. Let's see where the players end up moving down. It looks about right. Both players.
Sign there for Armani, trying to read that. He thinks he's got an idea. Opens the map, and he's looking back. Go on, feel the vibe, Armani. Just like you told us you would. Bonk it and put the pressure.
Wait 6 seconds.
Could perhaps pay off in a location like Indonesia. With all the islands and...
Both players. I mean, you're not finding a road here. You're kind of on like a long stretch of no information. You have to make a guess just off the region.
This is tough.
And
This
most
is where
players-
vibes could count, Trevor.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is kind of basically, you're playing no moving here. You just have a lot of panoramas with no info. 5 seconds left. You have to get a guess down someone. Dude, they're separate. We're in the Sula and the Sumatra guess. This is big points, Paulo.
Big points now.
It's big points.
And it's Ricky Beast coming out on top 3.5x.
That's first game.
That is game, Trevor.
GG's.
Good call.
Quick maths.
Quick maths,
GG's.
my boy. Yeah, Ricky Beast moving up 1-0 in the series.
It's one of those things, though, where Armani was kind of, I think, I don't know if he would admit it, but I feel like he was almost expecting to lose some moving games, and he's counting on having to win the no move and the NMPZ games.
Yeah.
And so you'll see him dial in here these next couple games if he does take the no move game from Ricky Beast. Portugal is on the map, though, with 1 win. Shout out to Ricky Beast. Shout out to everyone from Portugal watching. Hit the Sioux. You already know.
Do it. Do the real one.
If Ricky Beast wins, I'll do it.
You'll do it?
I'll do it.
On the camera?
On the camera.
Oh my
I will.
God.
Put that in the,
Get your
I'll put that in the
TikToks
pit.
ready, everybody.
Get the TikToks ready.
Get the reels ready.
Revolt is clip farming out here now. This is crazy. All right. Shall we keep it going? Keep the pace high.
Yeah. According to our player cards, Armani actually prefers NMPZ. That's what he's told us, told our production staff.
That's
and yeah, Armani, you need to come back now and no move if you want to see your favorite game mode.
Let's do it. Let's see. Can he do it? Game 2. Match 7, round 1. Let's do it. And this is where, you know, Armani hopefully thrives. If you're him, if you're Ricky Beast. You also are looking for good guesses here. Both players zoom in, see what they can find here. This will be an interesting round with not really that much information for the players, but you can make an educated guess with, presumably. enough surroundings here.
Ricky Beast active in track and field, but now, mate, you aren't able to move. You're going to be running on the spot for the next 10 rounds, unless, of course, it ends earlier. We saw so many 10-rounders earlier.
We did, yeah, especially in the moving games. You saw a lot.
Lots of
rounds with information.
Yeah.
Both players looking. Yeah, this is kind of an interesting location with a very on no move. It's odd because you have a lot of info with not having much info in India, you know. So it's and you could pick up big points, but it is round 1, so you're kind of lucky that's and. Ricky keeps scaring me without getting a pin down until last second, and they're in separate regions of India
quite a difference, though.
And Ricky Beast.
And it's Ricky that's closer. That's solid points in round 1.
Yeah, that's like the second time he's kind of placed a marker last second, and it's kind of been super close. So maybe that's the strat. That's a really good guess for that lock. No move. Taking out 1,200 points round 1.
Armani not happy with that. He looked a bit disgruntled.
Disgruntled. That's a great word.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Thank you.
What is this? Looks like Colo. Yeah, there's a Colo sign there. Yeah, or like the yellow-black paint there is Colombian. It looks super dry, so you have to go north. Armani. Both players are going to get this. We're going to see minimal points on the round 3 here. We're going into round 3.
Lock it in, Armani. Yep. That's a faster move, faster play. But Ricky Beast is following hot on your heels. And just as Rainbolt predicted, don't think there's going to be too much in this one.
Nope. And he's going to maybe even move closer there. Yep, they're on the same road almost. It's slightly more north, but again, they're both in the same region, picking up very, very minimal points. Such is life. And we're moving on to round 3. On no move. Armani needs to win this game if he wants to take the win. If he does win this game, he can bring it to NMPZ. We haven't had an NMPZ game in a while, I feel like. Maybe that's not
Even
the case.
Toby, how many did you see any in 3? I'm trying to remember.
No, actually.
Previous 3.
Yeah, there was one.
Oscar was in. Maybe they had one.
Wait, Armani's.
Now Armani loading the clip.
I mean, it's you have the Belgian pulls.
He's aiming his shot.
Both players, yeah. It's one of those things where Armani's going to lock the answer in quicker when he knows it's like a small country with minimal points.
Yeah.
So, and it does make sense. It doesn't really matter. But he's just picking up 138 points, and maybe that does matter.
You never know. I mean, we've seen it in the past where eventually these quote-unquote insignificant rounds end up adding up and making a difference when it comes down to the wire. But yeah, for now, just some small points.
This is a fun location,
From Armani.
too. This is a very, very
to
fun.
Ricky Beast.
I don't know if we've had
damage.
Maybe the first Gen 4 Turkey. Maybe I think we had a European Turkey earlier in the game, but this will be fun to see. Who's and we have Armani looking at copyright.
It's a cool location.
Players zooming in. We have a guess here. This is really cool. Turkey
Armani
pavement.
looking to
Look
line
at that
up a
Turkey
road
pavement.
here.
So speckled and cool. Both players. We have a slightly more Western guess here by Ricky.
Which gen coverage is this?
This is Gen 4.
Yeah, I was gonna say this looks super sharp.
I would bet if someone looked at this road, maybe one of the Twitch viewers looks at this road in Gen 3. If this is covered in Gen 3, I guarantee it looks completely different. And look, we have a completely different kind of hedge here. We have a Western and Central.
With 2.5x.
Yeah, it could be something.
Could be something, Trevor. Let's see. 5 seconds left. Ricky, where are you going to stay? Just about there, and it is Armani that's closer. That's going to be some solid damage. 2.6k.
Takes the lead.
Takes the lead now, swinging the game back in his favor.
No time to waste. Round 5. Looks like Hungary.
Keep him locked in.
Armani is happy with the no move performance so far, but he's still looking to take a win here. This will be interesting. It almost looks like a Croatia. Like how far, like, no.
Both
yeah, let's go central.
hedging central.
And I mean, look how close they are.
Yeah.
It's almost like a mutual agreement to just like click center on this, you know? It's like a
gentleman's agreement.
It's a gentleman's agreement, yeah. Oh. Yeah. Just downtown Austria.
Yeah, both going
48. Yeah,
very
there's
similar
outside
locations.
Budapest. And let's not waste no more time. Round 6, Brazil.
Lovely.
3.5x damage.
Red dirt.
This is very Brazilian dirt. The question is, it looks pretty like distinct, like a central-ish.
Just middle. Like, yeah, just click middle.
Round 6 now.
South.
Armani in the lead.
This could be big points too here. I mean, obviously both players are gonna get the country, but even if you do get the country, you can make a kind of an interesting region guess here. and learn some points. We do see, it looks like maybe he zoomed in close to Sao Paulo or Rio. These green hills does that up. There's a lot of information out there on different polls and things like that in Brazil and kind of distinct regions of what makes a poll different. But and is he even going to go to RGDS or?
15 seconds left.
Armani has yet to open his map. That's a common trend here we've seen, where he really.
No, he had it.
Or not, I meant Ricky. Sorry.
Oh, Ricky, yeah.
And he's last minute going to Santa Catarina. I mean, they're not that close. And is he want to go more north, Armani?
No time remains, and
just
Armani might have just taken the dub.
Yep,
Yes,
that's
he has
game.
3.8k
All right,
damage.
tied up.
But
We're going
we
to
are
NMPZ.
going to NMPZ.
Wow, and that's almost expected, I think, for Armani to do that. But that was a great Brazil guess there, and if you're him, you have to feel confident about that going into NMPZ against knowing that's your strong suit.
As we mentioned earlier to everybody at home, Armani has claimed he prefers NMPZ. And if we turn our attention to his opponent, Ricky Beast, he's actually been preparing, well, part of his tournament preparation has been focusing on NMPZ. Our production's been told, or that's what he's told our team. And so this should be a very competitive NMPZ.
I mean, every NMPZ is a competitive NMPZ, I feel like, because it's so up in the air. Also, that's a cool little avatar.
I'm just excited that both guys should be as prepared as possible, specifically for this game mode.
Yep, and I think there's nothing better to do than just, I think, get into it.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Round 1 of Game 3, NMPZ. For those wondering, NMPZ means no move pan zooming, means this is all you get. But with that information, you can still tell it's Albania, with the water tank, double blue strip on the plate, and the rifts in the sky.
So Armani straight away leaning in.
The GeoGuessr zoom into the monitor is real. You know, it's a common thing.
He does lock in first. Is this the point where he starts pushing?
It could be, but it also could be that's just a small country, small points. And you see, yeah, both. And so for me to be a good person, I'll match their pace. 6. Let's keep it going. And we might see an instant zoom again in Netherlands.
I like that, Trevor. Keeping the action rolling.
Again, and you'll see Armani just instant zoom here.
But it's actually Ricky Beast that locks in first, nonetheless.
Armani, he has to take a region guess for his country, you know, he has to make it, and nope. It's just Ricky Beast being closer there. No points, we're gonna be seeing a round 3 here.
I wanna see a big country, Trevor. Can you summon a big country with your GeoGuessr wizarding experience, please?
And before I just summon Singapore. This is not Singapore.
Where are we, Trevor?
It's Africa, let's see. Maybe Senegal is my best guess off the bat.
Okay.
We'll see.
Oh, Armani's going straight in.
Yep, he's going to Senegal. And
just send it.
Dakar.
He's actually going all the way to Dakar.
I think he might have literally just 5K'd.
Right on the coast.
Pretty safe guess, yeah.
10 seconds down, and he locks it in.
Locks in. Ricky Beast doesn't look. He's taking his time. He has 12 seconds left. And he's going Nigeria.
Oh, wow.
Oh, Paula.
2x damage.
You know, it's not a bad guess.
Difference in
it's not a
distance
bad
here.
guess. But I think it is a wrong guess. Unless Ricky Beast is right. And it's
oh, did he actually 5K? Armani, have you done it?
That's,
not quite.
that's it.
But it's full
That's the game.
997, and that is game.
GG's.
And that's
wow.
where NMPZ pays off.
Wow.
I mean, that's not easy. Like Ricky Beast, that's not a bad Nigeria guess with the Carbler in Africa. That's where kind of the practice with Armani and NMPZ really does pay off there, and you know, see the mutual respect there from both players.
It felt like that game was, I mean, it was going at a slightly slower pace, and then we get into NMPZ, and all of a sudden, boom.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about NMPZ. It comes down that one round. It comes out. You have those easy freebies of like Netherlands. And
comeback.
Albania, but when you get those,
For
that's where it all
Armani.
matters. Yeah. You just have to make the one good guess that one time, and the other player doesn't.
That being said, Ricky Beast did play a good game of GeoGuessr. He was looking strong in both game modes, but yeah, when it comes down
I was
to
thinking
NMPZ,
Senegal, but not
it's
not
really
Dakar,
anyone's
somewhere
game.
Yeah. I mean, he did take the moving game, but ultimately you have to win at least one moving and an NM or NMPZ, and unfortunately he only typically the moving, but he's still a beast, and he's not out of it quite yet.
Yeah, and I mean, we were lamenting at the start and a bit in the middle with regards to Armani, because he said in that interview, I'm going to push the pace, I'm going to vibe guess and send it, and he was going at a slower pace than he suggested he would. But then, yeah, in that NMPZ, he pushes it and it pays off.
Pays off. I wouldn't be surprised if we see in the coming games from him faster paced games. Now he has the nerves out, and he's confident. We'll see, though. We'll see.
We absolutely will see. And with that being said, Rainbow, thank you. It's time to head back
Great.
to Rachel and the desk.
Thank you all so much. Now, Rainbow says it seems like the nerves are off. Is that true, Armani? Because you look pretty confident out there.
No, I was really nervous. Like, yeah, all the way throughout all the 3 games.
You've got a great game face. You look cool, calm, and collected, and you're sitting pretty now with a nice win over a pretty tough opponent. So how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. After that moving game, I was pretty like it was like I played pretty bad for what I'm used to, but after that, the moving game, I played pretty well. And in an NMPZ especially, I recognized the exact area, so I guessed really quickly to put on pressure.
Tell me a little bit about the spectator experience.
Yeah, that was a really, really fun series there. One thing I noticed is obviously in the pre-game interview, you were mentioning that you wanted to guess quite quickly on moving. And then in reality, occasionally you were doing that, but most rounds you were kind of letting it cook a little bit more. Do you regret that? Do you think it could have gone differently had you pushed the envelope a bit more?
Yeah, on a couple of the later rounds where the multis were high, I was pretty unsure on especially the Indo. I wanted to guess fast, but I wasn't sure at all. So I didn't want to guess that fast. Definitely. But I probably would have been better if I did.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. And then moving into the no-moving game, it seemed like it was a little bit closer in the gameplay, and then that Brazil round you took the W with. Do you think in those, after your moving and no-moving games, did you change anything up about your NMPZ gameplay, or you just went in feeling strong?
I was just feeling really strong after that one, yeah, for
awesome.
sure.
Yeah.
All right, one last quick question there. I couldn't help but notice your avatar, as you guys said, dripped to death. Tell me a little bit about the logo you chose.
It's a cool logo. I found it somewhere, and then I think it's I think it's just pretty cool, what it represents, just an airplane in a plastic bag. I think it's pretty cool.
I absolutely agree with you. It's a very cool drip, and I hope we see more of it and more of you. Of course, we're going to have more games from you shortly, but we got a quick break coming up first. Here's what the rest of Group B is going to look like, as I promised. Lots more GeoGuessr to come. Stay tuned.
Yeah, if your specialty is an NPC, then I think, I don't know, I mean, you definitely want to move around and get as much information as possible, but it might be an interesting strategy just to play all the rounds at NPC and see what your opponent does, how they play. Just put all your eggs in one basket and see. All right, coming up, match 8.
you've made a great decision today because you're watching the GeoGuessr World Cup EMEA Regional Finals. Like we said several times today, and like I'm going to say lots times more, we've got 16 incredible players, and we are so lucky to have them. 4 of them now in Group B, duking it out for their opportunity to move on to Sunday and to hopefully move on to that World Cup in September. It's going to be a big competition, but we've got lots of big competitions raging just this weekend. We just saw a big one between Ricky Beast and Armani to kick off Group B, and now we're going to check out the 2 other players of Group B, Topotic and Debre. Now, what can you tell me about, these last 2 guys here, big names in the space, Zigzag, people you're familiar with?
Absolutely. So an interesting fact about Debre and Topotic is that they're both OGs of the community indeed, and they have both created very influential maps within GeoGuessr. So to create a map, you select a whole bunch of locations, normally in the tens of thousands, and then you publish those as a complete set. So Debre made a map that's focused on being really difficult to guess, and Topotic's map is focused on really rural locations, and 2 of these have been really staples of the competitive scene. So these 2, a lot of their knowledge comes from, instead of playing, clicking around the map and finding the really interesting nooks and crannies of different countries.
So they might have had a different way of learning and a different way that might give them an advantage in some of these matchups here. Now, Chicago Geographer is someone else who not only competes but prepares a lot of content and contributes a lot to the education of the community. What can you say about what these players might have picked up along the way?
Yeah, absolutely. They've been around for so many years now. They're both veterans of the game. I've known them for a long time as well. They're pretty good friends of mine. So yeah, they've contributed so much to the overall community knowledge base, and also just like, as Oscar has mentioned, the maps that they've created, people are playing those all the time, even to this day. So they've been really influential, and I'm sure they've picked up a lot of really good skills as they've been working on those maps.
Fantastic. I'm excited to see a head-to-head of 2 storied players now coming up next. Let's get to know them a little bit better.
Last time around, it was kind of like a one-off event. It didn't really feel like a pressure to do extremely well necessarily, but this time around, I feel like a lot more pressure to actually get in, the top 10 that advances to the World Cup, because it would be a bummer to not have an opportunity to play in that massive event.
Mostly no moving is my main strength. I don't have like many specific countries that I'm good at. I'm like more well-rounded in that sense, but I still prefer moving to an NPZ.
We heard Topotic shout it out, and we've harped on it a little bit before on this desk, but competitive experience, especially at the early stages as we are in GeoGuessr competitive, really coming into play in a big way here, but evenly matched once again.
Topotic's map, is that the rural?
What are you thinking? Any final thoughts before we get into talking to the players?
Yeah, honestly, this is such an interesting matchup to me. I think they both have really well-rounded skill sets, and again, their experience in the community is, I think, really going to come into play here. We'll see that they're veteran, experienced players. I think either one of them can take it, and I'm excited to see what happens.
Well, I know they're going to be happy to see a familiar face when we welcome them into the studio, but let's bring out our first player for this match. It's going to be Topotic.
I'm joined by Topotic, everyone. Topotic, welcome to Stockholm. I've got a question for you, Topotic. What kind of preparation were you doing mostly leading up to this tournament?
Well, unfortunately, I couldn't do as much as I wanted, but I mostly looked at some guides on the big countries, and I also played a lot of competitive, especially no moving, and now I try to play a bit in MPZ because I'm really struggling at that recently.
And then obviously you're coming up against Debre today. You faced Debre last time at the World Cup. How did that go?
Well, yes, I made one big mistake in Russia, and that cost me the game because the NPZ was quite even and there was not much I could do there, so he played extremely well. So
absolutely. So Topotic, good luck with the game, and you can take a seat.
All right, match 2, Group B.
I'm joined by Debre here. Debre, welcome as well to Stockholm. It's great to have you here. I've heard, and I don't know if this is true or not, but do you know all the United States area codes?
I know most of them. I spent like about 2 hours just right now, just like going over as many of them as I could. I think that's like one area where I hope that if I get one, I would hope that I know all of them. Actually, I have like another topic. What did you have for breakfast?
As for me, I had, what did I have for breakfast? I think I had some pancakes, and I also had some bacon and eggs. There you go.
Fantastic. Good choice.
Okay, thank you.
I'm curious about that.
Well, he's flipping the script on me, guys. Debre, I would say very good luck in this game, and you can take a seat.
Flipping the script, no
he's
doubt.
super
We'd
tough.
love to see it from Debre. I was a little worried Zigzag was going to take a turn, walk to the desk, but I would have been happy to have Debre over here giving some insights. As you told us, CG, both of them very experienced, not only as players, but as map makers. They've seen this for all sides here. So as we look at Topodic's strengths, weaknesses, do we believe in the weaknesses? Do we think that's even real for these players?
Yeah, you know, that's a great question. I'm not sure that Topodic is really weak at Canada and Brazil, but hey, we'll see if those countries come up here. He has strengths in other large countries, South Africa and Australia, especially South.
So many lip shades in so little time. Let's try the
Hello,
Fenty
ad.
Icon Velvet Liquid Lipstick in the shade Red Wine.
There you go.
And again, his veteran experience will definitely be a big factor here.
Yeah, I'm super interested in that Australia as well, because that is one of my strengths as well. So I hope we can see some interesting and, you know, tough Australian rounds in this series, perhaps.
Well, and as I understand it, there are some things we can infer about a player by the list of, you know, regions they say they're very good at, whether it's a detailed-oriented list or whether it's kind of a broad, you know, macro or meta list. We've seen so many different ways that these players
Debre's been
prepare.
studying his Kazakhstan.
Debre, though, you told me, was looking at zip codes, area codes that we're going to see on signs for phone
India
numbers.
as a strength?
Do
That's
you
unique.
memorize numbers like
I
that?
have almost none memorized. Maybe CG has a few more than me, but these can be super useful on the moving rounds because they divide up the United States. Even sometimes they divide up states. So you can actually get extremely close guesses if you commit those to memory, especially in urban settings.
A fascinating way to do things. How many would you estimate that you could remember from the U.S.?
Honestly, not that many. Like, it's super hard to memorize them. There's no real pattern to them, so I'm impressed that Debre knows, like, almost all of them. He's done a lot of work.
Well, our casters are ready, so I think I want to ask Paula, too. Paula, how many area codes have you memorized in your quest to become great at GeoGuessr?
Rachel, I'm still working on it, and right now my mind is in other places. I'm looking at Trevor. Trevor, I'm looking at you.
I took some time to memorize the Canadian
huge
area
mug of
codes, but I
coffee.
have
Yeah,
not
and a boiled egg. That's what
tackled
you
the
had for
US
breakfast.
yet.
Am I right?
No. Why would you think I like coffee? That's crazy.
Well, I mean, anyway, everybody, Debre versus Topodic, big one here. Trevor, you told me when we were off air, you're all particularly excited about this one. You described it as a matchup for content.
No,
Why is that?
It's quite literally like the most hype match of the day. Maybe I'm biased because they're both just very like charismatic, emotional people towards the game, and I think that'll show in this game.
Is Debre staring Topodic down? What's happening here? Is he giving a death stare?
He's mocking his competition right now. That's crazy.
Is he actually for
Wait, he's actually staring him down.
Oh my!
I mean,
Debre's playing the mind games. I love it.
I don't think Topodic even knew.
No,
that,
he's
so
just
I don't
playing
even
to
know
the
if it is a
camera.
mind game.
That's what he does.
Still,
Just plays it up
we
for
use
the
the
camera.
expression a lot in esports, but Debre's locking in. He's as serious and dialed as it gets, Trevor. I love it.
Yeah, he's a character. He's a character. Topodic. I think Oscar mentioned earlier, this is a rematch from the World Cup back in October in Stockholm. So it'll be cool to see this.
I'm standing for this one, Trevor.
No,
Yeah, I
quite
learned
literally not
Brazil's
standing either.
first,
I
and
recommend everyone at
then
home.
went on to
Posture
Canada.
check, stand up, drink some water, and let's lock in and get this game going.
Yep.
This is the best game of the
Trevor,
day. Probably.
whenever you are ready,
let's do it.
Get it going.
I'm not one to waste good content. Game 1, round 1, South Africa. Moving. Debre versus Topodic. This is going to be a matchup over the ages. Everyone get your clips ready. A little wave there outside the car. Both players going north. It's moving. We are in South Africa. This looks like Debre does not know how to move. He is moving. And he's doing the trick where you can move and open up the map at the same time to be more efficient, which is not something I actually don't think I've seen someone use today. It's kind of a flex. Very distinct region of South Africa, it looks like. Downtown bots border, and Debre's locking in. He doesn't think he's going to find any more info, and he's locking it in based off his clues there.
Debre to lock in first. Topodic has to respond.
Pretoria here.
Round 1, no big multi.
It could be big points, though.
It could still be big points. It's quite a distance.
It's not just kind of north of Eswatini there, and that's going to be 400 points for Debray.
I've got it, Trevor. I've got it.
Yeah.
Chat, we have to get your opinion. But what about Death Stare Debray? Could that be the nickname? Can we get it trending in the
Sounds like
chat?
a good like emote, you know, like there has to be a
Death Stare Debray, yes.
Death Stare Debray.
But he is pretty locked in now. You can see that. But this will be probably another minimal points. Players moving especially. You might even see Debray just lock in soon.
So we've got Death Stare Debray once again going in first on La Paz.
La Paz.
Let's see if Topotic's Optics
You know we
can
haven't
follow
had today.
suit. Yeah.
We haven't had South Korea today.
Not going to be anything significant here in this round. Both players honing in.
Where you round up.
Sharp. Effective.
Round 3. Yeah, maybe even the first Kenya of the day too. Maybe not. Debray is locked in. He's not here for any shenanigans right now. This looks like northern Kenya or something maybe. Debray's zooming into Kenya. Topotic is going to try and find information, but I doubt anything will be usable. Both players now looking for something.
We're on the safari.
Maybe you're just
right
looking
now,
for
Trevor.
a main road to find the road direction to see what off-road you're going off of, but yeah, this is a little safari. Maybe we see some lions.
Maybe we see some elephants.
That'd be pretty cool.
Nope, just
There's
a
some elephant
Toyota Land
conversion.
Cruiser there. Not too much information for either of our players. 20 seconds left
Debray's
on
turning around.
Yeah,
the clock.
we saw one
An
tie
opposite
round. I
direction, did
remember
not like the
that. That
direction
was
he's
an
going.
A-lock round.
Topotic yet
And
to open his
I think
map.
we've seen a couple Cambodia.
Sure, 14 seconds left too, but both players
but yeah,
are
no
making
melee
pretty
yet,
similar
I don't
guess here. You
think.
have to imagine, and that's exactly what we do see here. Look, they're quite literally in the same 2-mile radius. That's or north. Minimal points.
Round 3 of 10 down, and yes, just as Trevor pointed out, very minimal points. Even Stevens going into round number 4.
Even Stevens, throwback. Round 4.
Oh, you know the TV show? Is that what you meant?
Yeah.
I just was using the expression, but that was a great kids TV show.
Shout to that. Round 4, 2.5x. This is actually a weird location. It looks, and if you're playing Blink mode, you might go Europe here, but this looks like Canada. Question is where in Canada?
Well, we're going to start off in a parking lot.
There's trash cans here. We probably see someone zoom into a trash can. We have
Debray
Winnipeg.
AZ. Is it going to be a lock as well? Yeah, going straight to Winnipeg, and he wants it.
It's probably Winnipeg. That was a confident zoom. Maybe he saw Winnipeg on a trash can. I think we did. So this will be, yep.
And it remains even Stevens.
63. I mean, this is round 5 of 10, halfway through. 300 points down. Debray, 500 for Topotic. Round 5 looks like. SK, something of the like. Not South Korea, but the other SK.
Round number 5, reaching the halfway point.
And this is the lock-in border on that instead of the check-in. Could be wrong. The thicker border or the thinner border.
One of our players start to pull away now. Can one of them put their foot to the pedal?
We've seen similar things where it comes down to that round 9 or 10, and you see one gas that kind of ends up doing most of the damage. So I keep saying it is a game of consistency.
Central, is that... Yeah, I mean, both one.
Well,
oh,
nice.
Very nice, though,
Nice.
by Topotic. Is that going to be a 5K? No, not quite.
Not quite, but in our hearts, the 5K.
In our hearts.
Yeah, pretty much.
This is a great game, Paula.
It is.
This is a great game.
Both players minimizing mistakes. Trevor, you mentioned that earlier in the show. Such an important part of the highest level of GeoGuessr gameplay, and both players right now are doing that. They're minimizing their mistakes. And as that multi-build, you've got to do that even more.
As a multi-build, so is the nerves, though. This looks, is this Philly? Can't tell. It is. And why is Debray zooming in so confidently already? Maybe it looks like a lose-on or something. Yeah, okay. And Topotic found a sign that I don't think Debray found, but they're still in the same exact region. And
Look how close.
This is just a level of gameplay we're witnessing here.
Yep, both so close to each other.
I mean, look at this.
Trevor, going to be barely any points here, even on 3.5x.
Debray slightly closer. We did have the famous Topotic desk slam at the World Cup last year.
The desk slam?
The desk slam.
Did he fully slam something?
Fully slam the desk.
I think I missed that one.
Good piece of content.
What, on the stage with me?
It was in the first day. when it was like they were like lined up on the the qualies. Speaking of
someone get the clip. Someone get the clip. Find it.
Little UK action here. Let's do it.
Quadruple damage now in round number 7. Some UK action. The United Kingdom.
Got the Aaron Bruce.
Yeah, Debray enjoying the Aaron Bruce.
You know Aaron Bruce?
And I don't know Jim Robertson either. I know neither of our working men's trucks there.
You know, Topotic is living in the UK right now, so maybe he might have an advantage here.
Ooh, nice.
Aberdeen, so Scotland.
It's a helpful sign.
Like,
yeah, that's where we're zooming in right here. And hopefully, oh no, Debray has not found the same information.
Debray's not found the same sign.
This could be big points,
This could be a difference by the length of the UK.
He's getting north, he's getting north, he's getting there.
There we go.
He's scanning for something. I don't think he has the same information though, so it's interesting to see what he needs to keep moving to find something. 20 seconds left.
Still a chance for a mistake here. We were just talking about
Debray,
minimizing mistakes.
hurry up.
That's good.
Are both and Montrose? Is that enough? Yep. I think it is.
Yeah, Topotic basically just 5K'd, but Debray is right there with him. He's going to get even closer.
Gonna go a bit more north. 4x damage.
It's going to be some points, though, for Topotic down.
Oh, but you got to put your marker down. Oh!
Yeah.
Oh, he just.
He had his marker down. That's
I missed it. I missed when he had his mark down. Apologies.
No, all good. That's 1,000 points. Could have been worse for Debray. He started a little more south.
I thought we'd just seen a big blunder. Luckily not for Debray. Round 8 now, Trevor.
Too composed for that. Round 8. Looks like Turkey. Great, beautiful sea to our north.
So close in round number 8.
Yeah, it's actually really, if we get to well, we could see big points here, because when you have water north like this, it's kind of hard to region guess in northern Turkey, assuming it is. Both players, we have one going more east. Both players, again, this is kind of when we get into this territory of round 8.
Debray's got a
the
lot of
1,100 points really adds up, and Debray needs to chip away as much as he can these next 2 rounds to make sure round 10 isn't a small country, and he's guessing.
Locked in, both on the same coastline.
I'd go for the west.
4.5x
For the west.
though. If one is closer than the other, we could see some substantial damage for the first time in this matchup.
They're still pretty close. It's not going to be game, but we could see someone pick up some points. And it's Debray that's closer.
No.
Oh, Debray,
and that's actually
right
so
on
points,
the money.
Paula.
Whoa.
900.
That's 4,100.
Times that by 4.5x, and absolutely, that is a huge hit. Debray now leading the charge massively going into round 9.
Northern Turkey, hard to region guess. Not for Debray. Round 9. Nigeria. Who has the advantage here? Topotic absolutely needs a good guess here.
Is this the new coverage?
Points going in round 10.
Where are we now, Trevor?
Nigeria.
So, chance here for Topotic to come back into it.
Yeah, it's like the northern...
He needs a big guess. He needs a big swing.
Like the new coverage?
Debray, maybe a chance for you to put the pressure on. Plonk it quick.
40 seconds. It's still, you're basically, I think, Debray's going pretty north here with this cam. Kind of based just in Kano or something, but both players taking their time here because this is such a meaningful round. When you see Debray go out that northwest, you have to feel like he has to know, like, feel confident in that region to even.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's quite a few.
15 seconds, Trevor. Topotic now,
probably going
zooming in.
Similar region.
Maybe
And then there's
lining
like
up a road
two
here.
types of the Gen 1.5.
5 seconds,
Almost
Trevor.
Lines up. Debray's locked in.
Both so close.
Topotic
closer, hangs on, and we'll be
1,500.
going to round 10.
Round 10.
This is it. Oh, I don't remember. One of them said that in the pre-conference that one country was they were a strength. I think it might have been Topotic. But we're in Australia. Looks like, actually.
Australia is a strength for Topotic, but he says specifically in no move.
Well,
right now we're moving. I'm not sure.
You know, Australia
I imagine it's still a strength for him, but yeah, we do know Australia is a strength for Topotic, but he specifically said in no move.
Australia is a strength, and it's also a big country. Big points.
And Debray finds Australia challenging, particularly difficult. Is there a chance here for Topotic to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat, Trevor?
If you're Debray, you were just praying you got like a Singapore or something here, but unfortunately he's gonna have to earn these this last round. And you're gonna see all 43 seconds used here. They're gonna take their time. They're going to take their sweet time. We do see Debris zooming in to Sydney here. NSW. Looks coastal. Topodic. Yet to open the map. Anything with 5.5x damage, you get the wrong side of the coast here, and it's game over, and it swings opposite direction, Paula.
We've said it before, we'll say it again. Trevor, in a situation like this, players of this caliber, the points as they are in a round 10, it is anyone's game.
Topodic's down. They're slightly different. We have one Newcastle guess, one slightly.
It's anyone's game. Topodic.
No, it's Debris closer.
Yep.
It's Debris taking the win.
It's
That's gonna be enough. GG's.
Taking the win. Misread the colors there for a second, but that one truly down to the wire. Look how close they were, even in round 10.
Yeah, it came down.
Neither were right on the marker, but again, their guesses, even when they're off the mark, they're still within the same range of each other.
Yeah.
And so that meant that was so close, quite literally down to the final plonks.
Yep. Yeah, and that was a game that was back and forth for both players, and it was earned last minute there by Debray. One better guess there, but it's no move time.
That could have been our tightest game yet.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of round 10s, but that was a pretty tight, especially with the stakes for both these players and what this means for both of them. It's I remember talking to Debray. He was pretty nervous. He thought he was washed, but we'll see if that's looks like he maybe isn't.
Oh yeah.
Definitely not washed yet. We move into no move now for game 2 of 3. If Debray wins this, he wins the series. If Topodic wins it, we go to NMPZ. Trevor, you're the man with the power. Oh, you've already kicked. Oh, nice. You've kicked it off already.
Listen,
They're straight into the action.
I'm here to watch. You know, this is a great game. I'm here to consume just as much as everyone else. So we have a white car here. Usually you would think like Peru with this landscape, but we'll see where the players end up going. Bolivia also makes sense with those things. I wonder who knows, like, Bolivia's one of those things where if you learn, like, you can almost learn everywhere in Bolivia since there's not that much dense coverage. And so, you know, it's kind of a toss-up sometimes. Both players taking their time here.
Is Debray looking for an antenna there on the car, or what was he specifically there? What was he zooming in on?
Maybe copyright. Not quite sure if there's like a specific. He's going literally on the border here, hedging, presumably.
Oh, he looks away, shows some emotion. Topodic, where are you going, buddy?
He's going Lima. Nope, he's going. Oh, I mean,
round 1, but it's a big difference.
That's great. That's a great guess there by Debray. I think he was hedging, but he literally guessed Lake, but 1,000 points down goes to Topodic in game 2.
In a later round, that would have been devastating.
For sure. All right, round 2. This is probably a fake meta, an outdated meta almost, but we have this like electric car that's usually found near Dublin.
Debray's going fast. I think he is tracking towards
We had a
Ireland.
location similar that was
Topodic as well. Yep, Dublin.
That was like
there
Max
you go.
North NI border with the same car, so. But when it's this urban, you probably still commit Dublin here. And it is just Dublin. Shout out to electric car users out there. Environment, you know. 8. Keep going.
Shout out to electric cars indeed, Trevor. That's a big shout out.
Shout out to that.
You're big on the shout outs. You're the shout out guy.
Shout to Google Maps.
That's my guy.
That's my guy.
All right, round 3, NMPZ. NMPZ always one to deliver exciting
not
moments.
NMPZ, Polly. We're in no move.
Is it fair to say this is a bait map or no?
This location is maybe like something you could definitely go around country on, or almost even around continent.
Oh,
but,
yeah, I definitely go wrong continent
like
on this one.
It looks like it.
Trevor, if that's the case,
like
this could be it. Debray's locked in north of Montreal.
Canada.
Debray's in Quebec, and we'll see. Topodic is in Nova Scotia, and it's
okay.
Yeah, that's not very hard. That's not very easy to get. 800.
800. Yeah, tripping over my wires there, Trevor.
You're so excited.
Yeah, I was getting up out of my seat. Little stumble there, but our player's not stumbling yet on NMPZ. Oh, sorry, on no move.
No move. Back in the U.S., got some corn.
I suddenly thought we were in game 3. No, we're still in no move.
We're still in no move. Wait, is this actually Canada? I think this is Canada. I think this is literally just like Ontario or like Quebec. I can't tell though. Ooh, Topodic looking at the transformers on the pole. It's not. I like where Debray is right now. I could see someone going US on this, but I don't think Topodic will. But it looks kind of, these polls don't really feel it.
Topodic using that last bit of time as the pressure is on.
Yeah,
both going to be in similar areas.
He switched to New Brunswick last second. That's big points for Debray.
Oh, it ends up being big points with a 2.5x. It's huge.
I mean, Debray wins this, and he 2-0s Topodic, which would be massive.
It would be a quick game too.
Quick, not over yet.
The pace has been fast here. We're already in round 5, Trevor. Triple damage now. Topodic, we've got to see some magic.
I'm not sure who has the advantage here in Indo. We have a pull there. Pulls are helpful. I'm not sure if that pull is, to be honest. Debray didn't look too sure about it, and you're not committing because of it. Looks like maybe it's pretty standard. You got the insulators, or like the bar. Debray zooming into Sumatra, South Suma. Topodic has and he's guessing South Suma. Topodic, where will you zoom in? He's going South Suma as well. Minimal points. Look at that. They're on the same road. It was Java.
And then it ends up being Java. If you're going to make
Java. It was just Java.
A mistake of some sort, you want your opponent to as well.
It's always validating when you see the opponent make the same guess as you. It means you.
Yeah.
They literally made the same guess. I mean, Debray was in the forest. He was off in the jungle somewhere.
So
but they literally
round 6
guessed on the same road.
Of 10 in France. This is we have the French bollards there.
Debray, that's an AZ. No, not quite.
We're scanning.
Still scanning. He's going outside Paris right now. Southwest of Paris. Topodic zooming in on the horizon, trying to find any information that he can.
Topodic needs points here. He's down
Debray
like 2,000.
just a Paris hedge? Is that what he's going for here?
Debray is full on 2 pixels away from his monitor. And he's clicking Paris.
He is. 10 seconds now for Topodic to respond. He's actually going east of Paris, and it pays off.
Wow.
He's a bit closer, and with 3.5x, that's going to be a reasonable 861, Trevor.
861. Keep going. That adds up, though. That's what Topodic needed. Slow and steady wins the race on something like this, and the points you can get, the better.
And here we are, Trevor, in your hometown of Arkansas.
It should be Canada, maybe.
Tried my best.
Maybe sometimes your best isn't.
It's not Arkansas.
I'll stop.
Also no front
Round
plates.
7. Topodic on the back foot to stay alive in this matchup. It's no move.
There's no front plates on those cars, which is interesting. Gen 2 is also interesting. This is a very interesting location. I'm actually not sure where I would region guess here. We have Debray going on the border here. Yeah, I mean, it definitely is Canada with the Gen 2 coverage. You don't really get Gen 2 in the US.
4x damage now does mean that even just what would previously have been slight differences.
Sask, Alberta.
They build up, and Debray locks in.
Big points here coming, Paula.
Big points are going to come, but in which direction will they go?
Debray.
Is it enough?
That might be.
No.
Oh, not quite. Not quite.
251 points remain on Topodic. And we're going into round 8, Trevor.
Topodic almost looks defeated already. It's not over yet.
Debray with a wry smile, too. A little look across the table.
Round 8. Let's keep it going.
I think he's cool. I don't think Debray can let this one slip.
Well, Germany. Debray. I peeked over at Debray's screen the other day, and this guy was, like, grinding, like, Germany really a lot. I mean, it's not Lux, but... like, he definitely knows maybe more. Topodic. I can make a guess too. I mean, this is Topodic. Basically, he can't lose another round, or he loses the series and goes 0-1.
Yeah, at this point, the smallest of differences become amplified thanks to those multis.
They're still so close. So even if Debray, there might be a world even where like, no, they're still far enough apart. If Debray's even slightly closer here.
Locked in first and straight after.
Topodic's closer.
Topodic is closer. He stays alive.
Survives for another round.
We will be at least seeing a round 9.
And a round 9 is a round with a small country. Lithuania, it looks like. which is good for Debray, not good for Topodic. Let's see what... Yeah, Topodic does not like that.
Does not like it. Shakes his head.
But Estonia... It's one of the Baltics. Don't know. Poles. Never see the A-frame pole. You just instantly send Lith. Hills in the distance. I mean... We have a Lith guess here. I mean...
Topodic hovering over Lith.
You might go different countries.
Free send Eastern Lith. We'll see. Topodic. And Debray's in Latvia, and Debray's in Estonia, Debray's in Lithuania, Debray's in Estonia, Debray's in Lithuania.
Debray's showing us exactly what he's weighing up in his mind.
And where will he finish?
I like Lithuania.
Where will he finish? That is the question, Trevor, and it's Topodic
We'll
to act
see.
first. Now you've got to make your choice, Debray. It's all on the line, and Topodic makes it work. 5x damage, it's
We're
only
going to round 10.
1.1k. We will see round 10 of no move.
Can he pull it out?
This.
And
it comes down to this.
Look, let's say
Come
they're
back.
close in round 10. Debray will win on points.
Yep.
So Topodic needs to make a play, and he needs a country where he can make a play. Trevor, do we have a country like that?
Move that bus. Turkey. You remember, yeah, they probably didn't make it to the UK, did that show? Anyways, round 10.
Yeah, I have no idea what that reference was.
This is gonna be. This is good. This is.
Is there a chance here
yes,
Topodic can bounce back? Oh,
Just rural Turkey.
biting his nails as he zooms on his map for the first time.
Topodic can win here. It won't be easy, but it will be possible. Paula.
Looking to the sky, looking to the heavens, saying, please, tell me where I am.
You
He
make
opens
one
his
good-
map.
Everyone stand up. This is.
I've been standing.
True.
Oh, do you think he knows the road?
has found water
Oh.
or river, but I mean, you can't ever really tell.
Does he
They're
know the
in
road?
a similar region, so even if Debray's, they're so close. Like I don't even think it's possible. Yeah, he's closer.
Topodic
is
is
this ever
closer.
enough?
Is it enough distance with a 5.5x?
Nope.
No.
It is not.
No, it's
That's
not.
not enough.
It is Debray that comes
Man.
out on top. He does it in 2. We do not need to see an MPZ, and it's
Good
death
game, good
there,
game.
Debray reigning supreme.
That was almost a comeback, just not quite enough points.
Or maybe not happy, depends on the person. But yeah, this is a. I mean, that was really close. Both games came down to the wire there, and you know.
Oh, there we go. Oh, and Topodic goes to grab the hand as Debray tries to play some games.
That was a little bit of him trying a little
cheeky. Even mind games after the match.
Crazy.
Great performance by both players, but
That was a good
Debray
game.
just did a great job of consolidating his positions, not making mistakes. It was solid to see, especially considering he was very confident in that pre-match interview, and he held it down on the server too.
Yeah, and Topodic also played really well too, but this is a slight guess. It's a bear. I mean, even the last NPZ game there, Topodic probably had the closer guess like 3 times in a row.
On no move.
On no move, yeah. No move.
All right, well, Trevor, thank you for your thoughts. Enough from us for now. Let's head back to Rachel and the desk.
Thank you guys so much. Excellent cast. Deborah, you joined us on the desk. You had something to say right off the bat.
Yeah,
Take it away.
I want to clarify something real quick. I did actually, because I did say to Topodic that I was going to let him choose whether he wanted to shake my hand or do a fist bump. And I did actually intend to be honest with that, but then I accidentally tried to do a handshake with the left hand, and I realized I don't want to do that, so I wanted to switch it up, but then by that time he's already going in, so it is what it is.
That's what we call certified GeoGuessr play.
Oh yeah.
You know.
Strong precedent for those
just an awkward
handshakes. I'm
moment.
sure not the last we're going to see. But also, Deborah, congratulations on the victory.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I feel like in the moving, I'm not sure remember what happened. So the problem is I don't really know how to discuss rounds. I feel like in no moving, what happened is that I tried to be as risk averse as possible. I don't go Latvia on those polls ever, but it's do I know 100% those are not Estonian polls? I've never studied this in my life. And I didn't study Europe for 1 second because I feel like I've got to be at least good enough to hold my own most European countries. So I have no idea if that can be in Estonia. Probably not. But I wasn't going to take any chances, so just my Riga. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say. Feeling good about that 2-0. Because the thing is, you never really, unless you're playing as somebody that is really, really, really garbage at an MPZ, you never really want to go there because it's so random. No matter what you do, even if you're really good at MPZ, Armani, very good at MPZ player, anyone will be able to tell you that. But even he will say that yes, a lot of times it's just random. A lot of times you just do have to take the L. And if you get a round where you don't have any idea what region of the country it is, and you can't check the car, you can't check any metas, you can't go around. So yeah, happy to survive without Any losses so far?
Well, I feel like you almost said everything so far, but you know, how does it feel coming up against a...
He's got one. Yeah, but maybe you want to speak even louder, you know? Like,
how does it feel going up against like an old foe in a way? How does it feel to take the win pretty convincingly, although maybe not playing quite as strong as you'd like to have?
No, I mean, like, listen, he, like, primed me for this, like, really hard, because, like, the entire time, every time, like, I asked him past 2 days, like, how he felt, like, he was always like, yeah, dude, I'm gonna lose so hard. I was like, I thought, like, okay, maybe he's, like, trying to do, like, a beta switch on me, like, he, like, you know, lures me into, like, a false sense of security, and then he just goes, like fosters me, like, on both games. Like, it's... I'm glad that didn't happen. But, yeah, I mean, I was really glad to have a rematch of, like, last year. I was really happy to see that, at least, because, you know, last year, you know, unfortunately, I took 1 loss. And, you know, I wanted to correct the record, so, you know, I think that has happened exactly as I wanted it to.
Very nice. Yeah, one last thing I want to ask about the water hedge on the Peru-Bolivia round. Was that an intentional strategy against Topotic, or is that just...
No, I wasn't trying to piss him off or anything. It's just that, you know, I feel like it was, especially because it's, like, low multi, like, I'm not going to lose more than, like, 1,000 points anyway, so, you know, why, you know, try to risk anything? I felt more Peru. I will say I felt a little bit more Peru, because I don't know if that car actually happens in Bolivia, where they kind of see, like, the black. I have no idea. Yeah, I was like, okay, not taking any chances, just, you know, calm and collected, you know, hedge as much as possible.
Yeah.
Well, you described situations kind of early on where you straight up didn't know, you didn't even study something. So how do you full send it like that? How do you make the decision to plonk?
Well, I mean, if I full sent it, I probably studied that specific thing. If I didn't, then that's probably what it is. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I got, like, anything. I don't remember, like, sometimes I forget, but, like, I don't remember if I don't think I got, like, anything that I, like, specifically studied, like, really hard for, but, like, I couldn't have gotten this, like, half a year ago or something. But to be fair, I don't actually know that. Like, I don't. Sometimes you forget what you've actually studied, what you, like, where you remember something from.
Well, it's in there somewhere, right? It comes out as vibes sometimes.
Because, like, the thing, like, while you're playing, like, you're not thinking, like, okay, like, when specifically did I practice this? Either you know or you don't know. But, yeah, I don't think, yeah. No, anyway.
Definitely. We so appreciate your insights. Congratulations on picking up the win here. I'm glad you righted that wrong of your your rematch from last at World Cup. But we have more to see from you today. We have more from all of our competitors in Group B as we continue onward. We've got Topotic and Ricky Beast coming up next right after this break, so stay tuned.
Cool.
Last year, history was written, and a champion was crowned.
It's a win!
But every story has an end, and every champion must once again rise to the top. In the halls of royalty and where innovation is praised, a new master will ascend the throne. Welcome to the City Hall of Stockholm and the finals of the GeoGuessr World Cup 2024. Secure your tickets now and be part of this historic event. See you in Stockholm.
Topotic is a very unique player. He always plays the daily challenges. He does like 23, 24K on a lot of games. He knows a lot of roads, knows a lot of meta. He's definitely one of the strongest players in the group.
Ricky Beast is a very strong player, especially no moving is his best, although he's also like very good at moving compared to most players, so it will be a very difficult game for sure.
Topotic and Ricky Beast. Topotic coming hot off his match, maybe a little warmed up. Ricky Beast got to take some time after the opening match for Group B to really feel himself out. And now in our pre-match interview, it seems like both of them are very aware of each other's strengths. It's going to be an interesting matchup heading into it, of course. But Topotic, a player that we know very well, that we've seen a lot from. Oscar, how do you vibe with him on what is he vibing towards a victory? You know.
Right. I get you. So
thank you.
Topotic just took Debray twice to 10 rounds. And it seemed like he was almost coming back in both games. So that felt good for me in terms of Topotic. But Topotic is also quite an emotional person, I think. And so I just hope that he keeps the positive mentality and realizes, hey, I actually played pretty good in those games. Things went slightly not really my way, but he can definitely, and I think I probably favor him slightly in this matchup. So I definitely think he should go in with the positive mindset there.
Yeah, was there anything you saw in his last matchup that, gave you some concerns about it? It seems like he's bringing genius, calls. He's still got, top level play. There's nothing to be worried about here, right?
No, I didn't see anything that I thought was a concern. I think Debray just played really nicely. I did maybe see a couple of times where he switched off a more correct guess. So perhaps it's in line for him to actually just go with his first gut feeling, but that doesn't always work, of course.
Oh, great lesson to pick up from that matchup, though. If he can feel more certain in his choices throughout. Chicago Geographer looking at his opponent, Ricky Beast. We know a little from his games. We know a little from his interviews. What do you know?
Yeah, so I've seen Ricky, he's played really well in the moving games, I think. He had that great performance against Armani. So I'll be looking to see how he does against Topotic. I think Topotic has said he's maybe not preferring a moving game. So again, maybe Ricky can take that moving game and give him a good showdown here. So I think these guys are pretty evenly matched in any sense, though.
Yeah, how scary are the preferred mode move players in this tournament right now? Everyone who has declared themselves pretty confident in it has, seemed to have shaken their opponents a bit.
Yeah, definitely. I think moving is a slightly less common thing to be strong at, especially in this high-level competitive play. So when you have that strength, definitely something people are going to be watching out for and trying to avoid taking losses in those games.
I did notice he managed to take his match all 3 rounds. That's what we love to see here at GeoGuessr. We love to get to that no move pan zoom. What do you think our odds are of seeing it in this matchup, Oscar?
I think they're pretty good because I consider Ricky Beast perhaps a bit stronger on the moving and then Topotic a bit stronger on the no moving. Whenever that happens, you're much more likely to end up with the third game happening. And yeah, so I think there's at least above a 50% chance that we see that.
Absolutely, and yeah, as we're diving into these dividing lines along these players a little bit more too, we did have conversations about breakfast. I think very important to someone's ability to play here. But have you noticed any other X factors as far as traveling, getting to the studio, the comforts, some people don't even like to eat when they're away from home. So, the players here, varied, situation, is it impacting them?
I would say so, definitely a little bit, yeah. When you're taken out of your comfort zone, maybe, playing on these sort of setups in a studio like this, definitely maybe takes players out of, what they're used to, and you have to get sort of adapted to a new environment, absolutely.
And I think Ricky B seems like quite a calm customer, quite a cool customer. So I feel like maybe for him it isn't such a big thing that this is his first time competing. But maybe sometimes the surface doesn't show everything. He looked pretty good in the first game. I think we should see both players relatively comfortable here.
Well, there's another X factor that we haven't really discussed too much of yet, but that is the community X factor. When the community gets behind a player and sends their energy, we know they can feel it and we can see that performance. And community, we've got something very special for you as well. We've got our community awards, so don't forget to head on over to the GeoGuessr.com website. We have April 30th as the deadline, but for now, let's give it back to the casters and start this match.
Thank you, Rachel. Up next, Ricky Beast versus Topotic. Before we break it down, though, Trevor, I have to say, I have to shout out CG. That voice on a broadcast, it's money. Sound amazing, CG. Keep it up.
Thanks.
Yeah, so this matchup, Ricky Beast versus Topotic, you got a favorite going into it?
I don't, actually. I think that's the beauty of this group is that it's so even. that every single matchup is almost, it could go either way. And one would say Topodic is probably the favorite, but also you only have to be the best for 3 games.
You do, Trevor. I'm excited for this one because Topodic's got to instantly bounce back from the loss he just suffered to Debray. And then we've got Ricky Beast coming in from earlier, and we're going to find out now if he can unleash the beast later in the day.
That's a good one. I'll give you props on that one. I really hope that Ricky Beast...
That's why I'm basically here just because I want the Rainbolt props, you know?
Yeah.
Every time I speak, I'm crossing my fingers. I hope Trevor approves,
Please,
you know?
give me the validation I need. No, I really do think that... I hope Ricky doesn't, like, take that first game. I saw him in the room, where all the players are after they are at the matches. He looked pretty defeated already, so I hope he can, put that in the past and play well. But Topodic is also pretty... It's emotional when you play these games and you want to do well. All right, game 1, round 1, moving. Shall we do it?
I'm ready when you
Let's
are,
go.
Trevor.
Match 3.
Let's get it rolling.
We had a lot of turkey today, kind of based. Hopefully, a certain player tomorrow is hoping we get the same result.
What haven't we seen that you'd like to see?
Yeah, Jalotris would be happy about this.
I don't think we've seen... I think that's, beautiful locations. All right, both players. Topodic zooming in downtown Syria here. Players.
This is move.
This is moving.
Topodic barely... Did he even move at all? I think he just did a 360. There we go.
Yeah. I think maybe he forgot.
Perhaps because he just ended on a no move.
You do forget sometimes. But his guess is probably still pretty good regardless. Sometimes when you play no move, you kind of prepare yourself for those no move scenarios. We'll see though. We will see. Both players obviously know it's Turkey. And we see the same thing with Ricky Beast, where he doesn't really open his map until he has to. And by has to, I mean 3 seconds left on the clock.
Topodic to lock in first.
Deep breaths there by Topodic. Must like his guess.
Ricky Beast responding now.
Very similar area here in southern Turkey. Topodic.
Whoa. Oof. Nice.
Must have read some that bin or something, but that's a very impressive guess. They're only 2 kilometers away.
Almost the 5K.
Ricky Beast not losing that many points. Keep going around 2. Game 1 of the new moving game. Topodic just coming off from a loss. Ricky Beast also coming off from a loss. So both players are looking for a win. We have no blue strip on that plate. It makes me lean towards Crow here. See if that's the case. Looks like it maybe is. Both players looking. Going back to the beginning, wants to restart, go a different direction.
I am in the Pacific time zone.
Topodic's found a
That
sign
is a very
here.
valuable sign.
A lot of information on it. How much is usable?
Ricky Beast is locking in North Croatia.
Is the question. Ricky Beast does lock in first.
Almost says Paulo there. Hula.
Where?
But
Oh, I
it's,
see, yeah.
Yeah, it's both players very, very, very close here, and this will be very minimal points going around 3.
Yeah. Steady start for both players. Good guesses.
Nice, 5K.
5K there by Topodic, by the way. Not to discredit that.
Oh, a big 5K. Shout out to Topodic.
Pretty much 2 5Ks,
Always
but
great to
one
see a 5K.
official 5K.
Round 3. Peru. We see that we have the Peruvian pulls here with the 3 little things sticking out on the top there with the black Google car here. The question then becomes, where do you region guess in Peru? Do you go Lima or do you just go south? We also have the white painted brick. That's not a fake meta for sure. What you're doing here, you're just reading for city names or town names or provinces.
Both in the exact same spot. Ricky Beast finding that advertisement just after Topodic. Sent Topodic on the move for more information. Perhaps going to do the same for Ricky. Yes, it would seem so, Trevor.
Yep. I mean, this is a... I think
Yeah.
one of those things where we see the same outcome again, both plonking last second. Area code there, presumably, maybe. Probably not.
20 seconds left.
Not sure if that would even value either player around 3x damage. But Peru is a pretty long country, so you could still pick up points if you region guess right and the other person doesn't. 8 seconds. No one's opened their map yet, Paula.
Plonked yet.
And we have a Lima guess here. And we have a Lima guess here.
Yeah,
In
two
the
Lima
end,
guesses.
you end up in Lima. And Ricky moved slightly more north last second. Did pay off.
Yep, he'll pick up some points for that. Good job by Ricky. Evens up the scoreline. We're going to
round
be going
4.
into round 4 now. Exactly.
Wait. This is... Wait. Let me turn around. If I see... Oh, a leaf?
Explain to me, Trevor, what's happening here?
Did you see the leaf?
Enlighten me.
This is a deep cut, but I think this was the location we had in the tournament like almost 2 years ago in Rainbow.
This is new lingo. You dropped
like no, like a deep cut. Like I feel like I've had this location in the Rainbow tournament like 2 years ago.
And you're
like
sure it's not deja vu?
And I think someone ended up winning on this round because it was like facing. I don't know. Maybe I'm not. No, it's not. Like this. I remember this like chicken. I don't know. Maybe I'm. Topalik could have been in the game.
Rainbow's got a memory like that.
Can anyone confirm or
wouldn't
deny?
doubt it if this is true.
I feel like someone won on that. Obviously, it's a moving game now, so like both players are gonna move to the Philippines. But that's.
But you think you've seen being dropped into that location before?
Yeah, I 100% have. Actually, I don't even need chat's approval. I definitely remember that location. Anyways, 2.5x damage. That's
How often does that? That's very rare, right?
I mean, yeah, it's never.
Yeah, exactly. Crazy if true. Both players stopping on the Commission on Audit.
Yep, middle points here. I actually couldn't remember where this was. Maybe that. I don't know. I'm probably gaslighting myself now. Yep, very close there, both players.
Nice.
It's a tight game, Trevor.
15.
Even with the info, that's so fast. That's so
There's barely
fast.
anything separating both of our players.
Round 5 of 10. We're in Russia. Big. Gen 3 Russia is kind of.
Yeah, he remembers the chicken.
New gen players zooming in on the car there, the antenna, both looking at the long antenna. Both players still.
Oh my goodness.
It's actually really a valuable sign there for Topalik. You know, Ricky Beast does take credit in like being better at movie games.
Why was that sign valuable for Topalik?
It just looked like it had information on it.
Okay, but you're not sure exactly what information was on it?
No.
Okay, but Topalik potentially.
He could have said something.
Has gleaned something from it. Putting the pieces of the puzzle together. But will it be a complete puzzle when he locks it in? Let's find out.
Yes, here by Topalik. When you're
He
locking
does
in
lock
that
in
early,
first.
you have to feel somewhat confident in his guess.
He does look in first, Trevor. Ricky Beast to respond. Has he opened his map yet? No. I've mainly been watching Topalik.
He has 5 seconds left and he has to open his map.
Beast, a lot of pressure in 3 seconds. Oh man, huge difference here.
And it's Urkut.
Oh my!
Ooh.
Topalik, you
Ooh.
absolute
This game.
beast, taking the name away from Ricky and also
Irkuts
taking
for
his
the
life.
win.
And there's
Wow.
a friendly gesture there by
the GG.
By Ricky sending the GG there. And we get the Topalik stare back.
GG's.
And we're going into no move. That was a great win, Topalik. He really.
Suddenly a big round out. It was such a measured, balanced game.
That was a great
Suddenly
late
getting
guess
into
in
that,
Russia.
into that location, and there's a huge differential, and it's over. GG.
Yeah, it's Russia. It's not easy. It's not easy. But that was a great guess by Topalik there, not to. And that's a couple times he's had those good Russia guesses, so it pays off to learn. And by no means is it over yet, though. Topalik versus Ricky Beast. Topalik just needs one more win in the no move here. Take the series away from him. Do it, shall we?
Ready when you are, Trevor. Ready when you are.
Round 1.
No move now.
No move. 1 through 60 panorama. That's all you get.
The stakes steadily building.
You're up here, but I'm not sure where I would actually go here.
Antenna zoom by Topalik. Then looking down the road.
Or if you go like a. Actually, don't even know.
There is
Eastern
very
Europe,
little
somewhere like a
information
Slovakia.
here.
We have a Romania guess here by Topalik. Ricky is unsure, which is very fair in something like this. It's kind of nondescript. And he's going Croatia. And Topalik is locking in Romania. It could be big points. It's still 1x damage, but if anything, it's a confidence booster maybe.
Ricky, you've got to respond here with 5 seconds left.
He's staying in Croatia. And it's Romania.
Topalik is closer. And it's a solid round 1.
There's massive points for round 1 there. And Ricky isn't happy.
It was low-key skilled.
Not over yet. Round 2. Sri Lanka car.
Ricky perhaps feeling the pressure, feeling the stakes.
I always forget Romania has that kind of terrain.
Those studio lights, they hit different.
Context here, you get the French flag.
Oh, now he's pushing the pace.
Yeah, it's one of those things where small country, small points.
Yeah, small country, small points, Sri Lanka.
Gimme.
But just nice to see him, try to get in there.
Yeah, it's good that, just gets the next round.
Yeah.
Round 3 of 10, though.
Ooh.
Kazakhstan. I think it's the first time we've seen the Kazakhstan in this group stage. So we don't really know much about these players and what they know about Kazakhstan. For those just now joining in, Kazakhstan is recently released on GeoGuessr out of nowhere last month. And all the players warming up for this competition had to do some last-minute cramming to make sure.
Did I have, I think I've had this lock actually.
Pretty much 5K, like
I have no idea. I don't remember at all where it was. I think I've had it though.
Oh, okay. I see. Yeah. I thought you said we didn't see it.
No,
my bad.
And I don't know who has advantage here, but we will know in 38 seconds who does.
Kazakhstan DLC, hot off the press. Topodic opening his map first. Ricky really takes time with those initial map openings, doesn't he?
He does. You can't blame him. You can't blame him.
No, not at all. Just an observation. Yeah, I'm definitely not going to be a critic.
I always think of the.
I'm just observing, brother.
The clip of the Consus foul clip in Russia at the last second. All right, 10 seconds left. I mean, yeah. They're in similar regions-ish. Wait, no, they're not.
No, they're not, Trevor. There could be some big points here, if I'm not mistaken.
One of those things where you're kind of both equally...
Yeah, equally distant.
1,000 points over Ricky, though. It's still big. Takes the lead.
Does take the lead from that.
Keep it moving. And to round 4. Southern Brazil here. Lots of information here. Lots of information. I like looking for an area code there.
It's just, is this just Sao Paulo?
Maybe the Portuguese influence maybe helps here. We'll see.
Could do. Speaks the language.
Pollock cannot find his map. Topodic.
Oh no, admin.
Uh-oh.
He is guessing off a blank map. He said, listen, I want to use a blank map.
All right. Obviously something going on there with Topodic setup. We'll, I'm sure, have an update from production for everybody at home. So
he's filming a TikTok, guessing around on Google Maps, but without a map. That's his.
That would be something. That would be something else,
and
mate.
Ricky Beast has just said, "I don't care that you don't have a map. I'm gonna guess."
All right, everyone at home is currently being looked into.
Oh, he's in Antarctica.
Oh, wow. What's happening here?
Oh, he's doing Eiffel Tower.
What? Okay, so yeah, I mean that would be GG.
Okay.
But the thing,
that being okay. All right, everybody at home, we're gonna hop back on screen right now, me and Trevor,
predicament there,
and figure out the situation and keep
bit of technical difficulty.
So, for now, Trevor, I think it's gonna be podcast mode.
We should start a podcast.
Is this the first time that you've ever had to do a fill?
No.
Have you done one?
Yeah, right now.
No, but before that.
Probably.
This is like, this is like a crucial part of like esports training and life, and it's
that's unfortunate.
Your first time now doing a fill. So Trevor, over to you in the studio. You're on your own, all right? Just
everyone. I want everyone to sit back and relax as Paula takes it away here.
No, you can't.
No, okay, no, but no, in all honesty, that was actually a very interesting predicament. Because it almost looked like that was I've almost had that happen before in the game of GeoGuessr where I scroll up too fast and the map almost disappears and you lose the map. And then he tried going...
So that's something that can be a genuine player mistake?
I don't know. I don't speak for him. I actually don't know.
No, absolutely. And to everybody at home, it's being looked into and we'll update you when we get the facts. But I'm just
and the reason
positing with you.
For context, why Topodic went Eiffel Tower, he did not think that was France. In tournaments, usually if you don't know or like something happens, you just kind of click Eiffel Tower. It's because like it's gentleman's agreement, but Ricky Beast obviously wasn't didn't know the context of what was happening. As we work on figuring it out now.
Should be about.
Yeah, so they're gonna reset the match, huh?
Oh yeah, let's peekaboo.
Yeah.
I heard entire match, so we're gonna do moving again. Probably not the case.
Because they don't have a way to set the score manually.
We get final word here.
Which is unfortunate in situations like this.
Decision on what's
happening. We did a Topodic stare in this time.
I like the fact that Topodic is just trying to zone in. He said his piece and.
What's your favorite place in the UK?
Waiting to see what happens next. Favorite place in the UK? London.
Really?
Yeah, where I'm from. All right, Trevor. This just. I mean, do you want to deliver the news to everybody at home? Did you hear it?
I didn't. So it's.
Okay. I thought it was kind of both of us. Yeah, everybody at home. So we'll be replaying the no move from the start. Not the entire match, but that game.
They really should make it.
Will be kicking off no move.
Should give themselves a way in the code just to set the score manually and then to restart
a betrayal to my home city
where
and
the glitch happened.
culture would that be if I said anywhere else? There's many lovely places that I love in the UK, but London, my favorite place, brother, of course.
Great place. What's your thoughts on having like 30 degrees Celsius without AC?
Yeah, that's definitely not when it's nice.
Yeah.
If we get a really hot London summer and then nowhere's built for it, yeah, that's tough. But that's just how it be sometimes, mate.
It do be like that sometimes.
Yeah. Well, not if you live in the US where everyone has air conditioning, so...
AC privilege is a thing.
AC privilege?
Yeah.
So you grew up with AC privilege?
I did.
What was it like where you grew up in Arkansas? I know nothing about Arkansas.
Yeah, it's boring, honestly. It's pretty boring.
Well, it molded you into the absolute dynamite person you are today, so...
Here we are.
It's because it's,
Here we are.
It's because it's boring.
Waiting for the match to kick off once again.
Well,
This is esports, ladies and gentlemen, everyone at home. You know, we work with PCs. Sometimes they're unpredictable. Programs, sometimes they're unpredictable. And that means a spanner is sometimes in the proverbial machine. And
really,
they create drama, they create moments, and it means that the play...
Oh, hello, ad.
Hold on. It's only a...
Goodbye,
It's part
ad.
of the game sometimes. Things happen, and you have to, take the punches and move on, but that is the case. But, this even happened at the World Cup last year. Some things happen. You have to adapt and overcome. Well, I'm excited to keep seeing. The game isn't over yet. We're back to no move.
Yeah.
So
it'll be about a minute until we are live once again.
Maybe this is a good mental reset for Ricky too, to just kind of lock in again and kind of compose. But
no, we're ready to go. Everybody going in game. Just to recap, all of you at home, this is match 9. We've moved on to Group B.
Game again.
Now we're in the second half of the day. It's Topotic versus Ricky Beast. Topotic is up 1-0 in this best of 3. No move now.
All right, we're back to no move then.
Let's do it.
Let's do it. Round 1. Let's keep it going. This is no move. You do get 1 360 panorama. We are not redoing the first match. Topotic is still up 1-0. I wonder if this is ever new coverage. Topotic looking for copyright. Let me actually look for copyright on my screen. It's 2023 copyright, somewhat new. Not 24. We have Black Gen 4. Both players are looking around here. Not Descript. I could see Topotic making a good guess here.
This is from my perspective, this seems like a tough location. There's not very much.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Information here beyond the flora, the ground, etc. We've got a sign teasing us where we can only see the back of it.
Yeah, if you were just right down that road, this would be a way different game with the language. Both players they're taking all 20 seconds here. And it looks like Topotic is zooming in on Greece. Now we'll see if he commits Greece. But not too sure. He's not. Ricky Beast has to open his map.
There's like 10 seconds left.
Actual 10 seconds.
You're leaving it down to the wire again,
I don't even know how. Does he even? He's going Mexico. Oh no.
Oh, this is
game.
huge. This is game.
This
is game. And it's going to be in favor of Topotic. Yes. Oh no, it's not game.
Yeah. It's
How?
round 1. It's game in theory. Oh
wow.
Yeah.
I just thought it would be enough difference to be over 6.
If it was on the same game we just were on, yeah.
That was insane.
Yeah.
But a huge start, and that was almost like an NMPZ.
Yeah, those locations are very hard.
Yeah.
But if that was 1 round later, it would have been definitely game with that 1,000. But it's now 6,000, 1,000, so it's not theoretically game, but in theory it's going to be hard for Ricky to come back from this. Essentially.
I want to say that age-old expression, we've seen crazier things, but I don't know if we've seen a comeback like that.
Yeah.
Where a player goes down 5k points in the first round and then comes back to win. I don't know if we've seen that in all the events that we've done together. I don't know. I don't think we have.
For sure. Yeah. This is going to be Peru, it looks like.
Because, if we talk about meta, right, if Topotic just does his best, the classic minimizing mistakes,
at this point,
hedging well, it will be hard for him to lose.
We're going to be going into round 3 here with how close they are.
Oh, black car.
But again, it's like one of those things, Topotic might benefit from playing faster. He's trying to catch Topotic or Ricky off guard here. And Ricky Beast is slow and steady. He'll take those points.
He will take those points. But with barely a multi, it's not much damage going the way of Topotic.
Round 3. Let's keep it going. What do we have here is a question. This is not an easy location either. This is zooming in the copyright automatically. Is there no antenna on the back of the car? That was interesting. Part of it I thought maybe.
What would that mean if there's no antenna on the back of the car?
It could mean that's just a random like frame without antenna, but usually when you don't get antenna, it's like a Serbia or North Mass, but I don't think this is that.
This does not look like that.
Like, I would almost go, actually, ironically enough, I would almost go Spain.
Spain, okay, yeah. That's fair.
Yeah, he might
I
have
actually
been,
think you almost
he might
have
have
to
been
commit
distracted.
Spain. I'm not sure where else you would go. Maybe Portugal. No, probably just Spain. We'll see though. Topalik is pretty good at Spain. The fact that he hasn't zoomed in yet. Okay, now he is.
15 seconds. When I'm watching, like, studying, and you don't realize suddenly the game is, the time is slipping away. Ricky's yet to open his own. No,
Yeah.
I thought he hadn't opened his map. Perhaps he had.
It would have been a very on-brand thing. And yeah, Topalik, that might.
That game?
That's
no,
game. Nope, not quite.
800 points.
Oh, Ricky.
Ricky seems
a sad
defeated.
song being played for the Beast right now
Round
as he
4.
limps into our next round, round number 4.
This is a base location.
Ricky, you need it all, and you need it now.
It's like a Montana, Wyoming type beat right here. We'll see. We
Just
have
hyper
a Colorado
lands.
zoom in by Ricky, and he's locking in.
Ricky locks in first.
In Colorado, I like the Colorado guess. We have 2 Colorado guesses here.
Could be game though, you know, if Topolik's just a bit
Yeah,
closer.
it's 178 points. It could be for sure.
With 1 second left on the clock, we're going to find out Topolik is closer, and that's probably going to be game. Definitely going to be game. Trevor,
All right,
we have
GG's.
a winner, Topolik.
A little bit
and he's
disappointing
opted
to
come
have
out
it
on
end
top.
up that way.
He has to
First
feel
game.
good about that. Ricky Beast will definitely not feel good
Having
about
a
that.
technical
but
issue, but there you go.
taking
GG's.
a 2-0 win.
Hats off to
and on the
Topalik
board
for that
with
one.
1 series win.
Yeah, that's tough with what happened, just watching the players now.
Yep.
Both of them going to get up. Of course, still
Oh no. Yeah. this is-
respect.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay. it just happens every single time, Paula. We need to have a meeting. We just need to have a meeting and just like.
I don't want to get into it, but perhaps we've got some things in the pipeline to help with handshaking and stuff like that. A little foreshadowing there, some stuff coming up in the future, but I don't want to say too much more.
Yes.
That being said, quick breakdown from your perspective. Topolik, solid job by him. It's a shame for Ricky after the little tech issue that he got absolutely slammed straight away. What are your thoughts?
No, it's definitely like from Ricky's POV. I can see definitely where he's probably coming from and feeling, but at the end of the day, Topolik played great, and you have to give credit where credit's due. So he played great, and Ricky, he still has one more game. Something could happen. So.
Yeah, something could happen. Trevor, on our side, pleasure to have been casting with you today. Everybody at home, Toby is going to be jumping back in. He killed it early and he's going to kill it again. That'll be it from us for now. Time to head back to Rachel and the desk.
Like killing and violence in the caster room. I'm lucky that we're here on the desk where everything is peaceful, and Topolik
All the
is our
killing and
ruler.
violence.
By blood, by violence. I guess you did knock somebody out here. Tell me a little bit about that match, Topolik.
Well, it was interesting. The first game I saw signed for Irkutsk in Russia, like close to the end, and at first I was confused with the antenna, which I couldn't tell at first, but then like when I got to the sign, I realized it was blurred and everything made sense, so I just sent. Then I had some technical issues with the map not loading, which was a bit unfortunate, to be fair, because it was a disruption for the viewers and the stream and everything. But I was happy that I managed to go Israel and not Greece, just because that sign and that car looked more Israeli, and also that I didn't miss my own country afterwards, which I was not 100% sure, to be fair.
I guess, after the first game against Debre, you took it was a 2 10-round series there, which was very exciting. Did you feel a bit deflated going into the next series, or were you kind of mentally ready for it?
I was a bit deflated for like 2 minutes before I sat down again, but once I was there, I was moving on already.
Mm-hmm. And I'm curious about the round where you had the map scrolled off to the bottom. Originally, before that happened, where were you thinking of guessing?
I was thinking of guessing like South Brazil, but I haven't managed yet to see any area codes or city names, so I would have based my guess off of that, but I had the general region.
Well, Topolik, looking forward in the group. What are you thinking about your next matchup here? You're going up against Armani. Had a chance to watch him play. Do you know him very well?
I know him a bit better than Ricky because I've played against him a bit more and was also a lot on streams. And I would say that I need to win the moving for sure and try to avoid playing the NMPZ because he's a very strong player in that field.
We've got a bit to prepare for, so we'll let you get to that. Everyone watching at home, we've got a lot more GeoGuessr to come. Taking a look at Group B here, we still have our matches between Debre and Ricky Beast, Topotic and
Match
Armani,
10
and then
coming up next.
Debre and Armani to
Sweet.
come. So stay seated. We'll be right back with more GeoGuessr.
Whoa, sorry about that. Didn't notice the webcam is going crazy. Yeah, there we go. It's better.
Hey GeoGuessr fans, it's time for another quiz, and this one is going to be with the unshakable and all-knowing Consus. Now, I've hyped you up a bit here. Do you feel like you can live up to that?
I'll try.
You'll try, you'll try. You asked me if you could just answer right away, huh? Do you feel like these are going to come to you pretty quickly?
I'm not sure. Like, some are definitely a bit tricky, I saw.
There's some tricky questions in there, and chat, you got to be fast on the fingers to not be cheating on the answer here, because you're going against Consus to figure out first, which country is known as the land of fire and ice? New Zealand, Japan, Iceland, Chile, not Westeros.
Good question. Let me think about this one.
Are you thinking about it for chat's sake or for your sake?
For my own sake.
Oh, okay, I'll shut up then.
Is it Iceland?
Is it Iceland? I was going to guess that too. That's what I flew over. As I understand it, both made of ice and currently on fire. Nice job.
Check this with me.
Consus, you picked it. And chat, you picked it. I'm proud of you all. It is called the land of ice and fire due to its glaciers and volcanoes. That makes vague sense, yeah?
Well, that was my idea, so I got there in the end.
Nice. What would you nickname it if you had a blank slate?
No, Iceland seems fine for like that.
We're not going to innovate the names of any continents here. We're just going to respect them. But we do have another question for you and for chat. Let's check it out. What is the national animal of Scotland? Unicorn, lion, squirrel, or bear? Who's that national animal? This is right up my alley, guys. Nice job.
Which one even lives there?
Well, I don't know if it has to live there to be the national animal. Does it?
Probably not. I'll go with lion.
Oh, I'm gonna guess unicorn. What did you say, chat? It's a unicorn! Get the Consus! I beat Consus! Did you guys see that? Oh my god, I feel so cool right now. Is this what it's like? Unicorn is a national animal symbolizing purity and power. Guys, you could pick an animal that exists, though, like Loch Ness Monster or something. I feel like that's reasonable.
Yeah, it doesn't make it more easy.
True, true. Do we have any more questions? No? Yes. Oh, you weren't going to let me just go, like, draw with Consus? All right, show me one more question. Where was the rainbow billboard located? Do you know this one?
I definitely know the billboard. Where was it located? I have an idea. I think it was Boston.
Was it in Boston? 15 more seconds, chat, for you to log in. And while you're in chat, feel free to share your memories of this billboard. What you think the purpose of this billboard might have been at the time that it went up. Obviously the most iconic photo of Rainbow, I think they used too.
Yeah, definitely. Like, out of his TikTok videos, everyone knows him like that.
Well, I concede defeat, Constance. You are 2 for my 1. It was Boston. This is Boston. Nice. That's... I see why they blurred that word out. It was the hint. All right, well, thank you so much for playing. I appreciate you standing in my vicinity and getting yelled at by me. You are free now, and chat, you are not. Stay where you are. We got more GeoGuessr. Don't go.
Well, Ricky Beast is, I feel like, out of my 3 opponents, probably the one I know the least about, and I haven't gotten a chance to play against him too much. But he's somebody that I feel like I can probably eat a loss in no move and moving against, and hopefully play well in the NPC part.
Debray is a very balanced player. Like, he's good in moving, no move, and an MPZ. I definitely think I need to win the moving, maybe the no move as well, because I don't want it to go to an MPZ, because that's my weakest mode, but I will definitely give a fight.
Ricky Beast going to be fighting not to go the distance to NMPZ. Me wishing they go the distance, but Debray, what do you think he wants here? Oscar?
Well, obviously, Debray wants to win. That's a given. But, you know, Debray, I think he probably wants to play more consistently this time. We saw a couple of times where he was a bit frazzled in the last game. I wouldn't say nerves got to him, but instead, he just wasn't quite clear on his decision-making. For example, in the Baltics, he went Latvia on what I think many people would consider an easier Lithuania. Then again, he made lots of nice guesses as well. So that's why I say it's about getting that consistency back a little bit, which I think he's definitely capable of possessing.
Now, when it comes to getting that consistency back for Debray, when we're watching him here on the camera, do you think there's going to be a moment that we're going to notice, like, he's back, he's locked in, he's good to go?
Yeah, I think so. He's been pretty emotionally representative on the camera. We've seen him, you know, struggling with some rounds, but feeling more confident in others. So, yeah, I think he'll let the camera know when he's feeling ready and locked in.
Oh, we do love that from our players here. The emotionality is a huge part of what drives the in-person competitive nature of esports. So we love to see how sitting next to their opponents has affected them. But yeah, Debray doesn't seem like he's not intimidated at all. He's not put off at all. He's just, I think, drawing energy from this situation.
I think that's definitely the case. Debray tends to do that.
Well, he's going up against Ricky Beast here, who is looking for a big win. He's brought a lot of great decisions to the matches that he's played in here. What do you think is stopping him from getting all the way to the end?
Nothing, I think, nothing. Like, Ricky Beast is definitely someone who can beat anyone in this group, and that's what we've been saying about the even nature of this group. I do feel a bit bad for him after the tech in the last game. That was unfortunate. I really hope he can bounce back here and take a win. That would be great to see, given that, you know, he has already taken one game, not a series yet, but if he takes this series, then he's still a fighting chance.
Yep.
Any thoughts on that Chicago geographer?
Yeah, absolutely. If Ricky wins this, each of these 4 players will have 1 win under their belts, so making this group a lot closer. So we'll see. Maybe he can pull off a victory and shake things up in the group.
For real.
That could be exciting. We love to see
That's a
that
very
big
strong
group thought,
repertoire.
but let's send it on over to the casters and see how this match plays out. Boys, take it away.
Thank you so much, Rachel, and everyone on the desk. We're back ready for more action as Debra and Ricky Beast kicks off against one another. I'm Toby, joined by Mr. Rainbolt himself. And what are you seeing in this fight coming up?
It's an interesting dynamic because you can see Ricky Beast coming off of quite a couple losses there. So he's definitely in, you know, he needs to win here in order to even have a chance at 3rd place. And Debra is Debra. So.
And there's a lot that goes into it, right? Especially with how he came to the loss. Things went against him. Finally started going a little bit better. And then, of course, again, the issues that came through. But hopefully, he won't let it get to his head too much. But as you said, he's up against a pretty formidable opponent.
Yeah, Debra is not giving him the stare yet.
Yet.
Maybe
he feels bad of it. He doesn't want to go too mental warfare
Debra
on
having
him.
feelings is maybe not. No, I'm kidding. All right.
Well, let's see. We're kicking things off right off the gates with a moving game, which I think both these two should be pretty decent. And I mean, while I know that it's for the most part people don't favor it, I also feel like they've been both pretty decent at it already.
Yeah, I mean, Ricky definitely, I think his stronger suit is moving, and Debra plays a lot of comp, so that automatically makes him better at moving, and especially in this format. So we'll see, but it's gonna be a fun game regardless of the outcome. So let's just get into it.
Let's get right into it. Match number 1, round number 1, and we are in
Argentina.
There we go. Let's see how quickly they figure this one out. Should be able to do so quite easily as we kick things off.
The black down the license plate there. That's day 1 things you learn. And yeah, it's pretty dry. Gen 4. Let's see.
Ooh, little interesting zoom there on the side of Ricky Beast's camera. Able to get out and about, though. No big main infrastructures, no big roads for them to get clear signs off of. Looks like Debra's, I was gonna say down into a parking lot, not where you want to be going.
Yep. So the key here is to find the main road, because main roads equal information. And Debra said, "Don't need a main road. I'll just take a guess, or at least zoom in."
Please get the exactly. Maybe find a region. Having said that, though, do you feel like this is enough info what they have seen already now to get the region down?
Debra can definitely make an educated guess.
Yeah.
Ricky probably as well. At least get within, but you want to get the extra, 1,000 points potentially, especially in Argentina. It does add up.
10 seconds to go. Neither one of these two locked in just yet. As I say, the Debra does look towards the map. Has a pretty good location locked in. Now here comes Ricky Beast. Zooms in as well. They're in somewhat nearby vicinities. Let's see.
That's a decent amount of distance
with the
away,
early
though.
punch here of this fight. Actually, a pretty decent one at that. Almost 1,000 damage in round 1.
Exactly. And with how dry that is, the guess there by Debra does make sense.
Yeah.
Usually, the closer you get to Chile, the more it looks like Chile. Believe it or not.
Surprise.
Round 2.
Could have fooled me. Let's see where are we heading. We're kicking straight into it. 1.5 damage. Not going to be the biggest, but of course could be plenty of it.
This is an interesting location. We have red Gen 4 there. Says some things.
It looks Swedish Norwegian to me, but tell me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, it should be
ish.
Ricky needs to get over the border there, but he
jump across somehow.
Oh, there he goes.
A little sidestep as he jumps
and
across the
locked
street.
in. Northern
It's a skill in of itself
when you
trying
get
to
red
jump to the
Gen
highway.
4, this car, it should be Sweden. I'm not sure if you get red Gen 4 in Norway, or we do see a main road here with a short dash wire lines.
There's an airport right there. That should be in for Fed across. Ricky, a little time spent trying to get the angle right.
Wait,
he didn't get the lock in. He didn't get it all.
Oh no.
That's game.
What?
You can see his reaction instantly. He didn't get it in time.
Oh no.
He was taking it down to the last second. Debra's confused.
I thought I saw his plonk.
I thought I saw his pin. Get to click. I'm not sure if it was what happened there, Toby, but what?
I mean,
G's
they
question
both
mark?
look as surprised as you as I do right now. 2 games in a row now where
I think in order to fill the time, we should just get Debra on the mic. Just kidding.
I mean, he did. I mean, he took over the interview with 6. Like, he almost stole the desk from Rachel. I think if he comes up here at some point, he's going to steal the entire cast as well.
I would pay for that not to happen.
This will be the Debra show if we don't watch out. We can't unleash him fully yet. You know what? If he wins the whole thing, he can do the entire final link segment for me. Then he deserves it. then he gets to do it.
That's fair. That's fair. Earned. Earned, not given. I mean,
A
yeah.
tough one here. Is it,
All right, I guess that's
your
GG's.
experience with this game is obviously much deeper than mine. Is this something that happens ever? Do people fail to lock in?
All the time.
Okay, so it's not completely unheard of.
No, no. Even if in the last World Cup itself, I think we had like 3 or 4 people forgetting to guess, and like, especially in the different, it's hard. It's hard, especially when we saw with Ricky Beast.
We are getting confirmation now from production that something did go wrong, so the round will in fact be reset.
Okay, good. Okay. Yeah,
because I feel like I
saw
did see
his
him
pin
click in
pop
eventually,
up.
like initially
Yeah.
as well, and then it just his mark kind of just disappeared. So good thing that the admins are on it, making sure everything is working exactly as supposed to. Of course, making sure the players are being informed as well.
Yep.
Exactly what happened and how things are gonna go down. But once again for Ricky Beast, man, he is not having an easy day at all.
No, and you have to almost feel for him.
Oh,
It's,
definitely. It's a true test of his mental fortitude here. It's not something you wish on anyone, and you can see what was smiles and memes before on the face of Deborah.
Yeah.
Of course, frustration and what he hoped to maybe be
Yeah,
a one round,
I feel
but
bad
also
for him, man.
Deborah, he did have
Gotta
quite a
go
good
back
guess
into
there
it.
too, but yeah, luckily it was only round 2, not round 10. 2x multi.
That just
3 health.
sucks all of the
Could be
energy
worse-
out of you
worse,
when you have stuff like this
circumstances there.
happen.
Everyone's
Go to the
waiting
World
for
Cup, you're all
final
excited, and
confirm.
then you
They're
just
ready
have
to go on the next
technical
round again. Of
issues.
course, Deborah looking to
Deborah
get a
shrugged.
win there. Yeah, of course. I mean, it's frustrating. You hope that you get by with a player mistake on the other side, but not to be. It has been confirmed that it was indeed a tech issue and not so much a player issue. As we reset this one,
All right,
hop
resetting
straight back into
game
round
one.
number 1 once more.
Let's do it. Let's do it. We're back in the moving game. This will be round 1, both at 6k health even, going into it. And it looks like the game is quite serendipitously. He's back in South America.
Throwing all of the fancy words there.
Yeah,
I like it. I like it.
Yeah, it's, English, I dabble.
you use it every now and again. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, we have a Peru here, but the question is, region guessing Peru is not the easiest, but
Ricky spent the first 10 seconds not moving at all. Only now starts heading up the street. Does he get any early info? You can see Deborah looking towards what looks like a vehicle salesman. Maybe able to get a region down or something similar, but now at least out on some of the bigger streets.
Yep, and you can see Deborah zooming again. South, we have Peruvian poles there. Both players obviously know it's Peru. Ricky has 30 seconds left. Let's open his map. He's reading here. Ricky can read Spanish. That is an advantage he does have.
That does help a lot. Does indeed help a lot. But is he reading the Spanish that he wants to see? Is it all just names and fun and giggles and commercials? Is he getting some info off of it? 10 seconds to go again. Ricky still yet to open the map. He's got to be fast about it this time, especially off of what happened in the previous one now.
Yeah,
Zooming
he's going
in.
north. He's going north.
Plenty of time to work with.
Deborah is south. Deborah is south.
This is big.
And Deborah's right. Wow.
Nice. That was a good one.
Quick start to this one as over 2,000 damage in round 1. Huge blow coming through onto Ricky Beast right from the get-go.
Face up. Keep it going. Looks like we're in Russia. And MPZ here.
Who do you favor of these two in Russia?
It's hard to not favor Deborah. But in moving, you never really know. One person can find information, the other person doesn't.
True. Well, right
Looks
now,
pretty urban, though.
Sure does.
Obviously, because there's buildings. Therefore, it looks urban.
Your brain is just geeka sometimes. It's absolutely amazing.
That's why I'm here,
That's true. A tennis court, is that enough to go by? Ricky? No, doesn't like it, wants to go for more. Down the road he goes, but it's a populated area, but just you don't really see any signs anywhere.
Yeah, especially urban Russia is kind of a roulette sometimes. Kind of can be a.
Yeah, I'd rather have rural Russia than urban Russia.
Looking for shops, looking for schools, official buildings of any kind. Maybe the side of that cart there could give him something. The kiosk in the corner, is that what he's going to need? No, 10 seconds to go again. Still has yet to even look at the map. He needs to find something. Big roundabout here. Maybe there's info to be found, but 5 seconds to go.
Deborah's committing a city.
3, 2, you got to go fast about this one,
down again. And Deborah's right.
Ooh.
I mean, Deborah's just consistently there. Is that ever?
Worse.
No. Quick maths. Rainbow did not pass Algebra 1. That's okay. Round 3.
But again, 2 rounds in and this much damage done already. Ricky clearly shook from what has happened so far, but I feel like also very late on the map
Going Orenburg
itself.
on that takes some skill.
Yeah. No, he constantly
just
isn't really having time
west.
to open up the map. This Rwanda? We'll see.
Central Africa is where we are headed. It would seem, if you're right in that. They're getting info on apartments. And now finally, Ricky realized, you know what, I got to go fast. And with how much he behind, I think it makes sense to go for a quick call here as well.
Deborah almost scared me there. Or zoom into EMEA.
But if there's one to meme on a random location to then swing it back, it would be Deborah, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's scanning the.
They potentially
Deborah's locked in. He's locked in like Western Rwanda. If it is, he could potentially win in Rwanda, which I don't think I've seen before.
Ricky went off the coastline.
He's in Kigali.
Yeah, further towards the side.
Did Deborah just 5k it? Deborah just 5k'd it.
Oh, close there too, but not enough to take out Ricky. He lives on a sliver of health. Round 4
All
to
right,
come
kudos
with just
going the extra mile in Rwanda.
646 health left to work with, and
He's
Deborah
here to
is
win.
untouched, still sat at 6k.
Yeah, I mean this is a dominant performance, Deborah. Absolutely dominant. Round 4 in Canada here. Let's keep it going. Deborah's locked in. Ricky's locked in.
I mean, if you're Ricky right now, you kind of want the bigger countries, right?
You
Because
definitely need bigger countries.
You don't want the small chunks. You need to hit hard if you want to be able to take out Deborah. But massive lake or just open river here. That's early info found. On the side of 1, does Ricky get the same info to go? We can see already now.
With
he ducks
water,
it in.
both players are going to be right there with the water north there, and it's going to be minimal points. You can see the coast lined up there. So we're going around 5, and Ricky will come away unscathed.
A little bit of damage though, might be too much for Ricky to handle depending on now. Okay, now he gets closer, should be all right. As I say that though, nah, it's okay. He's gonna survive, at least for a little while longer. But Ricky, you need to hit a big one. It has to come soon.
It has to. Can it come here though? Is the question. Let's take a look. It could. Looks like we have an Australia here in round 5.
Okay. Australia, big country, but also I feel like one of the more, of the big countries, easier to reach, and guess even just off of foliage alone, right?
Yeah, especially the soil here. You can see Deborah immediately zoom into WA because of maybe the red soil. That is, and we do have the yellow pole here, so both players will go WA with that information. But Deborah is very confident in the region here in the south, and I think he's exactly right. I think that is that region, and Ricky could easily lose here.
Putting pressure onto Ricky, insta-locking on the side of Deborah. It's west coast, but Ricky is around there as well. But 3x damage. Is this small distance going to be enough with the damage multipliers in place? Let's see. Is he alive?
Ooh.
He gets it. Stays alive at least
Not
a little while
flawless.
longer.
Not
A little bit of damage
flawless.
coming through onto Deborah for the first time in this entire game.
That last second, that's why it's risky to guess first there, because Deborah gave him 15 seconds, and in that 15 seconds, Ricky found the sign. They got him closer.
Exactly what he needed as we now head to
Bangladesh.
Yeah.
Is that the dash?
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, people are calling it
Yeah, call it the dash.
We're getting the lingo down, you know, the dash. Well, let's see how fast these guys find it. There's plenty of info to go by, but do you read the local language?
This is 2024 copyright. That is kind of crazy. I guess it's just docket then? I mean, yeah.
That is a fast lock from Ricky, obviously. I mean, Deborah, you can see now starting to look more intensely. He knows that he could potentially bring it home with a well-placed
They're both
pin
going to
right
guess
here.
docket here, so it's going to be minimal points. He could have guessed more north than 1, but he's not. And he's losing points, actually. They're only 14.
Oh, doable. He'll take that. He'll take that any day of the week again. I mean, worst case, it goes to round 10, and he's going to be fine with it. So let's see now.
I just opened up the next location. It's kind of funny, I'm not going to lie. You have a guy that's in pain.
I don't know. Oh, maybe he leaned over and he was mowing the lawn there and he stretched his... Oh, that looks painful, man. I'm sorry for you. It's...
Yeah, you don't want to be that guy.
No, I mean, those lawnmowers can be pretty heavy.
Sometimes you just catch you.
Yeah.
Sometimes in pain.
Yeah, we are all getting older. You got to lean with your, lift with your legs and not your back, and he learned the hard way.
Exactly. Sometimes you're getting a kebab, sometimes you're mowing grass.
Yeah, I mean, it's each to our own in that regard. As the players now take to the field once more, 4 times damage. Ricky shaking his head, not liking what he's seeing. He needs something, and he needs something big to happen right now in order to make it back into this game.
Players, we have a southern Poland lock in here, and it does make sense to the mountains, but it could be anywhere along this kind of Slovakia, Czechia border here.
A little hand thrown in the air there by Deborah as well. Maybe after the luck, he realized, wait, that was off. That wasn't what I wanted.
1 second. Ricky, is he closer? He's not.
Oh,
that's game.
Deborah.
It is going to be Deborah. He is going to bring it home, and plenty of damage coming through. But it doesn't matter. He was only sat at 450. That is Ricky B's losing the moving game to Deborah.
Deborah needs 1 more no-move win to be up 2-0 in this series, which is a very, very nice place to be sitting.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Phenomenal performance so far from Deborah. Ricky, I mean, just doing everything he possibly can to stay afloat here, but some very early, I mean, he had like a 2K into a 2K as well in the very start of the game. It just really limits you to how wide you can go with your guesses.
Exactly. Especially, the game of GeoGuessr is a mental game at the end of the day.
Oh, yeah. Especially when you're sat literally right next to your opponent. I mean, you can hear them. set right there, and you know the same amount of pressure that's built on you applies to the person just across that board right there.
Quite literally. All right, let's waste no more time, shall we?
Game number 2 is where we're at. We're headed into no move. Spin around all you want, zoom in as much as you please, but do not move an inch.
I've said it better myself. Round 1, no move. This is the only 360 panorama.
It's beautiful. It's a very flat field.
It is very flat. Very Baltic looking, potentially.
Yeah.
We'll see what the consensus is. Should be Baltic. The question is...
So flat.
Where I don't go Latvia here. I go Estonia, I think.
If you were to be a professional kite flyer, you'd want to go there.
That's a good point, yeah.
Professional kite flyer.
Kite, have fun all day long. What do they have to go off of? You have a sign with a back turned. Is that enough to go by?
He's hedging Latvia, Lithuania. I mean, it's kind of just a vibe. We do see both going Latvia here. Lithuania.
Close enough. Right on the border. Close enough for both of them. 48 damage, not something to write home about. But again, I feel like even with the small ticks coming in, every time it goes onto Riggy Beast, it just applies more pressure. You know, it's the, oh, just give me a win, come on.
Yeah, it's a mental win.
Yeah, definitely.
Yep. Round 2.
We finally have a beautiful
My
location.
God, we have it. The first beautiful location of the day.
Was that whenever you go South Korea?
Quite literally.
I'm learning. Yep,
this guy did his research.
Whenever you call something beautiful, I mean, and I can't even take it away from you. It is pretty darn pretty. Step locks it in instantly. That seems to be a very center position by Riggy, but wants to spend the last 10 seconds to get as much info as he possibly can. Could he maybe get closer? 4 more seconds to go.
Nope. South Korea, you know, as beautiful as it is, it's not
but they both just click middle. That's what you do. That's what you do in South Korea. You just click middle.
But a win nonetheless. Let's see if we can find more.
Back and bang. The dash. Or, as one would call it,
the dash.
The dash.
There you go. To Bangladesh we go. Limited what they can go off of here.
Looking at the copyright here, the dash is known for being helpful for region guessing with copyright. And we see Debra using Kazaka.
Fast. They're turning on the speed now.
Yeah. You have to no move. You know, the information you have is the information you have.
True.
So
gotta go with your gut feeling.
Or you don't. Round 4, let's see if they know.
Speeding things up here. Hope you can follow along, everyone out there, as these pros battle it out for a potential spot at the World Cup.
You have the yellow reflectors on the guardrail here, which would indicate Spain.
Nice.
Debra obviously zooming in here. Ricky needs to get there in the end. We also have the Spain sign to our east. Ricky will obviously see that and get there as well with a no white border on the outer. Your question is, where do you region guess?
That's the thing, right? Plenty of areas of Spain that would look similar to here. You have the mountains, but no big signs, nothing to really go off of outside of that. It's and Spain, I mean, while it's not a massive country on the scale of Australia, it's still big enough that with a 2.5 multiplier, you can get hurt pretty badly.
Yep, and this will be not the case as how close they are on the map here. Just both going north. And even if it's just Madrid, sometimes it's best to just click capital.
Go center. That's what I do. If I'm confused, it's just, oh, where's the capital? Oh, let's go there.
When in doubt, capital it out.
I'll have to write that down somewhere. That's a good. That's a good way to look at it. Flat once more. Where?
This will be a fun one. Looks like we have the dashed outer lines here. Everyone should get this. 1 minute on the clock. Bollards galore.
Bollards. Plenty of bollards. You get the double as well. The double yellows on one line, on one side, the white ones on the other.
Yeah, you know what's crazy? We haven't had any Denmark today, I don't think.
They're doing me dirty. They're doing me dirty, man. I'm sat here waiting.
Lots of Finland, lots of
I'm sat here waiting, clapping my hands, but we're
it's
doing
true.
a
We haven't
production
had
in
Denmark.
Sweden. Of course they're not going to give me Denmark. That's just how it is.
Yeah, be your own.
That's just how it is. In the meantime, we have 1 in Sweden, 2 in Sweden, both up there. And it's going to be Debra once again. I mean, again, the small chunks this time actually growing quite exponentially with the 3x damage going through 1,000 damage almost to Riggy.
And the curse of Denmark continues as we're going to be back in Norway.
Norway we go. Norway we go.
And, you know, fun fact about Debra. Let's see, actually, what he does here.
The con? No? Okay.
I'm interested in seeing the way he plays this out. Because he is considered... is this Sweden? Sweden.
I mean, it's there was a bit of forest, but then they chopped it down, so even that you can't go off of this one. You have a car in the far distance, the big semi-truck there.
I think the bollards
with
in
the wagon
Sweden
in the back.
are
Let's see how far they are.
horizontal. They're not
so good at these quick pull-ups on the board.
Like
just finds them instantly. And
he's not leaving any room for
really not. Playing
Ricky
almost
Beast.
perfect game. Still sat at 5.8, 7 rounds in.
And lots of Europe today. We're back in Lithuania here. So Lithuania is a small country that basically just makes the round limit go higher, which is not good for Ricky Beast.
It isn't. I mean, on one side, maybe you want to have the multipliers high so that Dipper can get kind of thrown out of, but at the same time, you're still sat at 3K, doable, locks in instantly. He's just, you can see the heads are being shocked now. Goes dead center Lithuania.
Yeah, both. Clicking Latvia would have been closer though.
Fighting our way to round 10 here, and honestly for Dipper, it's pretty good because he's still sat at enough of a buffer that Ricky needs to hit hard, man, if he wants to bring this one home.
Yep, and it's not going to be easy to pick up 3,000 points in Debra in the next
With
3
how
rounds.
fast Dipper is playing, and even despite how fast he goes with this, like with the precision that he still has in him, he is on fire right now.
Quite literally. And Turkey mentioned. So this should be fun. Assuming that was a Turkish flag I saw.
Shout out to all the countries that put flags on all their windows. We appreciate it. Us newcomers to the game, it's always
always helps.
Always nice.
It's cool to see how patriotic some countries are.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Turkey definitely represents.
Definitely. Let's see how fast they find it. Instantly Turkey locked into by Dipper. Ricky still yet to use the map, but we do know that he likes to take his time before really getting in on the map action itself.
I like it west, I think, here. We'll see, though.
This is where the cow meta comes in?
I don't think there's any cow meta here.
No? I mean, there are cows.
There are cows. Maybe there is. Maybe GeoGuessr maybe knows maybe cows are common.
We have to ask him afterwards.
Ask us if you hear cows.
Have to get
Cow
a pro
meta
comes
is
in on the cow
unreliable.
meta. Let's see now.
Unless
Dipper
you're in
locks in, kind of
Scotland.
shakes his hand, not really sure about his guess. How far off can you go here, Ricky? Is this the time where you catch up 4.5 multiplier? There's a bit of distance in between them here.
The distance. He's edging a little more east.
This
He's
could
in
be big.
here. It's Debra.
It's Dipper again. Just east of Ankara. And Ricky will feel the hurt of that one almost taken down completely. Just 1,001 health left remaining.
That's bringing us to round 9 here. As Ricky has 1,000 points left to his name. And this is the last location, potentially, that he could see. As this is the U.S. The question is where in the U.S.
Do you know, though, off of just this?
I mean, it feels like northeastern, but I don't know.
Yeah. Forests, clearly not tropical.
There's no pine.
Because
Are there
brain.
pine? Yeah, there are a few pines.
I can do that. Yep, I can do those.
See,
but
Debra
the
zoom
sign, you
in.
only see the backside of the sign, though. This is a hard
Maybe,
call, I feel.
maybe
Could
Great
potentially
Lakes.
be the coin flip that Ricky's been hoping for.
Could be. Debra's. I mean, it could potentially be even Canada here, but like I lean towards U.S. because I don't know, it feels American to me.
Ricky kind of sitting up in the chair now, leaning forward. We got a lock in already just south of Toronto by
I
Debra.
think he water hedged again, if that looks like. Maybe
Yeah,
not.
I mean, reasonable. He's
Just
far
went
enough
late
ahead
We
here.
have
of
North
course that he could,
Carolina,
but
guys. This could be big points, actually, for someone.
this could potentially be game in favor for Ricky if he gets it. It's New
Oh,
York.
okay.
Both of them quite a bit apart there, but because they're equally far apart, Debra will feel the sting, but it's not really a big one of that. And now, into the final round we go. Ricky Beast, you need to hit home here if you want to take it against Debra.
Can he do it? And what better way to end it than Thailand?
What better way indeed? Is it a Thailand that you can locate instantly, or is it a part of Thailand where these two guys will be far apart? It seems to me
Looks
that
pretty like downtown, like center Bangkok. Or not Bangkok, but like north.
is there a world here where Ricky like pulls 4,400 points off of Debra?
It would need you would need Debra to go like you,
I mean,
you would have to
click or
5K
something like
and
that.
like
Yeah.
Debra would have to go like opposite. It's possible, but like
I mean, 5 times
with the way
multiplier.
Debra's been playing, it's unlikely.
He has been very on point from start to finish. You even have the Thai flag there in the vicinity as well. Everything indicates this is where we headed. He goes down to Bangkok. As you said, when in doubt, go for the capitals, and it might just be enough. We'll see if Ricky goes
Yeah,
all
looks
in
pretty
here and
standard.
gambles for something else.
Yeah, it does look like that kind of region, to be fair, like just north or around the city. And Debra's just clicking Bangkok. And Ricky Beast, assuming that you know he's going to click Bangkok, you have to make a crazy guess.
You got to go for something
You
wild.
have to go
Yeah,
for something
exactly.
crazy.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Because you're not going to win against
Do like, yeah, okay.
He could have.
Yeah, if
I
he
looked
just
at the
went
screen
full
for a
north,
second,
dude,
thought it was
what?
north. Had he gone
Oh.
further, that would have been game.
It's almost like you almost might. That was.
At that point, it's like you know what's going to happen if you
That
go
was
with your
actually
best
winnable.
guess. So just do
That was
something
his chance.
crazy.
That was the coin
That's
flip, but he didn't dare to
oh
go
man!
final
All right,
ball.
GG's.
And in
Win.
the end,
Match win for Debra.
able to bring it home. What a game.
Oh no! Do we get another Debra interview? Is that what's coming up, or?
I mean, we'll take the break.
Yeah.
Take an extra 20 minutes off just to let Debra talk.
Yeah,
It's fine.
exactly.
What a game, though. What a finish. And what came down to the wire. Again, very controlled from start to finish for Debra. But that last one there could have been a slip.
It could have been. That's the thing. You almost have to play not smart, and you just have to
That
play
was
brave.
that far
in
north.
games
Wow.
like that. Just click where you don't think it is and just hope for the best.
He was brave, he
It
locked
could've
in
paid
fast,
off,
and he
but-
got to live with it as well. Now let's head back to the desk and hear what Deborah has to say after that win there.
Thank you so much, Toby, Rainbolt. I've got Deborah back on the desk again. Now, Deborah, what would be the ideal question for me to ask you? And then just go ahead and answer it.
What?
Exactly. What was that match, Deborah? You picked it up against Ricky Beast. You had another little bit of a hiccup, but that does not slow you down. That just seems to make you stronger.
Yeah, well, you know, going up against the Beast, you gotta be at least a little bit intimidated. You know, huge fan base, lots of subscribers, but on the other hand, he's always recording videos, you know, building wells in Africa and all that. So, you know, it's he doesn't have maybe enough time to practice and stuff. So I feel like, you know, it's an interesting matchup, but. You know,
did you
into it,
go?
I feel like he might have been a little bit
Did you go Malaysia,
demoralized from
like
his previous
Peninsula
performance.
border,
so
or
I, you know, felt confident enough.
or Cambodia border?
Yesterday, actually, we played one game, and there's one reason that I was a little bit apprehensive about it early on is that we played one game precisely, and then he didn't want to play any other ones, and he won the one that we played. So I was like, you know, maybe this guy is like secretly the GOAT. You know, what if that? So it was a little bit of a question mark for me, but you know, thankfully, he seems to not be in a great form. So. And I think, you know, having 2 wins under your belt, I mean, definitely does relax you a little bit for the last one, because at least you're not going to be 4th place. I mean, it's kind of mathematically impossible. So, yeah, do you have anything to say?
I don't need the mic again, but Deborah, I think so far in the tournament,
Deborah's going to cause a
you've
feedback
basically
loop with
been,
that mic.
and especially in this series
Some
compared to the
point.
last, you've basically just been making good guesses. Like this was an entire series of good guesses from
Just
you.
gonna stick it
Do
up
you kind of
next to a
feel that you're one
monitor.
of the favorites right now?
I mean, I don't want to say that, but maybe a little bit, because the thing is, I haven't actually gotten
Cambo,
like,
yeah, that
anything
makes
so
sense.
far that has been like very like deep within my practice. Like I haven't gotten any India, haven't gotten any Kazakhstan, any other things.
Yeah, that
I,
probably
like,
would have
really
been my
drilled into in, like the 2 weeks that I was like
non-Bangkok
really
guess, just
practicing in the
Cambo
like
border.
the 4th thing. So you know, the fact that I can get, you know, away with just you know, playing regular rounds and playing as I would always do, you know, it makes me feel good, makes me feel a bit confident, of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah, definitely. And so far, right now, you're the only undefeated player in your group. How are you feeling about heading into your last match here? Do you think you're going to pull off a 3-0?
You know, I think Armani is a serious contender, so I'm not going to predict anything, you know?
Okay.
Well, I love the strength that you've brought to the game. I love the confidence, and I love finding out that we haven't even tapped into your secret powers and wells of knowledge. So much to see from you, Deborah. Thanks for coming back to the desk. Good luck in your match against Armani, which is coming up at the end of this group. But first, we have to get to Topatic and Armani. Armani, it's going to be a great one, so stick around right after this break. We're going to come back with that match.
Now that area's got some red soil. I've seen that before, and I've seen that before and gone Brazil and been sad.
And a champion was crowned. But every story has an end, and every champion must once again rise to the top. In the halls of royalty and where innovation is praised, a new master will ascend the throne. Welcome to the City Hall of Stockholm and the finals of the GeoGuessr World Cup 2024. Secure your tickets now and be part of this historic event. See you in Stockholm.
Armani is definitely a very strong player, especially no moving, panning and zooming is his best strength. He's also very good at US, at identifying landscapes. I think he's a very strong player, and it's definitely going to be a tough matchup.
Playing against Topodic, I feel he's a really strong no-move player. He has like a lot of experience because he's been playing the game for so long. So he just knows like for every country there is like how to region against him so well. So he's like someone to look out for sure.
Topodic, Armani, our next matchup. I'm hiding my drink. You guys caught me. It's fine. But this next matchup here, it's been a long day. Let's take a look at the groups again to remind ourselves where we were at, what we are doing, because every match so important to each one of these players. They want to be in the top 2. They want to go on. But, Gavin, what is happening?
Yeah, this is shaping up to be a really competitive group, as we sort of expected to see. Right now, we have Debre with 2 wins. He hasn't lost yet. But we're also looking at Armani, who has only played 1 match, but he's won that match. So we're looking to keep up his undefeated record as well. Looking like possibly a Debre versus Armani competition here for the first place or second place slot. Looking like Topodic maybe will clinch 3rd or 2nd. We'll see. But yeah, shaping up to be a really, really interesting final couple matches here.
Absolutely, and something to keep in mind too is every match, every round counts. So sometimes a player will win 2-0, sometimes a player will win 2-1. All of that comes into play when we're deciding 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in group, and something Topodic might want to keep in mind here as he aims for one of those sweet spots into Sunday. But taking a closer look at Topodic, he comes well equipped to make this happen, Oscar.
Absolutely. I mean, Topodic is just a world-class player, and so far in the tournament, we've just pretty much seen strength from him. Even though he didn't come out on top of Debre, he did have quite a convincing performance against Ricky Beast. So yeah, he's coming off pretty hot into his 3rd game here.
And taking a look at that preferred mode, we see it, the no move. Everyone's trying to get to that 2nd round. But do you think that if a player is identifying themselves as no move expertise, Chicago Geographer, what are their odds they're going to be able to pick up their moving play maybe over the course of the weekend, or any quick tips that would make them better?
Yeah, that's a great idea. Like, honestly, like, try to pick up some good practice games. You know, I think moving games are really important, as you said. Like, if you can win that, you have a great shot at taking it to at least the NMPZ tiebreaker. So, yeah, focusing on that a little bit, definitely a good idea.
And are the players here kind of the type to share information? You know, if Armani heads back into the player room, potential competitors, but good friends as well. Do you think they're sharing?
Yeah, you know, it's hard to say. I feel like some people always have their like secret metas that they keep in the back of their head, you know, just for themselves. But definitely a community that likes to share information and really relies on each other to build expertise across the world.
I'll definitely say, like, since the World Cup happened, the first World Cup, I think everyone was kind of very much happy to share. And now that it's becoming a circuit, now that everyone's like, okay, this is happening again. Now I think people are starting to bring it back a little, but still, for the most part, people are pretty happy to share most of what they know, and they maybe have a couple of things which they hide in the back pocket, which are their particular strengths, I would say.
Well, these players just get better and better as we narrow them down. Of course, what they're all playing for is a chance to head to the World Cup in September. Fortunately, if you're watching, you have a much easier path to the World Cup. All you got to do is head on into your browser, punch in geoguessr.com/world-cup, and grab yourself some tickets.
Have enough money
and let
to
me
go.
tell you why you're getting a hot tip right now and why you might want to action on it pretty quick. We only release a couple of tickets every time we have one of our regional finals. We released about 200 tickets for this one, and they are going fast. So if you're looking to pick it up at a 25% discount, you want to move on that today because it is a venue with limited seating. But, you know, if your butt wants to be there, make it so. Now, gentlemen, before we head into this match, any final words for our audience?
I mean, I'm just excited to see this one. Obviously, I've told you guys that Armani's a friend of mine, so I hope that he brings this one to the NMPZ and then does what he did to Ricky Beast, an absolute god-tier performance. So that's what I want to see.
Post for you.
Absolutely, yeah. I think this is going to be a great match. Looking forward to it. 2 of the stronger players here, so we're in for a treat.
All right, chat. Well, I just want you to send your energy because I want to go to the distance. I want to see some no-move pan zoom. But let's hand it over to the casters, hear what they want to see. Take us through the action.
Thank you so much, Rachel, CG, and Zigzag for the great breakdowns of what we are about to witness. As they say, 2 Titans jumping on the battlefield here to brawl it out, Trev.
Yeah, I mean, like they said, I'm excited to see an NPC against this. I want to see Armani again. He 3-rounded an NPC earlier with the great last-second guess in Senegal. And I think, you know, against Topog, I think that would be even more exciting here.
Definitely.
But we will see. But yeah, Topog versus Armani. This will be very interesting.
Definitely would be. Definitely would be.
We will see.
There's also some, yeah. It would definitely be interesting as we take a look here at Topodic, at Armani. They're getting ready. I was talking to Armani coming into the first game he played today. Obviously, having to kick off the day wasn't going to be easy for him. But we'll see now how ready he is as we get on our screens, Topodic and Armani ready for the game to kick off.
But yeah, so this is going to be a very interesting game with Armani and Topodic moving. Armani still has a chance to win here with a, 2 wins in the last 2 games. It's also quite interesting that he has, he had the first game and then the last 3 or last 2. So this will be quite interesting to see if Armani. Also, that is a pretty drippy outfit.
It is. It's super nice. Really, really nice. Both of them getting ready for it. But yet again, to go back to what he said, he was nervous coming into the first game. Then he won it. And I was like, bro, now you're not nervous anymore, right? I'm still nervous, man. He still has some big guys in Topodic and difference to go.
Yeah, you can tell the nerves are there.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And, even for Topodic, who's been here before, and he's done this time and time before, he's still, the nerves are always going to be there here.
We are just moments away from getting this game on the way. We're just getting the final few things sorted. And to go back into that NMPC game we saw, it's been very few games today. We've had to go all the way to round 3.
Yeah.
But the almost 5K from Armani in Africa, I mean, that was
good.
Absolutely
It wasn't
insane.
easy single either. That's the thing about it. That's why NMPC I always like to advocate for, personally, because it's like, everything is more rewarding when you do get it right,
Do you feel like it belongs as to the decider in a BO3?
It's a great decider.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would never advocate for well, maybe I would, but yeah, it's
Is it the true test of skill for, I mean, for the more casual player, obviously it's going to be incredibly difficult.
Yeah.
But for the guys that are playing here, some of the best in the world, is an NPC, in your opinion, the true test of your skill in GeoGuessr?
It's an ultimate test. I don't want to say it's the true test, but it's a good way to test, I'd say, yeah. Because if you can get it off one image,
it's the penalty kick, and the equivalent to overtime, right? In
exactly.
any other.
If you can do one image, you can it's a good way to test. Just fixing some things here as we
get ready, get everything set up. We're just building up the hype. We like to make this like, ooh, and now we just prolong it a little bit more.
Exactly.
The drum roll is being extended as we're making sure that all the tech is exactly where we want it to be, because we do not want to have it impact.
We just honestly wanted to look at Armani's drip a little bit longer. That's
That too. He does look incredibly nice in that outfit. And did you know, by the way, in 2022, right? Armani listened to over 400 new album releases.
That's impressive.
He has a deep commitment to exploring music. He just really loves going out and finding new music. I myself am a type of guy that I'll listen to the same 3 songs for the entire year.
Yeah.
But 400 new album releases, that is absolutely insane.
I mean, if I know anything about Armani, that's the only thing I do know about him, is how much he loves music.
I mean, I love it. I'm a music man myself. And you know what? I think we've filled for long enough. I think these guys are ready to take to the battleground and see who can come out victorious as we're about to head into match number 1.
Yeah, that was a long-winded way to get here, but you have to go hike somewhere. Yeah,
you got it. It's like a hike.
Yeah,
it's not about the destination. It's about the journey and the friends you make along the way.
We made some good friends along the way.
There you go. Exactly.
All right.
The romance out there. Here they are. We are ready. We don't want to keep you waiting any longer. Let's get straight into it. It's move. It's there for these two guys to bring home. Topodic against Armani.
Round 1 in Colombia. Both players will get this with the poles, the antenna, and the yellow plates that we will probably pan to here soon. Question is, who has the upper hand in Colombia here? Players. And when you see it,
instantly zooms in.
Armani is automatic. And this is what Armani was talking his talk earlier. Now he's walking his walk.
Yeah, instantly locked in. It might not be a 5K, but he's close enough that it won't hurt too much with no damage multipliers in effect. Wants to see if maybe he can spook Topodic a little bit. And even if it doesn't matter too much in this round, it's still, now I have the capability of logging in fast. So respect me, because I might be coming for you later.
Exactly. And even just getting that one good guess there and that quick, it means... Yeah, maybe
you want to get into the mind of your opponents, right? You wanna make sure that they're on their tippy toes. Maybe force them to guess faster than they actually want to, just because they're afraid that you might do it too.
Guess faster, you miss information. Exactly. This might be another quick guess. You probably look for information. This looks like Argentina. Obviously, it's not Argentina, but it looks like northern or Western Argentina.
Big country.
It's dry. we will see though. You have to, on a road like this, you have to find probably information before you guess. The question is, who's going to find it first? And Armani is already zooming in to find roads.
Ooh, is he getting exactly what he wanted? It seems very specific. No, but you can see kind of zooming in and out, trying to figure where to go now. Locked in. Is it an exact pole? We'll have to wait and see. Topotic, though, doesn't seem like he's found everything he wants, but he is going Argentina as well.
They're so close again. This might go the distance.
Could very well. We've seen it before. I feel like every round we've said they could go the distance. We get that one round where someone just goes way off, right?
That's true. You never know in this game.
Really don't. But these small few hits coming through are definitely going to hurt down the line as we get ready for yet another round here, round 3.
Round 3, downtown Romania.
How fast they realize that's the case as we let them hold onto the map and move forward.
This is moving, therefore you get to move. Both players quickly looking very urban city here.
Sure is. Plenty of info to go by. You have the train station there. Maslin, is that what you want? Is that what you're going for? .ro. Even I could have gotten that one correct. That's just saying, casual, humble brag. Going out there to all the .ro fans in the chat.
Domain enjoyers are.
That's what I do. That's all I got going for me, which is nice.
And Armani's locking in for the 3rd time in a row first.
It's fast. It's very fast about it. We do see.
And they're both in the same city.
Nice roundabout, plenty of info to go by, and they are going to be, as you said, very, very
close. This will go to round 10.
No real damage coming through. We'll take 4. We'll take 4.
Oh. Why is there an ad during the game? What?
Me blowing wind at you.
Yeah.
That's 4 damage.
Yeah.
Right.
Fall damage. Round 4 of 10. Let's keep going.
This is a bait. I want to go Denmark, but I feel like it isn't.
It's not Denmark.
I can't get it, man. I can't get it. We're saving it for the grand finals. I respect it.
Yeah, it's going to come down.
We'll get there eventually.
Come down to downtown Bornholm.
Yeah, true. We'll get there eventually.
We'll beat Belgium. And Armani is skipping through the neighborhood here. He might just, he sees a flag. He's just going to send it.
Is it a bait flag, though? One of those where you have the embassy in the nearby vicinity?
Maybe that house is
there instantly.
Hidden embassy.
There instantly. Residenzhof could be Belgium. Could beat me.
He's in Germany right now, but he's not going to lose many points in Germany, even if he is
on
wrong.
The border.
Yeah. Oh.
Ashen. Close enough.
Wait, it was actually
enough. Neither of them really going to feel hurt.
Okay, yeah.
Having said that, 500 still could be a difference maker.
He's closer in Germany. It's the wrong country, but good guess.
True.
Always hurts a little to be on the other side of that, but it happens.
On the border, as we head to
5. Looks like it's just over an Arge panhandle. We'll see what. We have red dirt. Looks like Argentina. That would make sense to me. Let's see what Armani and Topotic think as they move here.
Let them do the talking. I'll do the walking. Quite literally as they make their way down the streets. Try and see where they can find a lot of dirt roads here. Not too much to go by in terms of street signs. They're flying through it as quickly as possible can be. Is it often that when you see them go at this pace, they miss crucial information? Like where had they slowed down just a bit?
Usually if you've done it, you know where to stop.
You know what to
But you definitely do miss information. We do see an Arge, at least outside panhandle here, by Topotic locking in. And for the first time, Armani is not locked in first. And Topotic is actually up 900 points, even though it seems like Armani has been in control. It's been close, and they're both going similar regions again.
Quick on the trigger this time around is Topotic. Let's see if it pays off. It does indeed. Closer down alongside the river, and Armani will feel the hurt once more.
And that will, slow and steady here. Every single round, Armani has also been close, but it's just adding up, and he's down 1,600 points going into.
It's been Armani trying to really quickly kind of get him up, but he gives him those extra 15 seconds, and that's been allowing for Topotic to get the final guess. Oh, look at that! They're walking the dog, and the cameraman is happy too.
Well,
look at how happy they are. Thumbs up.
Thumbs up for that.
Thumbs up in the chat. Seems good in the chat, everyone. Let's get some thumbs up going as we head to
California. Looks like we have the standard hike in California. No, but you have the black line in the middle of the road there. In the middle of the yellow is a California road line.
Very specific to California.
I don't want to say very. I think it's very specific. I think it's you see the black in the middle, you go California.
They're instantly there.
And we have an LA guest here, and we have a NorCal guest here, a Bay Area guest here by Armani. I do lean towards Southern, I think, but
it's always nice when you get the high ground there. You can kind of see over the city.
High ground.
You gotta respect the high ground, you know.
Is that a warning for mountain lions?
Exactly. You get good vision of what's happening down below. You see the entire coastline. You can
almost
almost see the entire bay.
Just walking the dog in that area.
It should be a good one for both of them.
He's in Thousand Oaks, and he wants to go back to Bay, but
Oh,
Whoa,
499.
whoa.
As close as can be. A little bit of damage coming through to Amani. Again, 6 rounds in, and Topotic still unhurt.
And props to that. He actually got the right hike right there.
He did. Yeah, on point.
Don't let that go to waste there. That was an impressive little...
He was respecting the mountain lions too much. Didn't want to go too close.
Exactly.
It's fair. I respect it too.
He knew the dog. Yeah,
He knew. It's a dog meta.
It's a dog.
It's coming in.
The Thousand Oaks dog
coming
meta.
in full speed forward. Here we go. Round 7, 4 times damage. Any single mistake here from either of these two could be game over.
This will be Northeast Brazil here. With how dry it looks, presumably. The ladder poles here. You have the Brazilian ladder poles. Looking for error codes on the sign here. We're Armari's Tierney. He has information that even probably gives him city here. And he's zooming in, and that is going to be close.
I know trabajo in Spanish means work, but the secretary of trabajo.
They both found different signs, but they found the same. They ended up in the same place in the end.
Who comes out victorious off of this one? Again, Topotic so far still hasn't taken any damage whatsoever, but he can't really commit to one position, and it's down on the coastline itself. It's going to be once again small hits coming through, but those small hits have sent Amani down over 2,000 health.
It's tough because like Armani has played a really good game too. It's just
he's
just slightly getting out hedged every single time, and it's adding up.
It is the every single drop, man. It does fill that glass eventually, and now you got to start hitting home, Amani, if you want to bring it home.
Speaking of home,
it's not Denmark. You can't do me like this. Not
it's
again.
not. It's not. It's Sweden. Same thing, right? No, I'm just kidding.
Whoa.
I'm sorry. Let's hold your horses.
Let's not get personal, man. Let's not get personal.
Yeah.
I do like my sweets. It's a good time. Let's see now, Amani instantly. Okay, quick jump on that one. He's been doing it all game long. It hasn't paid off for him. He hasn't yet to win a single round, but maybe...
Look how close they are.
This is it. They're practically on top of each other.
Yeah, they're hugging. This is a big...
The GeoGuessr equivalent of a hug. Let's see who comes out victorious. And once again, it's the inches. And you can see Amani's face. He really, every single time he goes for the quick pick, he's like, now I got it. This is the time. I catch him off guard. But every single time, Topotic goes, bro, give me 15 seconds again, man. I'm just waiting for them. And he wins every time.
He's taking it. And, you know, in round 9, this is the one round after this, and he has 3,400 or 3,400 points to pick up pace. It's not
the thing is, the damage is so small that yes, it's significant, but we're also just one good hit now that the multipliers are up at 5. One good hit away from Topotic just instantly losing out on the whole thing. So yes, it's been Amani that's been taking the damage, but he's still very much in the race.
Exactly. I mean, I haven't looked at round 10. Round 10 could be the craziest location of all time. And Armani could know the street as he did in NPZ. But also important to remember that Armani lost the first moving game he had.
True.
And he ended up winning back-to-back no move in NPZ. And in Nigeria here, I'm not sure who has the advantage, but
big country
could be a potential. You could get at least 1,000 points or something.
Yeah. Can you get a city located? Can you get anything to at least just give you a hint of somewhat of a region? We'll see now. Amani still undecided. You saw him quickly look towards Nigeria, but kind of went back away from it again. Right now hovering over Cameroon, but I don't think that's going to be his commitment. As he's
going back in that
on the street
similar
again.
road that we were on in the earlier game here.
It's sort of like
but
similar region to what
they're just going near Kano.
we had earlier for
Might
Nigeria.
as well get lucky twice.
Yeah, a broken clock. No.
Yeah, true. that's just me.
Yeah.
On GeoGuessr progress. Sometimes I'll get it right. You know, we'll see. But just say all the countries in the world, one of them will be correct.
And look at this. This is going to be another one of those, I think, minimal.
1 second left to play.
It could have been big points, but it wasn't.
And it's not even going to be a round 1. Oh, as a matter of fact, it is 70 points.
Yeah.
Finally
no flawless, I
getting
guess.
hit here as
No
we
flawless.
make our way into the final round. And keep in mind again, those 70 points. Let's see, just maybe, if those will come in and play a factor in this final round.
Round 10.
Round 10.
Round
Armani
10.
needs a miracle.
If he beats by under 70 points, I'm going to be so hyped.
That would,
That would be the sickest thing
I
ever.
run out of the room. Run through the
That would
brick
be
wall.
the wildest comeback
Round 10.
ever. Let's see round 10. Where are we? We're in a lot of sand.
It's like Peru. Could be
Yeah,
Chile.
it's like
Let's see.
Chile-Peru border.
Run real quick.
Very rural area here. Not
Looks
a
like-
whole lot to go by. Let's see what they can get. I feel like they both go over the hill here, right?
Definitely
Just
Peru.
insta. Oh, he's scoping in fast.
Max North Peru. Yeah. It's
Does he know something?
It's just
He
free.
does?
I think it's just a free North Peru, and both players will get this. Yeah. And that'll be that'll be game.
That's
yeah,
gonna be game.
Fox and take away the game 1.
GG's
It's
to
simply not
Topotic, looks
challenging enough for either of them. And while Amani does get the final one, it's not going to hurt enough. 600 ain't going to cut it.
And that's
Topotic
game.
stays alive. Amani was the one on the trigger, Trev. but Topodic stayed in.
Topodic was there, and it was...
He had an answer to all the questions.
I mean, if you looked at the average guess between the two, it's probably within kilometers. I mean, it was...
They were so close.
It was so close every single round.
Yeah. I mean, these guys could have played this one best of 20, and it still wouldn't have been over.
Yeah,
they were so close all the way
quite literally.
through.
That was... You couldn't really do much of your Armani besides...
Oh.
Yeah.
Again, a case of people playing what you would consider in all other circumstances a pretty phenomenal game. You're just up against some of the best in the world, and I mean, it's a Topodic with the pedigree that he has in this game, so hard to beat.
Yep, but again, we're moving back into kind of where Armani likes to think he thrives, and where he did thrive in game 1 in no move, and we will be moving back to no move here. I think what better way to see what players can do than actually just get them to play.
Let's kick it right off as we see a lovely vineyard there. Ryan Stocks. Well, hopefully they'll produce something amazing as we take our way to where exactly?
I would like to guess France here. It's hard to say always, but when you see a random field like this, your immediate thought's probably just France.
Let's see plenty of view out into the fields. Again, high ground prevails. You want to have as much info as you possibly can. Can see pretty far, plenty of fields all over. A couple of towns in the distance too. But no, not near enough a sign for you to really lock anything in. We got some cornfields there as well. Maybe that's the commitment.
France guess here.
Early guess.
He's definitely right, I think. The question is, like, does Topodic just slowly hedge away again? But this time, Armani takes the lead.
I mean, imagine this being in round 10 of the last one. That would have been GG for Armani.
Yeah, no, quite literally.
Yep, 5,000 in first round. That's a lot of damage. It might not seem like a lot in the grand scheme of things, but that's a huge distance between them in that round.
Yeah, that's more points than he got.
Yeah, last round.
Yeah,
quite literally. Yeah, exactly.
Round 2, no move.
5.5 times.
Promising things for
450
Armani.
isn't.
This is an interesting location. Very, very. What, you go
That
Bulgaria here? I guess.
Do you go off the boards on the side? Like, what gives it away? Because I feel like you don't even have proper bullets here.
No, you don't really have much. You kind of just go off the pavement and then kind of like the guardrails and the foliage. Yeah. You probably go Bulgaria. We'll see though.
Sky meta coming into play. If you see a cloud that looks like a rabbit, you know where you are.
Yeah, that's a.
Yeah. It's coming next year. I've been talking to the Google Street View people.
Yeah, it's on its way.
They'll only be recording all the funny clouds. That's cloud meta is going to be coming next year. But of course, looking at the copyright here, trying to see if they can lock things down based on that.
Armani does, just guess Bulgaria here, which I do think will be right. And we'll see another very similar guess here by Topodic. And it's just downtown Bulgaria border on Greece.
Both of them close to one another, neither close to the target, but it's not going to matter too much. Armani shaking his head a bit there, of course, vibing with the music, but also not too satisfied, it seems, with where he's putting these markers.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of almost the opposite story as we saw in game 1, where he's
kind
of taking some points. And this is
beautiful.
This is beautiful. And it's probably a beautiful thing if you're Topodic as well, because it looks like it could be Spain here. As a Spaniard, he probably has an advantage if that is the case.
Have to imagine.
Is that a lake?
Imagine. Yeah. Let's see. Oh my lord, it really is a beautiful area. Down in the low ground probably was a valley at one point, a big boat of water during the Ice Age. Now it's been opened up, and this is where everyone gets to live.
This is a great place. I wonder what this looks like in Gen 4. It's always a thing I have to think about. Like, what if it was like summer and like you see Armani zooming into Spain here?
Is there a building in the distance anywhere that could pinpoint? Just, I feel like if it's not the white building there in the front, everything's just too far away to get like
you're definitely using landscape.
You're not going to see the Eiffel Tower in the background. So I'm going to go, oh wait, now I know where it is. You know,
you actually probably
too far away.
Yeah, these hills, these mountains, everything like that is what you're using here. The landscape, less of the architecture. We have a Sardinia guess here by Topodic, and the fact that he's going Italy and not Spain makes me think he's probably right. And Armani's in Spain, in Madrid. This is big points for someone.
2K as well. It might not be enough to take one out, but it's going to be a huge blow. That's for sure it is. What a pick. Armani thought he had it. He was hovering the same area forever. 3,600 damage. What a hit.
Yeah, when you see the Spaniard not go Spain, you have to presume he's right.
It would feel wrong at least not to. And this time around, Topodic knew exactly where he was going.
Armani's still at, though, 2,200 points going to round 4. Round 4 does look like a big country here in Brazil. It will be.
Wouldn't be the end of the world. With how the other games have played out, it would not be the end for Armani to lose one match. He's only played one game, which he won. So he's sat in a pretty decent position already. For Topodic, though, having already gotten the win as well, it's... they don't want to go into the third one here, that's for sure.
No, quite literally. Especially, you don't want to be you don't want to be the one playing NPZ against Armani either. So that's what we're looking at here. This will be southern Brazil.
It looks like small birds up in the electricity poles. See what I mean? Like small birds.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Nice little touch. You always see like the bird markers on the windows so
Yeah,
they
yeah.
don't bunk into them. Here, don't want to have them flying into the electricity grid either.
The Brazilian ladder poles here is the giveaway here with the vegetation, southern with all how dense it looks. Yeah, I mean, I actually really like Armani's guess here, but you can never be too sure.
We are 2.5. Brazil's a big country. Could hit hard, and Armani only has 2,000 points left to work with. 7 seconds to go. Neither one locking in. Now the lock comes in. The second one immediately to follow. And Sao Paulo, just on the western side thereof, is where we're going. And finally, again, a little bit of hope for Armani to stay in this game.
Yep, and that's what you need. You need small and steady if you're Armani. If you're Topodic, that will also do because it's the number of rounds.
I'm seeing now they're only into round 5. I felt like this game had been going on much longer, but it's because it's so close.
Yeah.
Like they're staying so close to one another. It's insane.
Exactly. This is interesting.
Ooh, this is beautiful as well.
This is beautiful.
This is the ultimate foliage test. I feel like this, this particular no-move game between these two has been very, very landscape and foliage heavy. It's not been a lot of buildings, not been a lot of that to go
Yeah,
off
that's
of.
kind of what you want when you're playing no move. You want these kind of, I mean, especially if you're Armani, even in that case, the less you know, the better. You know, because the less you know, the more you can have advantage over your opponent.
And what will you say is the clear tails in this?
It's definitely like either like
the pole.
It's
Does it
definitely
give
Malaysia
anything?
or Indo, but I actually don't know.
So if you don't know, and they
The
might
first
not know, and
Malaysia
with the
guy.
3 times multiplier,
For the whole day?
we're heading into scary territory here with round 5. Coming up halfway through.
I don't think the stickers on the
I actually
poles
don't
are
know
black.
this pole. I think
though.
it's pretty. We have a white sticker in
Just
that.
very generic. Could be many places.
Yeah, it's a white sticker.
Can you like region log it in any way? Because if we're going
I mean,
Indonesia
it's
with
like-
the size of that
If
country,
it's
that's
Indonesia, it would be like
dangerous.
Sumatra or something. But or Sula. But we have a Borneo guest. I mean, Armani doesn't know where to guess. There's 10 seconds. And we
They're
have
both.
We have a southern Borneo guest here, Sarawak, and Armani's
They're
also
kind
doing
of
Sarawak.
next to each other.
Yeah,
so much time spent, and they still end up right next to each other.
It was mainland.
Yeah, the first Malaysia round.
That's,
that's-
insane, though. They were both thinking for so long,
I think
and they still come up with the same result.
I think they saw the white sticker on that pole.
Mhm.
And I think maybe that white sticker led them towards Borneo because usually on mainland you get the black.
Okay.
But this is a cool location actually. Now I'm looking at round 6. You have the rice on the
Oh,
drying
that's
the rice.
nice.
I think is that what that is? Looks
Could
like
be,
it.
or maybe just a truck accidentally pressing the wrong button.
True.
Yeah. I hope it's the first case, though.
It could be a lose on tuk tuk. Let's see though.
Right-hand traffic. We'll see
Yeah,
if
low.
they can
low
put
sidecar.
the puzzle pieces together. And Amani again heading into round 6. He needs to get things going his way. Still down by over 2,000 health here.
Exactly. We do see him zooming into Luzon. Could be a spread.
That's a very quick login.
Yeah, usually when you get the
That was quick.
the roof of the tuk tuk higher than the other elevated roof, it's Luzon or north.
Again, I'm still all for us sending tuk-tuks out into the world. And
Yeah.
just to bait people into guessing the wrong directions. But again, both of them nearby vicinity, 6 damage done. Topodic will be pleased that it didn't hurt more.
We're gonna need Armani's looking for big countries or hard locations, and this is not that in Kenya. Not that at all, quite literally.
Kenya's a pretty decent sized country, right?
Pretty decent,
Maybe,
but-
of course, with the amount of Google Street View coverage. It might
Exactly,
not-
it's not that dense, and you can also region guess it
I mean,
fairly easily.
I'm from Denmark, so everything's a big country to me. The states in America are big countries to me. It's pretty wild. Pretty wild. And these guys, I mean, again, shoulder to shoulder, don't seem too confused about where to go on this one. And even if a little bit of damage comes through, and with 4 times multiplier, it shouldn't hit too hard. Having said that, Topodic is going further and further away from the water here. I think they're both trying to lock in exactly where that school is. See, they're all, you can see Amani just hovering all the cities, trying to find Shibai.
Yeah, I mean-
any indicator that he can get.
Any points do matter here, you know, especially for Armani. But you also know your opponent's also looking for the same thing, so.
Gotta know all the mailbox area codes in Kenya. That would have been an easy win right there.
Exactly.
Maybe that's too much to ask.
A little too much.
It's later. We'll give it a couple of years.
Yeah.
Kenyan mailbox area codes. It's gonna be main meta down the line.
Yeah, make it happen. Make
Or
it
north,
happen.
but it was west. And that's
Close again, but
closest.
again, I mean they're close. But now it's Amani starting to take the not the lead, but starting to hit home a couple of times. And if we are moving into final territory of round 10, just having been able to punch a couple of times back could
Yeah.
set him up much better for the final round.
Yeah, but he's still down quite a bit.
Oh yeah, he is.
You know, it's not this time. It is actually Spain, I presume. This does look very
Beautiful.
Spanish, but if you're Armani, It's not really what you want going up against Topodic, who's really good at Spain.
It's you're definitely not winning at the draw here. Haven't been to Netherlands all that much. I'm sure Armani would have wanted us to go there instead of.
Probably not, because he needs big points.
Well, I mean, also that. True. Well, maybe earlier in the game we would have gone there.
Yeah.
Let's see. Again, not a whole lot to go by. It's landscapes. It's, I mean, foliage as well, but even that's really limited here.
Exactly. But both players will end up in Spain. The question is, like, who just can make the better guess? As always, that's kind of the key to the game, you know, making the better guess.
What's the big region indicator here for you when you look at this map?
I don't know, bro. I just click center.
just click center and go
just
next.
click center. Yeah.
Thing is, with 4.5 multiplier, just going center on a map like Spain, that can be game over.
No, yeah, definitely.
It's scary. We are seeing Topodic go down towards Barcelona. He's
Catalonia?
going to lock it in as well. And with where Armani is right now, that's game for
Yo.
one. It should be, and it looks to me like it's going to be Topodic with the win.
Yep.
Indeed,
That is GG's.
You see the
Topodic
smile on his face. 2-0
wins the
Topodic
match
over Armani.
And Armani will be up in the next game against Debray. So that's a big win. Topodic, you can see the smiles on his face.
Topodic
and he's happy with that. That's big.
went
We
3-0.
saw him in the lead.
We saw Finbar
6-0,
win in Ireland
I think he
earlier.
won
Now
all.
we
Did he
see
win all his
Topodic
games?
win in Spain.
Might have been
could not be
5-1,
written
but
up any better.
yeah, that's the match.
Seeing these
I
guys
think he's
bring it
undisputed
home
first.
in their home turf.
And you can see the shift of his energy. And we look at that. Look at the handshake.
Successful handshake. Damn, we gotta keep a. Can we have a counter in the top right corner at all times? Just amount of successful handshakes.
That's one.
I'm liking it.
That's one.
I was gonna give you a handshake now, but I feel like we'd instantly mess it up, so I'm not even gonna dare.
Let's not say we did. Yeah.
Let's just say we did it before we came on camera. That's a good play. But what a game. Again, Topodic didn't fall for the pushes, for the kind of hasted playing style that Armani was trying to put happening, because he was locking in fast all the time. But Topodic kept his cool, played it smart, locked in at a good time, and just kept on winning.
Exactly. And on paper, the game looked a lot closer than it looked.
Yeah.
Armani was right there the whole entire game. And he really didn't, we keep saying this, but he didn't make any bad guesses. And that's kind of the name of the game right now is you can play the best you can. It's not enough.
She really isn't. Against another opponent, maybe that could have been a win for Armani, but it wasn't to be. Now let's head back to the desk and hear what Topodic has to say after that win there.
Toby, Rainbow, thank you so much for the casting. Topodic, thank you for the excellent game. Congratulations on the win there. Now, I saw a very confident GG after that first moving round was complete. Is that, we would call that in StarCraft like a Manor Nexus, a Manor GG, perhaps?
Yeah, I have to mention that it was Armani that started it, not me. But that game, I was really happy to have won it, because I thought that I should have utilized my advantage in the moving against him, because I thought that in NMPZ he would be stronger, and in moving I have the advantage in theory. So I'm really happy to have won it 2-0.
Well, congratulations there. A lot to get into. Who wants to start us off? Oscar?
Absolutely. Well, back in the moving game, I think, like, bar 2 rounds, I think you were close to 8. So that was a really impressive performance. Do you actually think that, given the fact that there are so many no-moving players, that moving actually could be considered one of your strengths going forward in the tournament?
Well, increasingly so, especially with the newer players from the qualifiers, which are much stronger, no moving, no moving, panning, and zooming in general. And I would say that against many players, moving is a strength, but against some of the stronger ones, it could be a weakness as well.
Definitely, yeah. That game was really, I think, one of the closest games that we've seen so far of the day. Armani losing there at the round 10 points tiebreaker. How did you feel about his performance there? Like, he was keeping up pretty well. Were you happy with how you were playing there?
Myself or him?
Both of you, honestly, yeah.
I think that I was happy, especially the moving in Brazil, because I was a bit scared at first that he was going to send fast and I was not going to be able to find something. But fortunately, I did find a sign for the state, for Rio Grande do Norte, although I didn't find the city, but it was still fine. And also, I got a bit lucky with having Spain as the last round there, but quite happy to have guessed well in both of the rounds in my country, because I haven't played too much of Spain maps recently.
Well, Topodic, one of your many strengths seems to be your ability to play the game at your own pace, to not be rushed by the choices of the other players. Do you feel like that's something that you're doing consciously, or are you just completely in the zone when you're playing?
When I'm completely in the zone. When I'm confident, I just send. That's my strategy. Like in the Sardinia round, I was confused for a while, but once I figured it out, I sent.
Yeah, that's
Well, it's
Sardinia
been a
round.
joy to watch you play, and you're going to be able to rest
cinched
pretty
it.
comfortably now after that excellent performance in the group. So thank you so much for coming up and sharing your insights.
Thank you very much for having me.
It's a pleasure. Taking a look at the groups now, you can see exactly how Topotic has rolled through
Oh, no, I
our
forgot.
other
So Topotic
players,
lost
setting
one
him
to
up
Debray.
very
Yeah, lost
nicely.
a
Did
match
have some
there,
trouble
so-
there with Debray, though, and I'm excited to see this
Topotic
final
and Debray
match.
are tied.
Debray, Armani, that's coming up right after this break, so stay tuned. We'll be right back.
But Debray has another match. All right. So if Debray wins match 6, then he'll be in first of this group. If Armani wins, this will be... Well, if he wins 2-0, it'll be a 3-way tie for first. Cool. Yeah, that was the highlight of that match for me, that Sardinia round. This one will be interesting. I think Armani will keep Debray on his toes. He's playing pretty fast. And with him being more confident with NMPZ, probably wants to keep up the pace. Keep Debray from having any information.
The scary thing about Armani is that he's definitely one of the strongest NMPZ players out there, so ideally you would want to beat him 2-0 and then not have to deal with having to play NMPZ against him. For my part, I feel like I'm mainly just going to try to, think through the rounds as much as I can and use as much time as possible, and I think if I do that, I have the upper hand against him.
For my game against Debray, I'm pretty scared of him in moving games. He has learned a lot of random subdivisions of countries, and he knows really well how to put pressure on someone. So that would probably be a difficult task to win against him because of that.
Welcome back. We're looking at the last match of Group B already. I'm surprised we got here so quickly, but we've had so many decisive 2-0 matches in this group that they shot us right to the end. And they set some of our players up pretty well. One of those players, of course, being Debray. Looking at him sitting at this last match here, about to face off against Armani. I want to check in right away on impressions, odds, what you're thinking this is going to look like for him at the end of this matchup. CG?
Yeah, Debray, we've seen play so well today. He hasn't lost yet. He is up 4-0 in terms of his games within these matches. So he is definitely a force to be reckoned with, looking like a really strong contender heading into the Sunday finals here. But we'll see what Armani can do against him. I think he's been playing really well today. Maybe got a little bit unlucky in some of his earlier games. So I think he'll give Debray a great fight here.
Absolutely. Taking a look at Debray's stat sheet right here, how do you think Armani has the best shot of overcoming an opponent stack like this, Oscar?
I don't know. I think it's going to come down to one of those bigger country region guesses where Armani's quite strong, hopefully like a landscape type of guess. And as we've said numerous times now, USA is a particular strength of Armani, so maybe we get one of those ones out in the middle of nowhere in the US and he just gets the state. And then hopefully, his real hope is to go to NMPZ here, where unfortunately we didn't see him just then, but hopefully we can see him again as he did in the first time, win against Debray this time.
Yeah, it's been a tough one, hoping to get all the way to those no-move pan zoom games. I would love to see Armani in there. I'd love to see him play it. Another player that you know pretty well from online, Zigzag, a player that you're meeting for the first time in person here at this event. Do you think with your playing with him, with your training with him, you think he's got what it takes if he can kind of rally all the skills?
I find Armani to be a world-class player and quite possibly near the top of the world in NMPZ. It's like in that last matchup, it was just so rough because the moving, he played really nicely, especially considering his skill set. Couldn't keep up with Topodic, that was fair enough. Then the no moving, just rolling 2 Spains in high multis, that was devastating. I was really sad to see that be the way it happened, but that's GeoGuessr. Sometimes you're gonna have 2 Spains and you just gotta play better, and it didn't happen. I just hope we see three games here. That would be great.
Well, and we've seen just a short history of the GeoGuessr World Cup since last fall and the games played within its umbrella, but plenty of games go on in competitive GeoGuessr outside of this tournament series. So do we know anything about previous matchups between these two players? Do we have any sense of history with Armani and Debray?
They definitely would have played in numerous tournaments against each other. I don't specifically know how they would have matched up in the past, but I would say that, like, given what we've seen in the tournament so far, Debray is going to be hard to beat, especially on moving, and I just hope Armani gets the right style of rounds going into this best of 3.
All right, well, this is our last match of the day, so before we get too into it, anything you're hoping that we might get to see besides an NMPZ?
Yeah, you know, NMPZ would be amazing to see, but also I see Armani really enjoys like sort of baity maps and deceptive locations, so maybe we'll get some of that and shake things up here in this match. It should be really exciting.
I also hope for that.
Yeah, that's a great call that we'll have to watch forward for that as the match continues, but let's get into it. Start it off, send it over to our casters.
Thank you so much, Rachel, everyone on the desk. One more match left to go, and what a game to finish off the day here with Debray taking on the battlefield once again against Armani. I'm joined by Trevor, and we're in for a hell of a good game here.
We are. Yeah, I mean, this is the reason it's the last game of the day, you know? What better way to end the finale with Armani and Debray?
True.
And it's, like they keep mentioning, I just hope we get to see the NMPZ, because that would be an amazing game. And I think we all know that.
Definitely, it's been a lot of 2-0s. Only 2 games today, or 2 matchups have gone all the way to the 3rd round, and we'll see if that's going to happen here or not. One of them, of course, with Armani in the driving seat, the game that he won and almost 5K'd on the west coast of Africa.
Pretty much did. Yeah.
Absurd.
Yeah,
completely
that was
absurd.
A great guess there by Armani, and that's kind of what you expect from him in NPZ.
Yeah.
And you also expect from Debray, which is why we want to see them play each other.
And this is the first game here. We are playing Move, as you guys should know by now. And you know what? Why not just get into it?
Let's just get into it.
Let's just get right on. And I'm curious to see here as we head into
here we go.
number 1, map number 1, if Armani is going to try and set up the same play style here. If he was very quick against the Topodic last game, see if he can, is he going to go for the same style?
Well, there's only one way to find out, Toby.
Who pressed the magic button?
I pressed.
You know what? In all other esports I've ever worked, they always say casters stop talk, start game, and we always meme about having the start game button. Here we literally have the start game button.
It's OP. It's OP.
I'm not sure which producer thought it was a good idea to give us this power, but you know what? I'm all for it. And so far we've been pretty good with it.
Yeah, so far.
Yeah.
It's like a Bulgaria here, which is also good. We have the Cyrillic there with the blue license plates. The only place you really get that in Europe, or in Gen 4, I should say. And Debray is locked in, and Armani's locked in, and no points round 1.
It's pretty straightforward. Not too much to talk about here. 138, not going to matter too much, at least not for now, as we head into game number 2.
Game 2, Armani down to 150 points, and you know is that maybe a sign to see that we see the same thing with Toponic, where it's just
I was just gonna say, yep, exactly. You can't keep letting them chip away at you. All of a sudden, you won't have anything left to play with. Well, we'll see now as they both stop maneuvering around pretty quickly. It seems like Amani has found. Ooh, that's a nice big park. Maybe that can narrow something down.
Eventually, we are gonna be in Slovakia.
You know all the parks in Slovakia?
I don't know one park.
If not, then why do you not know all
Yeah,
the parks
true,
in
I gotta-
Slovakia? Well, that's a new YouTube video coming up next week.
Exactly.
Rainbolt and all the parks in Slovakia.
Nah. Rainbow doesn't need to know.
Beautiful.
He just knows.
There might not be
He
that
just-
many.
he just
I mean, at least like
knows.
natural reserves, you know, like big
Just-
open areas. It might not be too difficult. To
Just
make
by
a
the
video.
vibe.
Sure.
We'll see. If not you, then I'm sure some of the other guys will do it. And that's another thing that I really love about this community. People aren't too secretive. If you know a lot about something, they'll make huge documents on it. They'll do everything they can to share the knowledge with the community and grow together. I think it's phenomenal to come in as kind of the outsider or the newcomer and learn about this. As we see here, lock-in already coming through from Deborah, instantly called by Amani.
Nice.
And they're practically on top of one another.
499.
Almost.
17.
Almost there.
17.
A little 17 damage. Never hurt nobody. Well, I mean, kind of did hurt him for 17 damage, but Amani again. We don't want to go back on the same path again.
Can I just say, this next
Please tell
round.
me, please
Look at this next round, Toby. Should we show them this next round?
We can rock paper now. You know, let's just do it.
Guys, look at this.
I mean,
good lord.
Take a screenshot, everyone.
Make
Put
this,
it-
make this your
This
lock
is your
screen.
screen. Look at the oh.
Turn around.
That is.
Look at that.
And you saved the best for last. Look at that mountainside.
Yeah, this
It's
is
like,
this is beautiful. This is why you play the game right here.
This is where James Bond villain would put his lair. Like he would build a massive dungeon
Right
in one of
there.
these places. That is amazing.
I'm saving this location to go to after this. And okay, by the way, it is Thailand.
We'll go there.
We'll pull up.
We'll
two
take
next
a
time.
selfie there.
This should be
sometime.
Southern Peninsula too. We have the snake traps on the poles there.
Hopefully they'll have fixed the road by then. We'll see. Plenty of info to go by. If you read
Phuket,
Thai,
Pong Na.
going down on
Right
the
there.
southern
So,
side.
yep, this is Peninsula.
Okay, yeah, that's
Nice.
quick as can
Instant,
be.
yeah. Cool.
Well, towards Crappy it was, but it's not going to matter too much. 168 again, but once again, go back to it once more. It's Deborah winning out.
We spent more time looking at the location than they did, I think.
I mean, yeah, I kind of feel like we did.
Sometimes you just have to appreciate natural
Yeah.
beauty.
You know what? I
The
agree
preview
with
was
you. I
longer
could
than
not
the actual
agree
game.
Round 4.
Beautiful
Is
as
that
well,
like
but
is that like an Arkansas thing? I think that might be an Arkansas, or at least more common in Arkansas, the black and yellow thingy. But we'll see.
I love how you look at me, for instance, to GeoGuessr things. I'm like, bro, look, don't
just
look,
tell
don't
me-
look
you
at me.
just
Look
tell
at,
me and just
look
act
at
like
the
I'm
other
right.
guys. I know it's a 50-50, but I don't dare. I don't dare guessing. I don't dare guessing in these. I know that it's what it's all about, guessing and figuring out where to go and how to figure things out. But sometimes it also gets a little bit dangerous when you're sat next to one of the legends themselves.
You see Debris. Debris is the kind of guy, or he is. Was it 913? That's not Arkansas.
913?
Debris is. He finally gets to use the area code that he learned.
Yep.
He finally gets to use the area codes that
Casey?
he learned. He said, "Wait a second, 913."
Wait a minute.
Kansas City 913.
Is he
Yeah,
figuring
blue
out that he
license
was
plates,
wrong?
dude.
No, I think
Is that
he
what
knows
it
he's
is?
right. He knows he's right.
Holding the finger up, going,
No, he doesn't know it.
What? Putting on a show for the fans.
Deborah's
Oh, he's
And
on
Armani's
point.
not.
Armani is off by quite a margin, 4.5k damage.
And we were saying, and Debris kept
That is the
saying in
power
these
of
areas
area
that he keeps
codes.
getting games
And finding
and
them.
rounds
I'm not
where
even
he
sure
hasn't
if
really
Armani
been able
found
to
that
use
one, but-
information that he's actually learned.
Yeah.
And so it feels good when you finally actually get to use an area code that you learned.
True. Time spent well paid off here, but for Armani, still looking at the 6,000 health bar of Deborah. This is gonna be tough, man. 5 rounds in a row now gone his way.
You know, this is not going to be an easy round 5 either, especially for him. He could see a flawless here.
They are
on
rare.
Game 1.
Few and far between at this level of play, but let's see if somehow Armani can turn this ship around.
Yeah, I was worried he was going to pull in there for a second. He took a walk from Poland to Russia.
As they do. Casual little stroll down the street.
St. Petersburg lock in here by Armani.
Quick lock. See if he can
Do we have the,
maybe get Deborah.
rims around the crosswalk
but no,
signs?
Deborah goes
I didn't see
capital.
them.
Should be good with it.
Yeah, I
Has
don't
plenty
think
of
this is
time
St.
now to figure
Petersburg.
out if he wants to commit to it as well. Does commit. And, well, it's going to be around for Armani, but it shouldn't be a lot of points gone his way. As I say that, though, actually, 1,700, pretty decent chunk taken out of Armani's health bar. Oh, sorry, Deborah's health bar.
Right back.
These do not get any easier, do they?
They don't. And this is the beauty of the game. It's consistency.
Yep. Sure is.
Debris said, "Oh, listen, I got it wrong last time. Let me see if I can get it right this time."
At least it's move.
It's
Because
move.
Had it not been, then they would have had practically. I mean, obviously they have plenty to go off of. It's just me with my With my new Geo eyes, not seeing
a
anything.
southern guess here by Armani in southern Russia. Solid guess, in my opinion.
Quick guess, too.
Will Debray agree here, as we see? He will not.
He's on the clock. This is huge. We got 3.5 multipliers. He is getting a little bit closer by the second.
3 seconds, Toby.
Damage reduced, but who's going to get it? Who's going to be close? Oh my God, Debra.
Nice.
Once again on point with this one. And that is game 4,000 damage. Armani
GG's for the moving
down.
game.
Thought he had him caught off guard early.
Win for Debray.
But Debra took the time, took all 15 seconds, and claimed the win.
Wow. And you know, we might be ahead of schedule. Maybe that being ahead of schedule is just to prep Debray's final interview that will take approximately 2 hours. Just to get us right back.
Oh, that's what it is. That is what it is. He's already now setting up. You can see like right next to his game, he's writing notes for the interview to come. Should he go out and come
Over
victorious?
under 3 times he puts the mic in Oscar's face to ask him a question. Well, that's assuming he wins the next game.
True.
Armani is no move. This is his specialty, and he still has to beat Armani in an NPC if this is the case. So not to discredit Armani.
Not at all.
But Debray is playing well.
Not at all. Armani, I mean, again, played a phenomenal game in the previous 2 against Topotic, but a tough challenge at that. Couldn't bring it home. Now let's head here into game number 2 of 3.
With round 1, this is no move. Debray wins this, he will win the series, and we will leave without an NPC, which would be sad, but we'll see. Round 1 is Philly.
A tuk-tuk and a car to work with. Let's see how satisfied they will be with that.
Let's see. Luzon, it does look like a Luzon tuk-tuk. Does look like a Luzon tuk-tuk, yep. And this will be approximately 3 seconds before this round ends, I feel like. 1, 2.
It's so useful.
Okay.
It's just, and it's that area every time too. Just right there. That's the safe bet.
A little bit more. That 28 to go.
So above that's mountainous. Below that's more city. So right
2.
there.
Toby. I think we might have done it.
You're kidding me. Have they given us what we wanted? This looks. Okay. Can we? Is there a road sign in it? Oh my God. Oh my God, we're in Denmark.
Can you read that for us?
He finally got a Denmark.
There
you go.
It's the Setter. I don't know what that is, but it's like a farm road.
Farm road.
And there's a house for sale. Home's one of the big Danish real estate agencies, so they want to sell their house.
Luckily, these people selling their house are actually from Norway, and they're using Danish.
Oh, that's what it is. Yep, exactly. Ooh, we're going north side Fyn, the central island of Denmark, connecting Jutland and Zealand, but it's northern Denmark, and it's so cool they're in the complete opposite part of an entire country, and still it's only 400 damage. Maybe that's why Denmark
moment.
It's not the most exciting map in GeoGuessr. I'm just hyped that we got it in. Thank you, map makers, for throwing in a Denmark.
Exactly. This is interesting. It looks like we have our first Equa. Yeah, our first poop camp Ecuador.
Yeah.
Usually you
a lot of foliage once more. What do you go for? It's just trees alone, mountains in the distance.
You have the double guardrail, and you have the Ecuador guardrail or Ecuador bollards and the double yellow chevrons. Yeah.
Yep.
The double guardrail is a big hit, and Debray's closer there.
It's 1 second. You can see Armani, he really, every single time he goes for like the 2 seconds insta-plunk.
Yeah.
He hopes that now I got him, now I can catch him off. There's not enough info here for him to get what he wants. And Debra he does not get pushed.
Nope.
Same thing with Topotic. I feel like Armani maybe needs to change up his playstyle a bit and spend a bit more time to figure things out, because
could be the case.
He's close, but these guys are just, they'll take it 15 seconds any day of the week.
Exactly. Close, but no CR. This is GeoGuessr.
I mean, once again, the big brain info coming out from Rainfall.
Me when GeoGuessr.
It sure is.
That's why I'm here, man. Let's tell people that this is the game of GeoGuessr.
In case they were confused.
Exactly. This looks like.
Which I hope you aren't.
Slovakia. Both players. This is going to be a 2 round, I think. A 2-second round. We'll see. Armani says, actually, I'll take my time. No, I won't.
Right in the middle. But finally, a quick pick that does work out in favor of Armani. While it might not be a lot of damage, at least it's something going his way in terms of the momentum. But you can see Armani still, I mean, there's just a look on his face. Could just be a full focus mode, but he still doesn't look too satisfied with what's going on.
It's still anyone's game.
It really is. It really is.
I'm not just saying that to build hype either. That's like genuinely the case.
It's one good guess here from either one of the two, even with a decent guess from the other. Because we have 3 times multiplier now, this game could completely upset. Ooh, basketball.
I mean,
needs a little.
You have not very much room to.
I was gonna say, if you miss here, you have to jump a fence in order to get it.
Practice his mid-range, I guess.
It's layups only.
Yeah, literally.
Yep. Fair. That's all you get to do. We'll see how much they appreciate this basketball hoop, and pretty much nothing else to work with. As I say, there are plenty of mountains in the background, of course.
Yeah, mountains and architecture.
Beautiful landscape.
Italy zoom in here by Armani.
I don't know about that Italy.
See where Debris does it going.
I love that
maybe.
even when we don't get a street sign, we get one on the ground.
Both
But
win
hope
Italy.
not.
That's
Maybe
interesting.
Slovenia, that's where we're going. It's fooled me before, and it fools them here as well. 760
Yeah, I would've gone like
damage
Austria.
again. It's small
Austria,
chips.
Slovenia.
As you can see, Deborah
You know what's
going,
a
what?
fun fact about that basketball goal? That was Luka Doncic. It's,
Did they see
Luka's just
something?
out over there
They
grinding
see
over there in
Italian?
Slovenia. Shout
Yeah,
out
must have been. Must have been. Amani still vibing with the music, playing his 400 albums at the same time,
on
trying to
the
figure
border, so
out
they might have.
which one is going to give him the upper hand in the battle to come. Round 6.
Round 6. This looks like a fun one. I'll leave them to do the guessing here, but it looks like...
I like them when you don't know them.
Yeah,
those are the best to me because that knows that that makes for a bigger chance that this one is going to be a big point game.
Yeah, sometimes you get freebies. This one's kind of... You maybe get there in the end, but you have to kind of use your noggin, as I would like to say.
This might also then be one of those where you get the quick picks because he just got like gut feeling pick and then hope that the other guy spends too much time, maybe overthinks and second guesses themselves. Quickly, Mexico login?
Yeah, Mexico makes sense. You know, it's either like Mexico or Colo or something like that, but presumably just Mexico here.
It's a big difference.
And we see the Philippines.
Oh
get
no!
this
Game. Oh, this is game.
3.5 multiplier. It's game for you.
I think it's actually Colo, but we'll see.
Who comes out victorious?
It is Colo.
We are in Venezuela, no Colombia.
That's no one's game.
Bro, that
they
was
were both too far
okay.
off. It wasn't meant to be. They were both too far off. The distances were wide enough, but wow.
But I mean, still, it's
the fact that you can pick that far off and still be in. I mean, I think Amani has got to be happy with that one.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
a saving
And
grace
that
right
kinda,
there.
It says a lot about no moving. Now, like, Armani could have won there. You know, and
Big
these
time,
next three rounds, like, it's still anyone's game.
Sure is. If we get one more game where just one of these two guys are that far away, then that's definitely game over for one. It's just going to come down to who.
Could be the case here too. Russia again.
Russia's a tricky country. Who would you favor of these two in Russia?
That's actually a good question. Both players zoom in immediately to the antenna.
Neither one of them has kind of coined it as their prioritized big country to move around in.
No, that's a good.
What would you say?
I mean, I think they're both maybe equal. I actually don't know.
Who has studied under Finbar long enough to learn Russia? Yeah.
Probably Armani.
We'll see if that's going to be the case or not. He at least is the first one to jump on the map. He seems very committed to a very specific area of the country, but we've seen Armani guess early before and been off by an inch, and here they are close to one another again, but Deborah going further and further away.
Oh, just East of Chilibinsk. That's funny.
Tell me why.
Because they both just kind of...
But, oh, wait, what? I'm just going to start singing.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
I'm sorry.
No.
I took away your moment, bro. I'm sorry. Round 8. This is going to be fun.
Sure is. Where are we?
Second, I mean, it should just be Puerto Rico. With the Puerto Rico antenna there, it looks like.
Yeah. Okay.
Smallest things, the
painted
smallest
poles,
pixels
too.
can give away the locations, and for these players, of course, at the highest level you can possibly get to, they will take every single pixel
Free
and
round.
use it to
Free
their
round.
advantage. Quick pick down towards Puerto Rico for Armani. See if Deborah follows suit.
That will be the case. And look how close Deborah was. That's kind of
Deborah's
crazy.
like, yeah.
Almost
But do you know
5K.
the road,
Not
bro?
quite there, small damage, but again, getting closer and closer to round 10. You need to start catching back up, Armani.
Yeah, you're hoping your opponent there goes NMI or Guam on that antenna. That was not the case. But it's something that does happen in the game with that antenna because it is found here. Round 9.
Ooh.
This is fun.
Into the forest we go.
To the forest we go. Let's see what we have here.
South BC.
Like one of those locations that looks like Canada that you could go Norway on type thing.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that you can go both, right, means that it could very quickly become game. We are seeing a quick
exactly
scope
where
both
Armani's going.
towards the western part, over
like
towards
South
British
BC.
Columbia.
Yeah, it could be. It's like BC or like PNW area, but both players again, like you could pick up big points here again.
Yeah. See,
the U.S. is big.
Deborah for a second looking down towards southern Oregon there. If that's a commitment, that's a pretty long distance in between them as well. This could definitely be game round 9. 5 times multiplier. Armani, one good pick here, could send Deborah and him into the final round.
He needs a good guess here. I mean,
they're both looking down.
5x
They're
multi.
not sure.
Toby.
Okay, yeah,
Armani
this is
could
game.
easily win here.
I mean, if we lock it in right here, that's game.
I like Armani's guess. This is game.
He's clicking border.
It's ahead.
Oh, where's Deborah going? Deborah has no idea.
All over the map. Deborah can't do this to us.
It's not Colorado. Don't go Colorado,
More
Deborah.
north. Is he gonna stay? Someone gets big points here.
There is
it's
a big
Deborah.
distance, and
Montana,
it is
nice.
Deborah once more close enough. Will it
Lewis and
be
Clark
game with
Forest.
it? No!
Ooh, that's not game.
6 health. Indo!
It's not game.
The comeback of the century would be upon us now if
Dude, it's not
Armani
game.
can somehow crawl his way back into this one in round 10.
Let's show the audience.
We need
round
a
10.
big country. We need a big country.
You know it's a big country?
Not Denmark.
Not Denmark. Indonesia.
Ooh, Indo's the last round.
We talked to Armani coming into it. He said one of the countries he wants to practice more is Indo.
Yep.
Does he have it in him? Has he been? Oh, you see the reaction on his face. He knows this one is going to be tough.
You have the Noosa pole there with the long or that long triangle thingy. That's the Noosa. So with
the support.
Water South.
Pole support.
Not really winnable for Armani unless he goes like Timor and it's like West Noosa or something.
Deborah has to miss crucial info here in order to let this one slip out of his hands.
It's actually technically winnable. If someone blunders and someone gets a really good guess here in the Noosas,
they don't need to be that far apart. 5.5 damage.
Wait, that's actually a really good point.
It doesn't have to be that wild on the map for the damage multiplier to play a big factor here. And he did manage to chip away a bit. He's down to at half health. Deborah, that is, right?
They're both on the same island in the same place.
Potentially, this is the last 15 seconds
like
we'll
that.
see for Armani here in the group. I mean,
they're both like
they're both like in the same
you
place.
have to make a risky guess if you're Armani.
10
You know, they're
seconds.
both kind of in the same. They're both on East Noosa right now, and this will be no points if they both stay.
Need to try and see if you can get it. Nope, not gonna happen. They both picked right, but unfortunately for Armani, it's not really gonna be good enough. He will fall.
GG's,
as
GG's,
Deborah
good game.
Comes out 2-0.
Deborah not taking any losses today.
Huge plays coming through, and again, similar story to the one of Patovic earlier.
Match goes to Deborah.
I mean, Armani's playing good game.
Yeah, you
He's
can't
outside
be
of
mad.
one bad pick. He
Yeah.
had a phenomenal game all the way through.
Yeah,
And Deborah
he
comes
might
out
be
first.
discouraged, but he shouldn't be.
in
That,
Group B.
by any means at all.
I know he was nervous coming into it, but he's still done well enough to proceed through, like further into the tournament. I think he should be very proud of how he's played because, as we said, against many other opponents, the 2 games he put up against Topodic, against Deborah, would have been wins.
Would have been wins.
What a phenomenal game. What a way to finish off the first day of the EMEA regional qualifiers. But now let's hop back to the desk and let's close out day number 1 there.
Thank you so much, Paula, Toby, Rainbow, our wonderful caster, Zigzag. You are up there for a minute. Don't you leave me too, Gavin. I will be so sad. But we have got an unprecedented victor here on the desk. We've gone through 2 groups today, and no one has done it like you, Deborah.
I think it's quite precedented. Didn't Const also do it?
Who is here, man?
Or am I wrong?
I think he may have.
Yeah, Const is pretty good.
2 on all of them? 2-0?
I think maybe so.
Yeah,
But
anyway,
Oh my
anyways,
God,
for that-
there is a precedent. My mistake. I'm going to change up my notes a little bit here, but it doesn't take away
that
from your
was,
victory.
Yeah, quite a suspicious no-moving game, if I may say so myself. First continent miss, you know, that's kind of nice. It did occur to me last second that maybe this is Colombia, maybe this is the throw of the century, but luckily I went way further. So, also, you know, Italy, I just didn't think of Slovenia at all. Honestly, like maybe like the pressure actually helps me. Maybe if I like really am like terrified of like losing, that actually it does make me not go around continent. Like, who knows? Also, I got an area code. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I actually got an area code.
finally got an area code.
And it was one that I knew very well. It was 913, which is Kansas City, Kansas. And I actually, the thing, I don't know if it was visible on camera or what, but after that, I immediately saw like something saying like City of Shawnee. And the only Shawnee I'm aware of is actually in Oklahoma. And I was like freaking out for a second, like, is this like actually like a foreign, like a bait phone number? Like, is that real? But no, there's a Shawnee in Kansas City, Kansas as well. So, you know.
Told us that the baits might throw him off. They did nothing against him. Gavin, impressive plays all around.
Deborah, are you a bit disappointed that you didn't use the basketball meta to solve that it was Slovenia? Luka Doncic meta.
What, yeah?
Slovenians, they love basketball.
I have no idea about that. But I feel like they probably love it in some parts of Italy as well. Like, who knows? Maybe there's like towns in Liguria that are like really into it.
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
You don't know that.
I mean, like, weren't the Lakers from there? The Liguria Lake? Yeah.
I don't get that joke. I'm not American enough to get that.
Okay.
Me neither, bro.
I might know area codes, but I've never been to the United States, so yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, you know, I'm really happy for you. You got the Kansas City area code, and I want to talk about that the Russia guess as well. And that whole moving game was like almost flawless from you. Feeling good about that one?
I felt good because like the Russia one kind of it was like scary because I actually didn't know where it was. But one thing I actually did, and I want to mention this because Finbar, our good friend here, has a 122-page document about every Carmera in Russia. And, you know, what do you think I did in my entire plane ride to here? Like, you know, of course I was reading it. Of course I was studying every Carmera. And I was kind of just, like, trying to go down, like, the list of, like, places that have, like, that specific, like, tilted short antenna. And it just so happened that I guess in the right oblast. But, yeah, I mean, I think I got to use, you know, a wide wide range of skills today.
So you were talking about your study not really coming into the first 2 series, but this one actually had some.
I think it did here, yeah. I think, and coincidentally, it was also probably my worst game yet, which maybe I should study less. I don't know.
Maybe so.
Well, with so much stuff out there to study, what was like the most obscure list that you studied to prepare for this?
U.S. counties probably, and that wasn't actually I didn't actually have this in mind particularly when I did it. It was I started in December, and I kind of got done sometime in January, I think. I kind of just wanted to do it because it seemed kind of fun. A lot of U.S. counties. I think 3,143 if you count Washington D.C. So a lot of those are boring as fuck. Cause there's 31 Washington counties. They're not very creative with them, unfortunately. And they're not even that useful in GeoGuessr because area codes are definitely more useful. But maybe one day I'll get to use them.
Shout out King County. I just moved there. They are all pretty basic.
Wait, which one?
King County.
Where is it?
There's 17.
Exactly.
17.
I thought it was a republic, not a monarchy.
There's a King and Queen County in Virginia. That has a cool name. King and Queen.
Oh yeah, that's
3 words.
good.
Yeah.
That's nice. What's your favorite fact you've uncovered while studying for GeoGuessr?
I don't have notes for this.
Alec discovered a crate.
I just like talking to you, dude. You can hang out here. I got lots of questions. Where's the craziest place in the world you clicked on?
My house.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well,
nice.
love talking to you, Deborah, but I'm not going to take up much more time from you. Thank you so much for the
Yeah,
games. Thank you for the insights. Everyone
one for
watching at
Deborah
home, we hope you've had a good time today. We've got a lot more coming all weekend long.
I've never had a round
look at Group A, Group
in my
B. That's
limited
what we went through
experience
here
where a
today.
county has made the difference.
Oh yeah, you're right. Constance did the exact same thing. I'm excited for him.
Guess
But
it could be on police cars.
I mean,
and
he's
stuff,
the world champion. He's a bit different, right?
Usually
different
there are
breed.
cities on those
It's
too.
true, it's true. But there's a lot of them in GeoGuessr. A lot of smart players here, Gavin. So many that you and Zigzag have both played with over the years. And now we're sending some of them on to Sunday. Tell me a little bit about this bracket and how it speaks to you.
Yeah, I'm just taking a look at this right now for the first time, and it is exciting to see. We have quarterfinals set up here. Constance versus Topodic. We have Deborah versus Finbar. Those are such excellent matches. I can see those going either way, honestly. Really excited to see what goes down there. And then we have our first last chance match set as well. Salak versus Armani. Again, 2 really strong players. We saw them play very well today. Maybe got a little bit unlucky with their matchups. So that's going to be another excellent matchup
And then
on Sunday.
there will be 10 that advance
Yeah,
to
those
World
last
Cup
chance
finals.
matches, a little scary.
Yeah, the last chance matchup, the competitors in the last chance matchup here, Armani and Salak, I feel like they both played really nicely considering the result they got. Especially Salak, I feel like really almost deserved. Well, like he played on quite an even level to Finbar, I think, and he just kind of got a little bit unlucky with how the multis panned out for him. So, but then again, Armani, I think maybe had the tougher matchups and also played really nicely considering the situation he was in. I'm not sure if that one's a best of 3 or a best of 5, but if it's a best of 3, I think that really favors Armani. If it's a best of 5, I think that might favor Salak. So I'm curious to see what that ends up being and how it goes.
Yeah, and they've got a whole day of preparation between now and then. We know all of these players very quick to soap up new information. Do you think we could see any changes in the relative skill levels that we've seen today by Sunday?
Yeah, it's definitely possible. I expect these players to maybe, in between watching matches tomorrow, they're going to be grinding. I'm sure of that. So yeah, it's very possible to pick up some different skills and just hone in on things they maybe weren't so happy with today and really just give it their all on Sunday.
This game keeps evolving. It's a delight to watch. I've been so lucky to have both of you on the desk here with me as we've been watching these games. Zigzag, anything you want to say to all the people before we come back tomorrow?
Oh, well, me and Gavin have been lucky to have you, Rachel, as well. And you guys should definitely tune in for the next 2 groups. I mean, Group C, particularly kind of exciting. We got Blinky, World Cup Grand Finalist. And then we have Crook's debut on LAN. Then Group D, and we have the lovely Lenley. So that will be also quite exciting to see. It's going to be a great day of GeoGuessr.
How about you, Chicago geographer? Your first time on the desk here, you're nailing it. How was your day? What do you think the rest of the weekend holds?
Yeah, it's been great to be here on the desk for the first time. I've had a fantastic time with you guys. Yeah, I'm just really looking forward to the next day of competition. As we see, we have some great matches set for Sunday. Tomorrow is going to be just as competitive, and so far, it's been amazing.
Well, tomorrow we are starting. I'll let you know 1 hour later. But you know what? Come in early. Hang out. Load up the stream. It'll give you plenty of time to call your friends, call your family, call them all into the room, and enjoy another day of GeoGuessr. But for today, our casters have been Rainbolt, Paula, and my name is Toby. My desk has been Zigzag and Chicago Geographer, and I'm your host, Rachel. We'll see you tomorrow.
And that concludes the first day of the EMEA Finals. Sweet. GG's all around. I won't be here tomorrow or the next day. I have work IRL to do, but I hope you enjoyed this stream, this watch party, and thank you for joining if you did. And I will be posting a challenge video tonight, as well as the daily Rainbow videos if he posts them over the weekend. So wherever you are in the world,